Prairie Fire. The politics of revolutionary anti-imperialism. Political statement of the Weather Underground. May 9, 1974. Sisters and brothers. Here is Prairie Fire, our political ideology as strategy for anti-imperialism and revolution inside the imperial U.S. It comes out of our own practice of the last 5 years and reflects a diversity of experiences. This paper is not the product of one or two people, nor even a small handful of us. Rather, Prairie Fire represents the politics and collective efforts of an organization. It has been the focus of our study groups and our political education. It has been chewed on and shaped in countless conversations, struggles and written pages. It has traveled around the country, growing, developing through the attempt to understand the shape of world forces and the revolutionary possibilities before us. The paper was rewritten 4 times and collectively adopted as the political statement of the Weather Underground. The 12-month process of writing Prairie Fire, squeezed between ongoing work and practice and action, has now reached a kind of endpoint. A cycle is done. We undertook this analysis to explain the changes in U.S. and world conditions since the Vietnam ceasefire and to evaluate the consequences of the Vietnamese victory. We have come some distance in evaluating the political situation, the priorities for revolutionary work since we began this writing. Now many more revolutionaries will need to shape and change the paper. The politics cannot be realized unless and until the content of the program is activated in thousands of situations, among thousands of people in the coming period. Prairie Fire will be a growing thing. We hope the paper opens a dialectic among those in the mass and clandestine movements. We hope people will take Prairie Fire as seriously as we do, study the content and write and publish their views of the paper as well as their analysis of their own practice. We will respond as best we can. Our movement urgently needs a concrete analysis of the particular conditions of our time and place. We need strategy. We need to battle for a correct ideology and win people over. In this way we create the conditions for the development of a successful revolutionary movement and party. We need a revolutionary communist party in order to lead the struggle, give coherence and direction to the fight, seize power and build the new society. Getting from here to there is a process of coming together in a disciplined way around ideology and strategy, developing an analysis of our real conditions, mobilizing a base among the U.S. people, building principled relationships to Third War ID struggle, and accumulating PT actus in struggle against U.S. imperialism. Prairie Fire is written to communist-minded people, independent organizers, and anti-imperialists, those who carry the traditions and lessons of the struggles of the last decade, those who join in the struggles of today. Prairie Fire is written to all sisters and brothers who are engaged in armed struggle against the enemy. It is written to prisoners, women's groups, collectives, study groups, workers' organizing committees, communes, GI organizers, consciousness-raising groups, veterans, community groups, and revolutionaries of all kinds, to all who will read, criticize, and bring its content to life in practice. It is written as an argument against those who oppose action and hold back the struggle. Prairie Fire is based on a belief that the duty of a revolutionary is to make the revolution. This is not an abstraction. It means that revolutionaries must make a profound commitment to the future of humanity, apply our limited knowledge and experience to understand an ever-changing situation, organize the masses of people and build the fight. It means that struggle and risk and hard work and adversity will become a way of life, that the only certainty will be constant change, that the only possibilities are victory or death. We have only begun. At this time, the unity and consolidation of anti-imperialist forces around a revolutionary program is an urgent and pressing strategic necessity. Prairie Fire is offered as a contribution to this unity of action and purpose. Now it is in your hands. For the Weather Underground. Bernardine Dorn. Billy Ayres. Jeff Jones. Celia Sojourn. Contents. I arm the spirit. The banner of Che. Why is revolution necessary? In the early stages. The 60s. Achievements. Turning point. Self-criticism. Turning weakness into strength. Obstacles. Anti-revolutionary errors in our movement. Setbacks inflicted by the state. Continuing crisis at home. Governmental crisis. The real and phony ENERGY SEER 50. What we think. To Vietnam. Meaning of the ceasefire. International victory. National victory. All for Vietnam. Support the Vietnamese struggle. 4 main issues. Attacks on liberated zones. No aid to the healing the wounds of war. Political prisoners. A program to focus on Vietnam. Justice to war criminals, amnesty for resistors. The war to explain the war. The Provisional Revolutionary Government of South Vietnam. 1. 27. 3 On the Road, Impressions of U.S. History. In the beginning, genocide, slavery, racism. Native American resistance, the early stages. Black resistance to slavery and the rise of the abolitionist and women's movements. Reconstruction and betrayal. The opposition, miners, women, immigrants. Wobblies, the Great Depression and the Communist Party. 44. 4 Imperialism in Crisis, the Third World 79. Monopoly capital. Imperialism means underdevelopment. Imperialism means racism and genocide. Imperialism means sexism. Neocolonialism. Defeats for neocolonialism. Violent counter-revolution. Changes in world politics. The struggle continues. Puerto Rico. Guinea-Bissau. The Palestinian Liberation Movement. V. Imperialism in Crisis, the Home Front 109. Friends and Enemies. The Anarchy of Production. The Conditions of Life. The Changing Nature of the Working Class. Black and other Third World people in the Black Nation Institutions of Racism. Black Culture. Black Power Support for Self-Determination. Native Americans. Theech and Struggle. The Rising of Women. The Condition of Women, Home and Family Government. Poly-EI's Culture of Sexism. The Women's Movement. Tasks for Revolutionary Women. Overwhelming Class Privilege Opposing Racism. Insurgent 2. Institutions Militani. The Youth Rebellion. Youth Culture. The Armed Forces. 6 Against the Common Enemy. Go to the People. Politics in Command. Internationalism. Women and Revolution. Militancy. Revolution. RN eligible, L. MVRK.TI4BR *all C.4, MBTR1, .LQ11. A. Single spark. Can start. A prairie fire. I arm the spirit. That is good, because revolutionary spirit must always be present, revolutionary spirit must reveal itself. We must arm our spirit. When the spirit is armed, the people are strong. Fidel Castro. Santiago, Chile. November 29, 1971. The unique and fundamental condition of this time is the decline of U.S. imperialism. Our society is in social and economic crisis, and assumptions about the U.S. are turned on their heads. These are hard conditions to live through. But they are favorable for the people and for revolution. These conditions of constant change demand the weapon of theory. Like people everywhere, we are analyzing how to bring to life the potential forces which can destroy U.S. imperialism. We are a guerrilla organization. We are communist women and men, underground in the United States for more than 4 years. We are deeply affected by the historic events of our time in the struggle against U.S. imperialism. Our intention is to disrupt the empire, to incapacitate it, to put pressure on the cracks, to make it hard to carry out its bloody functioning against the people of the world, to join the world struggle, to attack from the inside. Our intention is to engage the enemy, to wear away at him, to harass him, to isolate him, to expose every weakness, to pounce, to reveal his vulnerability. Our intention is to encourage the people, to provoke leaps in confidence and consciousness, to stir the imagination, to popularize power, to agitate, to organize, to join in every way possible the people's day-to-day struggles. Our intention is to forge an underground, a clandestine political organization engaged in every form of struggle, protected from the eyes and weapons of the state, a base against repression, to accumulate lessons, experience, and constant practice, a base from which to attack. 1. The banner of Ahe. The only path to the final defeat of imperialism and the building of socialism is revolutionary war. Revolution is the most powerful resource of the people. To wait, to not prepare people for the fight, is to seriously mislead about what kind of fierce struggle lies ahead. Revolutionary war will be complicated and protracted. It includes mass struggle and clandestine struggle, peaceful and violent, political and economic, cultural and military, where all forms are developed in harmony with the armed struggle. Without mass struggle there can be no revolution. Without armed struggle there can be no victory. It will not be immediate, for the enemy is entrenched and intractable. It will require lengthy, deliberate political and armed struggle to build the organized power of the people and to wear away at the power of the enemy. Many people have given their lives in this struggle and many more will have to. Paradoxically, this protracted struggle is the shortest and least costly road to revolution. We are at an early stage, going from small to large. The mass armed capability which will destroy the enemy has its beginnings in armed action. It matures unevenly, with setbacks and at great cost. It will not spring full-blown on the scene at the magical moment of insurrection. We cannot leave the organizing and preparation for armed struggle to some more perfect future time. It would be suicidal. There is no predetermined model for revolution, we are always figuring it out. But for some, armed struggle is always too soon, although it is underway here and around the world. We made the choice to become a guerrilla organization at a time when the Vietnamese were fighting a heroic people's war, defeating 500,000 US troops and the most technologically advanced military power. In our own hemisphere, Che Guevara urged that we create 2-3 many Vietnams, to destroy US imperialism by cutting it off in the Third World tentacle by tentacle, and opening another front within the US itself. At HME, the struggle and insurrection of the Black Liberation Movement heightened our commitment to fight alongside the determined enemies of the empire. This defined our international responsibility and our duty as white revolutionaries inside the oppressor nation. We are part of a wave of revolution sparked by the Black liberation struggle, by the death of Che in Bolivia in 1967, and by People's War in Vietnam. This period forged our belief in the revolutionary necessity of clandestine organization and armed struggle. Why is revolution necessary? Revolution is a fight by the people for power. It is a changing of power in which existing social and economic relations are turned upside down. Il is a fight for who run things, in particular, for control by the people of what we communists call the means of production, the means by which people eat, work, protect themselves from the cold and the rain, get around, raise children and build. 2. The imperialists now control the means by which these necessities of C get produced and distributed. They determine what gets produced. At cost in human effort, under what conditions, and who gets what's ed. This is complete control over people's lives. It is economic power. Or more. It involves and implicates people in a system over which they see jadal control, a system which includes unprecedented slaughter. Continuous wars, genocide, the violent suppression of Black, Porto.n. Chicano, and Indian people, the subjugation of women, daily control, extraction of maximum profit from the people's work, the development. Fantastic arsenal of weapons in the control of imperialists. It intimately affects day-to-day behavior, thoughts, values, and hopes. Only the pressure of the struggle of the mass of people humanizes ISTM at all. It is an illusion that imperialism will decay peacefully. Imperialism meant constant war. Imperialists defend their control of the means of life. Th terrible force. There is no reason to believe they will become humane or relinquish power. As matters deteriorate for imperialism, there is every 3:30 and to believe they will tighten control, pass their contradictions on to people, and struggle for every last bit of power. To not prepare the people for this struggle is to disarm them ideologically and physically and to perpetrate a cruel hoax. In the early stages, armed struggle has come into being in the United States. It is an indication of growth that our movement has developed clandestine organizations and that we are learning how to fight. The development of guerrilla organization and armed activity against the state is most advanced in the black community, where the tradition and necessity for resistance is highest. The crises of the society provide the training grounds, for third world people the conditions of prison, the army, the streets, and most oppressive jobs produce warriors, political theorists, and active strategists. The Black Liberation Army fighting for 3 years under ruthless attack by the state, the fighters in prisons, and recently the Symbionese Liberation Army are leading forces in the development of the armed struggle and political consciousness, respected by ourselves and other revolutionaries. At this early stage in the armed and clandestine struggle, our forms of combat and confrontation are few and precise. Our organized forces are small, the enemy's forces are huge. We live inside the oppressor nation, particularly suited to urban guerrilla warfare. We are strategically situated in the nerve centers of the international empire, where the institutions and symbols of imperial power are concentrated. The cities will be a major battleground, for the overwhelming majority of people live in the cities are our terrain. We believe that carrying out armed struggle will affect the people's consciousness of the nature of the struggle against the state. By beginning the armed struggle, the awareness of its necessity will be furthered. This is no less true in the US than in other countries throughout the world. Revolutionary action generates revolutionary consciousness, growing. 3. Consciousness develops revolutionary action. Action teaches the lessons of fighting, and demonstrates that armed struggle is possible. We are building a foundation. In 4 years of armed work, we have come to appreciate the complexity of doing it right and the difficulty of sustaining it. These are contradictions we are working with. We live in a whirlwind. Nonetheless, time is on the side of the guerrillas. Fighting the enemy is urgent, and we have a duty to do all we can. Yet it takes time to win the people's trust, it takes time to build an organization capable of surviving the hunt, it takes time to recover and learn from mistakes, to prepare, train, study and investigate. This is an observation. It is not offered as an argument for delay. There is constant resolution between carrying forward the struggle and the necessity of preserving valuable cadre and supporters. Sometimes this is not a matter of choice. The guerrillas are forced, because of the torture and murder committed by the repressive apparatus, to escalate and move beyond what can be immediately sustained. Armed struggle brings the resistance to a sharper and deeper level of development. The greater the resistance, the greater will be the force and scope of the state repression brought to bear upon the people. When resistance is at a high level, the enemy takes measures against the people. But treading lightly will not assuage the rulers. Violent repression is built into the status quo. Guerrilla strategy has to resolve the contradiction between the necessary progress of the struggle and what the people can sustain at any given time. Armed actions push forward people's consciousness and commitment. They are a great teacher and example. Yet they must be clearly understandable to the people, identify our enemy precisely, and overcome his massive lies and propaganda. Attacks by the Weather Underground have been focused and specific. These actions were a catalyst for thousands of politically directed armed actions between 1970 and 1972, almost all of which complemented mass struggles. These bombings were carried out by the Weather Underground to retaliate for the most savage criminal attacks against black and third world people, especially by the police apparatus. Haymarket Police Statue, Chicago, October 1969 and October 1970, Chicago Police Cars, following the murder of Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, December 1969, New York City Police Headquarters, June 1970, Marin County Courthouse, following the murder of Jonathan Jackson, William Christmas, and James McLean, August 1970, Long Island City Courthouse, in Queens. In solidarity with prison revolts taking place in New York City, October 1970, Department of Corrections in San Francisco and Office of California Prisons in Sacramento, for the murder of G. Ford Jackson in San Quentin, August 1971, Department of Corrections in Albany, NY, for the murder and assault against the prisoners of Attica, September 1971, 103rd Precinct of the New York City Police, for the murder of 10-year-old Clifford Clover. May 1973. 4. To disrupt and agitate against U.S. aggression and terror against Vietnam and the Third World, Harvard War Research Center for International Affairs, Proud Eagle Tribe, October 1970, U.S. Capitol, after the invasion of Laos, March 1971, MIT Research Center, William Bundy's Office, Proud Eagle Tribe, October 1971, the Pentagon, after the bombing of Hanoi and mining of the harbors of North Vietnam, May 1972, Draft and Recruiting Centers, ROTC Buildings, ITT Latin America. Headquarters, following the fascist counter-revolution in Chile, September 1973. To expose and focus attention against the power and institutions which most cruelly oppress, exploit and delude the people, National Guard Headquarters, Washington, D.C., after the murders at Jackson State and Kent State, May 1970, Presidio Army Base and MP Station, San Francisco, July 26, 1970, Federal Offices of HU, San Francisco, March 1974, Liberation of Timothy Leary Trom California Men's Colony, San Luis Obispo, September 1970. Mass struggle and movements are not mere spectators in revolutionary war. Armed struggle cannot become a spectacle. It is the responsibility of mass leaders and organizations to encourage and support revolutionary armed struggle, in open as well as quiet ways. Actions are more powerful when they are explained and defended. The political thrust of each armed intervention can be publicly championed and built on. Parallel mass support will further both the mass and military struggle. There are many philosophies to militant resistance and fighting, a continuum between guerrilla and mass work. An examination of recent history points to acts of resistance, draft card burnings, sabotage in the military, on the job, in government, and attacks on the police. Ill demonstrations. Marches on the Pentagon, Stop the Draft Week, African Liberation Day rallies, International Women's Day marches, Chicano moratorium marches, demands for cop-drawl and power through seizures of institutions, community control of hospital and schools, occupations of lands such as Wounded Knee, or symbols such as the Statue of Liberty, People's Park, prison rebellions and takeovers, clandestine propaganda, spray painting, pouring blood on draft files, the media, by Ripoff, Zero Uller Rebellion. Watts, Detroit, Chicago, Cleveland, Newark, Outre ex res violent. And collective. Jackson/Kent/Cambodia, bank earning at Isla Vista, TDAs, Days of Rage. There are connecting lines between these different forms of fighting. All are forms of resistance by the people, and forms of attack against the state. Militancy and armed struggle are consistent threads in revolutionary movements. They cannot be wished or forced away. They will continue to be practiced as long as imperialism exists. Together they constitute the fullness of revolutionary war. 5. ******. The greater part of the revolution remains before us. We need to evaluate our strengths and weaknesses to go on from here. Our present strategy is rooted in our interpretation of the struggles of the last 14 years. The 60s, Denunciations of the struggles of the 60s as a failure do the enemy's work. These surrenders are a live burial of our people's great moments, and weaken the future by poisoning the lessons of the past. The movement produced some of the highest expressions of international solidarity and commitment in an oppressor nation. Weaknesses there were plenty. We cannot evade them, ignore them, nor be reluctant to learn from them. But the lessons won't be drawn apart from the context where we were coming from and how far we still have to go to revolutionize ourselves and society. Achievements. The struggles of the 60s changed everything, and we strongly affirm the general thrust and direction of the politics and movements of the last decade. The achievements only represent beginnings, but they are not small: desanctification of the empire. The lesson that the U.S. imperial system is not permanently superior, not invincible even at the height of its power, not loved by the people of the world, and not satisfying the needs of the great majority of the U.S. people. This is of incalculable importance to the awakening of consciousness. In this year of cynicism about the U.S. rulers, it is hard to remember the power of the myths of U.S. invincibility and democracy which governed our people at the beginning of the 60s. Although U.S. global aims had already been rocked by the success of the Chinese Revolution in 1949, the struggles for African independence through the 1950s and the failure to win in Korea, the implications of all this were not known by the U.S. people. The forces unleashed at Little Rock and Montgomery and the triumph of the Cuban Revolution were already burrowing away at the edifice of U.S. superiority, yet we were still asleep. People now see that imperialism is warlike, with an economy based on the arms race, defense spending, and a need to support expansion with the bloodiest interventions in history. People understand corporate greed, the criminal policies of ITT, United Fruit, Standard Oil, Gulf Oil, Dow Chemical, Chase Manhattan, Safeway, and Honeywell. People can now see the hypocrisy of U.S. freedom, justice, and democracy, high-sounding words masking the fact of U.S. exploitation, aggression and counter-revolution. Material contribution to Vietnamese victor. The anti-war movement Ma Easlgrll Gant Canton Udlan Tao, or forcing the U.S. government to withdraw troops from Vietnam. As part of the worldwide united front against imperialism, our movement helped prevent the use of 6. Nuclear weapons against Vietnam, a major assault on the Dike system, or an invasion of the North. The ruling class is not restrained by scruples, only by their estimation of the political consequences of their actions. The Imperial Army became an unreliable tool of domination. There were serious interruptions in the functioning of the draft. In addition, part of the anti-war movement saw through the blinders of national chauvinism and brought a glimpse to the U.S. people of the righteousness and humanity of the so-called. It was aimed at extending the movement among young people to expand its base and class character, to mobilize those affected by the draft, the army, unemployment, schools, prisons, into anti-imperialist struggle. Our aim was a transitional strategy to maintain the militant mass base on the campuses, while we deepened our base among the working class. Young people's openness and consciousness/identification with militant anti-imperialism was a strategic strength. This movement continued to grow spontaneously, even after the decline of SDS. This politics was opposed by an opportunist politics that took the form of economism. Economism appears in every revolutionary movement as the reduction of revolution to a struggle for purely economic gains. Economism has many masks. It was then expressed in a leftish form of going to the workers, not by creating revolutionary consciousness and action but by sacrificing principle in the hope of gaining a place in the labor movement. This is a corrupt politics, proven bankrupt again and again. In the U.S., where many of the people who are exploited by imperialism also receive benefits from the super-exploitation of the colonies, economism feeds the idea that people here can be free while other oppressed people are still under the yoke of U.S. imperialism. Our deep political concern was the historic tendency of the white left to abandon militant anti-imperialism and anti-racism principled support for Third World struggle in search of easy integration with the masses. It is difficult to synthesize militant anti-imperialism with a mass base among oppressor nation people because of the whole fabric of relative social/material white skin privilege. Much of the movement resolved this contradiction in the direction of opportunism around race. This was the main error of the period, deeply rooted in U.S. radical history. A comparable example was the student power movement. Some argued that the demand for students' rights and power would become revolutionary in and of itself. This is not true. The chauvinism of student power demands by white students ignored the claims of university workers, the community, and the third world people who would be the victims of university-researched weapons and programs. This demand encouraged narrow concern for a relatively privileged sector at the expense of the more oppressed. But when the student revolts actively allied with other movements in the interests of the most oppressed peoples against the J/common enemy, they became a serious threat to the empire. When each movement only sees its own claims and interests in isolation from other movements, they play themselves out, one after the other. Another major factor at this point was the rebellion of women against sexism in the society and in the left. The left is not immune from the sexism which pervades U.S. society. The oppressor culture persists and must 9. Be opposed and fought again and again. This requires an active commitment to anti-sexism. In the late 60s and early 70s, many women left the anti-imperialist movement and built a separate women's movement. Sisters inside and now outside the anti-imperialist movement began to force men to deal with their sexist practice. These were absolutely necessary advances. The struggles against sexism did not only mean criticism and change of individual practice, they also transformed the overall analysis of the left. The contradiction was that the women's movement, rejecting sexist and authoritarian leadership, raised blanket challenges to all forms of leadership and organization in the movement, good and bad, and failed at that point to build lasting organizations to carry on the task of strong, determined anti-imperialist struggle. SDS was torn by these internal and external dynamics. It was becoming an organization of revolutionaries, anti-imperialist activists. This was recognized by the state which moved to disrupt it. Major ideological struggles about the correct path to transforming SDS into a broader mass organization polarized rapidly, while simultaneously the urgent necessity to join the struggle against imperialism in a serious and armed way was heightened by the Vietnam War and the liberation movement of black people. Things were in great turmoil and a continuous process of change. Self-criticism. We have to learn from our mistakes. D.N. Sorting errors and correct understandings, reassessing strengths and weaknesses, are a revolutionary responsibility. This is because our errors have consequences for the ability to find the right road, for trust and confidence in relationship with the people, and also for the state which learns from our errors and will use them against us. All movements make mistakes. Those which recover from their mistakes have been able to act with audacity and move forward with the people. But errors must first be recognized and corrected. This is a test of our movement's strength. We were correct in our decision to prepare and build the armed struggle. There is a strategic necessity to build underground movement, to learn to fight through fighting, to pull forward into the conflict. There is a need to develop militant action, and from militant action to develop guerrilla activity. This beginning involved a confrontation with privilege and inhibition and was impolite, rough, disruptive, and disorderly. It was an essential step forward, and could not be held back for some perfect moment. 3 of our comrades gave their lives to begin the armed struggle: Diana Oughton, Teddy Gold, and Terry Robbins. By March 1970, a base from which to carry out guerrilla and underground actions had been established. We were wrong in failing to realize the possibility and strategic necessity of involving masses of people in anti-imperialist action and organization. We fixed our vision only on white people's complicity with empire, with the silence in the face of escalating terror and blatant murder of black revolutionaries. We let go of our identification with the people, the promise, the yearnings, the defeats. This error had 2 consequences. 10. In the course of preparing for armed struggle in late 1969, we began mistaking friends for enemies. We applied the strictest standards of /ilingness to risk everything to comrades and allies, as well as to the real opportunists who represented the politics of retreat. We attacked those who could not come along the whole way, sometimes just because they were not ready to support everything we said and did. We did not learn from meaningful criticism from comrades. We made the mistake of de-emphasizing the importance of mass work and lost sight of our long-standing commitment to mass struggle. The militancy and commitment of the days of rage and the initiation of armed actions contributed to and pushed forward mass struggle. The continuous revolt in the armed forces, the Justice Department demonstration in November 1969, TDAs, Isla Vista, culminating in Jackson/Kent/Cambodia in the spring of 1970. Conditions were ripe. The mass movement continued to grow, broaden, and escalate at the same time that mass organizations began to fall apart, waver and dissolve. Reaffirming the importance of mass movement and political as well as military struggle, we wrote New Morning in December 1970. But New Morning gave uncritical support to youth culture and came to represent a repudiation of revolutionary violence. The Panther 21W towed a generous and fighting criticism of New Morning from prison, which warned us against putting down our weapons. They correctly pointed to the necessity to continue to fight and our need to teach our people to fight. By failing to answer, we lost an opportunity to engage in dialogue with these brave and dedicated comrades. Turning weakness into strength. Now the movement is disorganized, divided, and defensive, unable to fulfill the whole potential to learn and to lead. There has been relatively little organized mass action and relatively great disunity within our movement in the last 3 years. In the movement times are hard. On the other hand, the opportunity for change and organizing among millions of poor, unemployed, and working people, among women, among youth, is great. The continuing social crises are accelerating the process of social dislocation, and people are opening to the possibility of revolutionary consciousness. Objective: conditions do not produce revolution themselves. In times of crisis and change, people's fears and discontents and hopes can be mobilized in different directions toward opiates of all sorts, reform, right-wing movements, and war. That is why revolutionary organization, leadership, and example are required to call the discontent into life and action, to seize the time. There are serious problems and barriers to revolutionary growth now facing us, which we have to uncover and look in the face. Some are setbacks inflicted by the state, some are obstacles, weaknesses, and contradictions among us, some are anti-revolutionary currents and errors within the movement. 11. Obstacles. Anti-organization tendencies. The lack of a national organization, embracing and based in popular movements, unified around anti-imperialism is a most severe weakness. A generation of cadre was built in the struggles of the 60s and early 70s. People need organization. Organization unites, gives direction and breadth to particular political work. The lack of organization affects all other problems. It leaves people with no place to go to join the struggle, no way to connect to something larger than ourselves, no form for struggling and resolving our other problems. Good local work or work focused around one single issue suffers from the lack of national, overall organization. The failures and the dissolution of previous organizations have served as an excuse for anti-organizational tendencies, attacking and undermining all forms of organization. The idea prevails that organization means giving up individual integrity, or is irretrievably sexist/male-dominated, or is by definition oppressive. Like every other revolutionary movement on earth, we desperately need good organizations, strong and healthy, to embody the struggle and direct our energies like a spear. Cynicism. The subjective mood of surrender and powerlessness is expressed in various repudiations of the 60s or turning to idealistic utopian solutions. Cynicism coincides with extreme individualism, expects the revolution to somehow be pure, and victories easy. We also face adversity. Some activists feel extremely demoralized, some feel burned out from the difficulties of revolutionary work. We must help each other through pain and breakdown, through separation, loss, and death. We must care for the physical and mental health of the revolutionary community, for those in prison, for the raising of the children and the sustenance of the older people. At the same time as we recognize the real difficulties, we nourish our revolutionary spirit, commit every fiber of our lives to the struggle. Sexism. The full participation and leadership of women is necessary for successful and healthy revolution. Revolutionary organizations must recognize the struggle for women's liberation as a fundamental political revolution and must repudiate the intolerable backwardness of all forms of sexism. The development of the independent women's movement as well as active struggle against the institutions and ideas of sexism are the basis for ensuring that the revolution genuinely empowers women. Racism. The left must make clear at every point its unswerving and militant support for the liberation of Black, Puerto Rican, Chicano, Native American and all Third World peoples. It must refuse to compromise this active support for short-term gains, or to win the approval of whites we are trying to organize at the workshop, in the schools or the communities. This is true for the whole movement and for every individual in the movement. The creation of an anti-racist white movement is the necessary foundation for the functional unity of Third World and white enemies of the empire. Anti-racist organizing and action can create this unity. Where this kind of work has begun, it should be broadened and extended. 12. Anti-revolutionary errors in the movement. There are two currents of thought and activity that conspire to hold back the power of the movement. They are American exceptionalism and reformism. These tendencies often unite and reinforce each other. They are subtly embedded in various tendencies and accepted truisms in the left, and they are strategically put forward by the enemy to deflect us. They are both racist in effect. American exceptionalism is the assumption that for one reason or another U.S. technological superiority, the post-scarcity economy, the system of democracy, our advanced consciousness, our revolutionary struggle is not subject to the same general conditions and the same general necessities as others. It assumes different faces. One is American superiority, a kind of cultural chauvinism. This is characterized by the acceptance of some of these positions, that imperialism is something different from and unnecessary to capitalism, something that happens outside the U.S., incidental to the struggle here. U.S. society is stable and even, not subject to the great dislocations and wrenching changes sweeping the world. Our feminist consciousness is more advanced than that of women in Third World liberation movements or in Cuba or Vietnam. Our revolution will be a consciousness revolution. On the plane of personal relations and sexuality we have passed beyond anything as old-fashioned as socialism. Of course there are new conditions and unique aspects to U.S. society. Our revolution makes its own contributions. But we have to elicit the class consciousness and struggle out from beneath layers of false consciousness, resignation, and fearfulness. Our women's movement is a great new vital movement, but we can also learn much from women of the Third World about who our enemy is and how to mobilize to fight him. The repudiation of cultural oppression isn't everything, but it does constitute a serious break with the brainwashing control of empire. As a people we are saturated with the myth of American superiority. As a revolutionary people, we must take our place in the human community resolutely opposed to all expressions of arrogance. Another form of American exceptionalism is rejecting forms of struggle for the U.S. which are obviously necessary in other parts of the world. Some people actually defend the taking up of arms by the Vietnamese people, the Chilean workers or the Chinese Revolution to preserve the territory within U.S. borders from the same laws and forces which produce revolution everywhere else. This is half-hearted internationalism. Colossal arrogance is concealed in the self-deception that Third World people and socialist countries can and must do the fighting while we have some kind of free ride, tidy and constitutional. Reformism deceives and derails the movement by putting forward the strategy of peaceful transition to socialism. It pretends to reassure the people by spreading pacifist and conciliatory ideas. It sells short the sacrifices and strivings of the people, disarms them of their correct understanding of the intractable nature of the enemy and disarms them of their own power and will to fight and win. Reformism assumes the essential goodness of U.S. society, in conflict with the revolutionary view that the 13. Islam is rotten to the core and must be overthrown. Reformism rejects revolutionary violence by treating each new armed act as if it were a Reichstag fire, an act of provocation, or premature. Along with denouncing armed struggle comes the exaggerated emphasis on legality and electoral struggle, or an attempt to influence power by collaboration with the best aspects of the imperialists. Thus many good struggles which are parallel to and complementary to militant and armed struggle are instead turned against it, and posed as an alternative. Another characteristic of reformism is mainstreamism, the attempt within the left to take on the coloration of the worst aspects of the mainstream of U.S. society and history so as to be acceptable, and thereby change things without disturbing people too much. This is an attempt to slide in under the flag. In the name of becoming integrated with the U.S. people, this movement abdicates its responsibility to confront racism and class rule and change it. It becomes corrupt. Setbacks inflicted by the state. We are fighting a treacherous and ruthless enemy. The state has implemented a plan to contain and crush the power of revolution. In the last period they have inflicted some serious blows which have set back the struggle. Counterinsurgency. A major organized attack has been mounted against black people and the black community by Nixon forces. Like U.S. military interventions against Third World peoples, this campaign of genocide is a measure of the powerful threat to empire posed by black people. It has included waves of assassinations of black leaders, imprisoning large sectors of the young militant population, often for life, infiltration, and generalized terror. Heroin and methadone traffic have been massively directed against black urban communities. Part of a generation of black youth has been lost to drugs. It was irresponsible of us in 1970 to emphasize only the social role of consciousness expanding drugs without making a frontal assault on the genocidal me of heroin the main thrust of our position on drugs. The government has come down hard on the entire black community, massive unemployment, schools which cultivate illiteracy among black children, cutbacks in funds for the cities which hasten the collapse of communities through terrible housing and welfare starvation. It is impossible to estimate the human cost of the government's strategy, the lives of people like Jonathan and George Jackson. Repression. The nature of Nixon's extra-legal attack on the movement was spelled out in the J. Edgar Hoover memo of May 1968 and elaborated by Mitchell and the Justice Department and White House CIA types. It is a strategy of infiltration, disruption, and selected blows against anti-war and revolutionary, movements and leaders. It did temporarily succeed in creating a climate of distrust and suspicion on the left. Its tactics included threats and intimidation, espionage, grand juries, and long trials and selected murders. The strategy against the black movement and the strategy against the anti-war left are different faces of the same apparatus. Their basic repressive strategy is to divide, separate out, and make vulnerable. To divide Third World and white, those in prison from those outside, those in solitary from those in population, leaders from the grassroots and the guerrillas from the mass movement. Organizing a base for fascism. In the US this means racism, building explicitly or thinly disguised anti-black and Third World campaigns. To the extent that they have gone unchallenged by organized revolutionary forces, they have been serious defeats. The anti-busing movement is a Nixon special, a tragedy for children and anti-racist people. The entire elaborate campaign against busing is promoted to disguise the fact that segregation of schools today is more intense and extensive than in 1954 when the Supreme Court ordered it ended. Anti-busing will roll hack integration where it has happened and entrench a segregated school system firmly in the control of racist white boards of education. The campaign is violently anti-black, under cover of anti-busing. In Boston 20,000 whites marched against the busing of children. In Pontiac, Michigan, Ozone Park, and Canarsie, New York, white parents attacked school buses and poured oil on black children. Nixon's anti-busing campaign goes hand in hand with drastic cuts of funds for education. Education for Third World children in segregated schools is colonial-style. Black, Chicano, and Puerto Rican youth north and south are abused, overcrowded, ignored if quiet and drugged if not, lost in detention centers and beaten. Anti-busing has a political meaning which is not at all about whether busing is the best way to achieve decent education for most children. The real question is, who will control the schools? The design of the state is control of the child's education, whether in the integrated or segregated school. Segregate where you can, track the kids where you must integrate. White racist control of the schools attempts to prevent the black child from succeeding in that dangerous and subversive endeavor, learning to read. A similar assault has been mounted against the people on welfare, women, children, and old people. Rockefeller and Reagan have led special drives to institute photo identity cards, compulsory work programs, and impossible requirements to drive people off welfare by every means. Nixon has twice based his election propaganda on the rallying cry of law and order. This has led to a national reorganization of police forces, greater police use of advanced counterinsurgency technology developed for Vietnam, and greater centralization of police forces through computers, training, and coordinating groups like LEAA. Anti-crime legislation mobilizes racist fears in the white population. It has been successful enough to undo many gains of the previous 2 decades, to initiate preventive detention, undermine the jury system and put into effect new mandatory death penalties. 2 models are the Special Police Crackdown Unit used in Detroit, called Stress, which was responsible for the murder of many black people, and the new Rockefeller drug law, which forces legal addiction by giving people a choice between long prison sentences and lifetime parole, or mandatory methadone maintenance. If we do not create an anti-racist left, the masses of white people being bombarded with these measures have little alternative but to resolve these fears and these conflicts the traditional way in complicity with racism. Continuing crisis at home. Conditions will not wait for us. With the decline of imperialism, the ability to expand and export basic contradictions becomes less available to the U.S. rulers, and this means continual crisis and hardship for people here. We are looking at 2 of these crises to analyze their origins and their consequences for the imperialists and for the people. Governmental crisis. In the wake of the U.S. defeat in Vietnam comes an unprecedented governmental crisis. Watergate is a magnificent victory of the struggles of the 60s, a reflection of the war coming home. Crisis chases crisis as state leaders search for a consolidating strategy. The turmoil is indicative of serious and fatal weaknesses in the system. It offers an unparalleled opportunity for revolutionary and popular movements. Nixon has been caught with the chicken in his hand. His known crimes include sabotage of elections, cover-up of the sabotage, land deals, income tax evasions, tampering with the evidence, giant swindles and fixes, not to mention his secret wars abroad and at home, campaigns of race hatred, the air war against Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, and violation of the ceasefire agreement. Nixon's re-election was a low point. But the unanimity of his election was momentary and hollow, it began crumbling immediately. The terror bombing of Hanoi was carried out just before the Paris Peace. 16. Agreement which acknowledged List-Def, national liberation both here and abroad, is a knife to the strategic underbelly of the monster. To say that U.S. imperialism is on the defensive does not mean it is toothless, nor that its overthrow will come fast or simply. In its D-line, imperialism is extremely cruel, and it will use every weapon it has to deceive, divide, starve, torture, and murder those who attack it. But its eventual overthrow is inevitable. As colonized nations liberate themselves, imperialism's ability to maintain a stable economy and ideological hegemony over its own people crumbles. The decline of imperialism produces continuing crises inside the U.S., Watergate, energy crisis, unemployment. The traditional outlets for domestic crisis and conflict, the export of contradictions, racism, war, have become less workable. It is certain that another crisis will follow the last, that unpredictable crises will color the future. Each separate crisis is temporary and able to be rationalized in the short run, but the overall crisis and decline of imperialism is permanent and ongoing. The crises related to imperial decline create great possibilities for a leap in revolutionary consciousness. Throughout its history, the rulers of the US have maintained their power by creating privileged sectors among the people and letting us fight over the privileges. In this, their main weapon is white supremacy. Now great fissures have appeared. The wealth of the world is no longer completely at the disposal of the US. Imperialism is faced with the necessity to militarize and increase its control over US society, especially the dissident and rebellious sectors. The empire feeds on war. War is necessary for expansion and colonial control, but unsuccessful and unjust war loosens the imperialists' hold over the home base. As peoples reclaim their lands and their resources, imperialism is forced to extract more WGTH from everywhere it can where it still can reach in the Third World, from its capitalist allies and competitors, and from the US people. This is the increasing trend of the 70s, the trend of crisis and depression. Our job is to tap the discontent seething in many sectors of the population, to find allies everywhere people are hungry or angry, to mobilize poor and working people against imperialism. In this process the people will continue to generate new culture and new forms for the struggle to fit our particular conditions and time. There are beautiful developments, like the rising of women against the oppression of male supremacy, and the struggle of young people against alienation and oppression, which are full of revolutionary possibilities. We are not alone. The struggles for national liberation are the lifeblood of our own, their battles are the front line against our common enemy. We have an urgent responsibility, to destroy imperialism from within in order to help free the world and ourselves from its grasp. Without underestimating the difficulties, this is our position of strength. We use all the weapons available to us. This necessarily includes mass militant action and guerrilla action to lay the foundation for the decisive armed struggle. This paper is a strategy for revolutionary anti-imperialism. Anti-imperialism defines our struggle and direction, helps us correctly. 23. Identify our enemy and our friends, and is the necessary basis for advancing our movement. The strategic weak point of empire today is its hold of its external and internal colonies, and it is there that imperialism receives the heaviest blows. Our final goal is the destruction of imperialism, the seizure of power, and the creation of socialism. Our strategy for this stage of the struggle is to organize the oppressed people of the imperial nation itself to join with the colonies in the attack on imperialism. This process of attacking and weakening imperialism involves the defeat of all kinds of national chauvinism and arrogance. This is a precondition to our fight for socialism. The Vietnamese struggle provides a strategic model. As the anti-colonial liberation movement advanced, contradictions within the US heightened, creating more favorable conditions for revolutionary organizing and action. We organized our people and our movement advanced. As anti-imperialist movement gathered strength and moved forward, this aided the Vietnamese who dealt a decisive blow to US imperialism. Revolution is a dialectical process of destruction and creation. In the US, revolution is intimately bound to the process of defeating imperialism around the world. Any inception of socialism defined in national terms, within so extreme and predatory an oppressor nation as the US, is a view that leads in practice to a fight for particular privileged interest and is a very dangerous ideology. Active combat against empire is the only foundation for socialist revolution in the oppressor nation. Socialism is the total opposite of imperialism. It is the rejection of Empire and white supremacy and Algeria, recognized the PRG and the Cambodian government in exile of Norodom Sihanouk, and sparked the growth of the Progressive Alliance that is becoming an increasingly important force in the world. By tying down the US military forces throughout the 60s, the Vietnamese opened up the space for other Third World nations to resist imperialism. With the bulk of US armed forces in Vietnam, including 70% of the Air Force at the height of the air war, the US was not in a position to send the Marines to Chile nor to intervene for Portugal in Guinea-Bissau. Cuba was able to survive, and in turn help Vietnam. This was Che's understanding of 3. Many Vietnam's strategy to overextend and defeat US imperialism. 30. The Vietnamese say, if the resistance is strong, even a hawk may be forced to withdraw. If the resistance is weak, even a dub may be tempted to invade. By forcing the US to use its entire array of weapons, Vietnam stripped all pretense from US neocolonialism. Anti-US demonstrations took place in the Philippines, Mexico, Lebanon, Iran, and Argentina. This showed an inherent instability in the US empire. Neocolonial governments faced pressure from their own people to oppose the Vietnam War or face rebellion at home. The US attempt to win the war exacerbated the US balance of payments and produced a monetary crisis. Skyrocketing inflation and unemployment at the same time, supposedly an impossibility under modern capitalism, cut into the living standards of third world people, working people, and the poor throughout the US. The deteriorating economic situation of the US has meant that its domination over rival advanced capitalist countries is under greater attack and is no longer as secure. The growing strength of Japan and the EEC pose new conflicts for US imperialism. There is no doubt that the present political isolation of US imperialism, evidenced in the recent UN decision to declare Puerto Rico a colony, the Arab and African stand against US-backed Israeli Zionism, the world condemnation of the US and NATO support for Portugal's African wars, the admission of the People's Republic of China to the UN, recognition of Cuba by a number of Latin American countries can all be traced to US defeat in Vietnam. National victory. The victory won by the Vietnamese against US imperialism is plainly reflected in the ceasefire agreement. The United States and all other countries respect the independence, sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity of Vietnam as recognized by the 1954 Geneva Agreements and Vietnam. And the United States will not continue its military involvement or intervene in the internal affairs of South Vietnam. The agreement further states that the United States will dismantle its military bases in South Vietnam, will withdraw all military forces including advisors, and will not introduce new military personnel, armaments, munitions, and war material into South Vietnam. This is a statement of the goals of the National Liberation Front since its founding in 1960, goals that the U.S. government was forced to accept and sign after 13 years of aggression. 31. The period of total war and attempted genocide has been defeated, and the U.S. now has been forced into a public recognition of the NLF program. The Vietnamese victory came at a phenomenal cost to the Vietnamese people and their homeland. Their suffering was incalculable. Yet their victory is of enormous consequence. The Vietnamese people, through massive mobilization and the successful carrying out of a people's war of liberation, drove out the U.S. invading force, and thereby checked the advance of U.S. imperialism. The Vietnam War shows that an organized, united Third World nation can hold off and eventually defeat the full force of U.S. imperialism. This is a major blow to the U.S. attempt to convince peoples, including those within its own boundaries, that it is invincible. The Vietnamese strategy was based on the mobilization of their own people. They raised People's War to a new level of heroism and humanity, applying the strategy to Vietnamese conditions. The Vietnamese say, if the resistance is strong, even a hawk may be forced to withdraw. If the resistance is weak, even a dove may be tempted to invade. The Vietnamese liberation forces were able to defeat each successive U.S. strategy. The Tet Offensive of 1968 showed that 500,000 U.S. troops would not be enough to maintain the U.S. in Vietnam. Nixon created the policy of Vietnamization, changing the color of the corpses. It was a failure militarily, defeated in the invasions of Cambodia and Laos, and in the 1972 final offensive. It was these defeats, capped by the failure of Nixon's late December bombings of Hanoi and Haiphong, which forced him to withdraw U.S. forces just as the French were obliged to withdraw after their defeat at Dien Bien Phu. The Vietnamese refer to the destruction of 1/5 of the entire US B-52 fleet over Hanoi and Haiphong during the bombings as the Dien Bien Phu of the skies. Chapter 1, Article 1 of TNE ceasefire agreement states simply and clearly that the U.S. accepts the definition of Vietnam recognized by the 1954 Geneva Agreements on Vietnam. This says that Vietnam is one country, temporarily divided. The full measure of U.S. defeat can be judged when one considers that in 1954 the U.S. won, refused to accept the Geneva Agreements, 2. Immediately set out to subvert them by installing a neocolonial puppet regime in Saigon, and 3. Fought the longest war in U.S. history to maintain 2 Vietnams. All for Vietnam. The vanguard nature of Vietnamese liberation in the past decade means that we can approach the difficult question of class analysis, consciousness, and potential, by looking at how various groups within society were affected by anti-war struggle. This way we avoid an idealist or opportunist class analysis, and begin with our understanding, based on practice, of the leading anti-imperialist forces in society. Black and Third World people, and young people, especially students and members of the armed forces, responded to the Vietnam War in the most consistently principled way. These are the forces within society who kept open the possibility of joint action between the oppressed in our country and those in the Third World. Because of its anti-imperialist perspective, the EU left became a cutting edge for the expression of working class consciousness and commitment. Support for the leading force in the fight against the common enemy is the essential and necessary content of proletarian internationalism here and now. Many organizations pay lip service to the anti-imperialist struggle. But those movement organizations, who, in practice, did not come to give full support to the Vietnamese struggle as the main priority of class struggle, made a serious error. This was especially true during the 1972 final offensive, when between the launching of the offensive on March 31, 1972, and the signing of the ceasefire agreement on January 27, 1973, the slogan of the movement should have been, "All for Vietnam." By this measure we criticize our own practice during the final offensive, when we organized under this slogan, but were not successful in carrying out our full program, especially at the time of the Christmas bombings of Hanoi and Haiphong. This does not mean that organizing among women, students, or workers should have been deferred so that we all could work on mobilizations. It does mean that the period of the final offensive was a unique time in history, when a specific struggle of momentous consequence to the overall weakening of imperialism was in a decisive stage that required full and uncompromising support. It will be a great leap if we can learn to identify those crucial times when a particular anti-imperialist focus becomes the central strategic task of our movement. Today, many of the same errors continue to play themselves out in various movement responses to the continuing imperialist aggression in SE Asia. A major error is to be blind to Vietnam's victory. This mistake does not distinguish between victory and final victory. There are many victories still to be won in Vietnam: the defeat of the puppet regime in the South, reunification of the North and South, the consolidation of socialism throughout all of Vietnam. But victory in revolution is not like the seventh game of the World Series. Victory is built for over time, through a series of successes and failures. When a variety of quantitative changes achieve a point of qualitative change, this can be considered a victory. The defeat of U.S. ground troops provides an example. For 3 years the Vietnamese fought the full force of the U.S. armed forces on the ground. In that time there were many defeats and losses as well as many victories. By Tet, 1968, the successes had become the direction of the war. The Tet offensive was extremely costly to the Vietnamese liberation fighters. It was also the decisive point in the victory over U.S. ground forces. It was the point at which Vietnamese victory became inevitable, and the remaining question became, at what cost? The Vietnamese demand for this stage of the struggle was for U.S. ground troops to leave their soil, to allow the Vietnamese themselves to resolve the conflict. This has been partially achieved and is the essence of the victory of the ceasefire agreement. Another major error is to say that the anti-war movement was powerless and failed to affect the outcome of the war. These are words we hear from Nixon. They are destructive lies. Don't do the state's work. With an enemy as powerful as U.S. imperialism, every people's victory is to be treasured and claimed. To deny the major accomplishments of our movement leaves the people weak and demoralized. In our statement Common Victories on the occasion of the signing of the ceasefire agreement we said, "We urge all opponents of the government's war policies to allow themselves to seize and celebrate this triumph. We welcome the renewal which comes from sharing the aspirations of a heroic people. Distrust of the Nixon rulers must not blind us to the light of Vietnam. Without savoring our common victories, we become cynical and paralyzed. Expecting everything, we discard anything less. Now the Vietnamese can order their unification, plant and harvest, heal and teach, in their own time. The movement played a specific and important role. Without it, the Johnson-Nixon governments would most likely have launched a land invasion of North Vietnam *0 tactical or full nuclear war, started a war with China, bombed the dikes of North Vietnam. These were all genocidal weapons in the ruling class arsenal. Without a growing anti-war movement, without drastic escalation in the nature and militancy of our resistance, they might have been used. The political cost at home for each successive strategy became an important point in deterring the use of these weapons. A point of great resistance to the war was the *Lay 1970 youth rebellions in response to the U.S. invasion of Cambodia. The uprising forced Nixon into an early withdrawal from Cambodia and resulted in legislation prohibiting direct U.S. intervention in Cambodia. Perhaps most importantly, Nixon did not dare use massive U.S. troops in the subsequent invasion of Laos. This restriction aided the stunning victory of the Pathet Lao, a decisive defeat for Nixon's strategy of extending the war throughout Indochina. The anti-war movement can count other significant successes in a decade of resistance. Never in the entire history of the U.S. did the rulers have a harder time controlling the minds that pulled the triggers than in Vietnam. Active duty enlisted people developed high consciousness about the nature of imperialism. Military insubordination, desertion, sabotage, and fragging weakened the Imperial Army and made it unreliable. A result, U.S. ground forces can no longer be counted upon as a dependable weapon of counterinsurgency. It is very difficult to imagine sending an army that has so many blacks and Third World soldiers to put down wars of liberation in Africa or to side with Israeli Zionism in the Mideast. Military conscription has been abolished. Volunteer army is a somewhat futile attempt to rebuild a strong military by eliminating the 35 ITAGICU VUTI /ILEEK unwilling draftee JQLJE /JYL1ROI.SHT /or:/MFIN to detail 1SE SCCN1L Mara LLB5. A third major error is to say that the struggle of an underdeveloped country like Vietnam is so fundamentally different from our own that there are no lessons to be learned. The Vietnamese people have taught us a lot if we are able to open ourselves and learn. They have shown in practice how to build a revolutionary culture based on internationalism and total commitment to the struggle. In the days immediately following the coup in Chile, the police occupied a large factory. About 20 workers died in combat, and a young Vietnamese who had been there since June 1973, learning the technology of food production, climbed on the roof, filled his pockets with dynamite sticks and jumped on top of a police bus as it was coming into the courtyard. He was killed along with 40 policemen. The Vietnamese have shown in practice how to respond to setbacks and defeat by mobilizing and continuing to build forward motion. Victory lies in collective unity, courage, and sacrifice. The leading role of women in the Vietnamese struggle has been a lesson and an inspiration to oppressed people everywhere. The high number of women in Thio's jails, over 100,000, indicates the role women play in the liberation movement. Tens of thousands have been active in the guerrilla army. The Women's Union of South Vietnam has been a leading organization of the liberation struggle. Elderly women composed the army of mothers of fighters, bringing food and medicine to the soldiers on the battlefield. The desertion rate of the Saigon Army, which soared to 20,000 per month during the 1972 final offensive, was partly the work of the political army of women known as the Long-Haired Army in 1970, while working in the rice fields. A mother and 36 daughter-in-law were raped and killed by U.S. soldiers. This drove a group of Saigon women, including Mrs. Ngoba Tan, a lawyer with a PhD from Columbia University, to organize the Committee to Defend the Right to Live and the Dignity of Vietnamese Women. Their demands were that the dignity of women be respected, that the right of women to struggle be recognized, that U.S. troops be withdrawn, and that a coalition government in South Vietnam be formed. Two Vietnamese women leaders are especially known and loved around the world. Madame Nguyen Thi Binh is the foreign minister of the PRG of SVN. Now 47, she has participated continuously in the struggle since she was 18 years old. At 24 she was imprisoned and tortured by the South Vietnamese police under French direction. Today she is working in her office in Quang Tri province. Madame Nguyen Thi Di1H, from a poor peasant family, is now the deputy commander-in-chief of the army of the PRG of SVN. She was 17 when she joined the resistance. In 1945 she led the first armed uprising against the French, and in 1960 she led the first armed uprising against the US-supported dictatorship of Ngo Dinh Diem. Prior to the Vietnamese victory the US seemed invincible. In our lifetime we had not been aware of any US defeat. Of course the US didn't win in Korea, but this information was skillfully hidden from us. This knowledge affects our ability to conceive of revolution in our country. The Vietnamese organized around the idea that there is a difference between the people of the US and the government of the US. By so doing they helped make it real. A major reason for the success of the anti-war movement here was the friendship extended by the Vietnamese people to the US people. The significance of the ceasefire agreement is that the strength of people in Vietnam, around the world, in the US itself was pitted against a handful of men who control technological power and the means of violence. A small poor country can defeat the largest richest power in the world, provided its people are united and its cause is just. What an ominous message for Theos Empire. What an inspiration and comfort for all people. Support the Vietnamese struggle. People are protest weary and now some have been put to sleep. They believe, the media, not only that the war is over, but that the conflict has receded into the background. Our movement is very much undermined by accepting these lies. Not only does it alienate us from our history and so prevent a maturing of movement, but it is also a betrayal of the Vietnamese. We cannot make the mistake of waiting until the war heats up again to respond to imperialist plans. Our inaction increases the chances of US military re-intervention. Theo would fall if the US cut off all aid. Support of the Vietnamese Revolution can be incorporated into individual practice as well as the program of anti-imperialist organizations. Whatever work we do, in daycare centers, in factories, on the streets or in jails, education about Vietnam, support for the demands of the Vietnamese. 37. People, and resistance to Nixon's aggression are priorities for revolutionaries organizing at this time. Vietnam should play a role in our everyday work. It is true that Vietnam work cannot be sustained if it is isolated from the building of the left. However, a left which does not relate to Vietnam is not a healthy left. 4 main issues. Attacks on liberated zones. Theo and his administration have been saying that they expect a military offensive by the north, but it is Theo's forces that are guilty of attacking and attempting to reconquer liberated territory. South Vietnamese pilots have dropped US-made bombs from US-made planes all over the liberated zones. Theo is using the pretext of an offensive to cover his own violations of the agreement and as an excuse to get more advanced weapons and more money from the US, in violation of the agreement. His friend Nixon may not last as the US president and Theo knows he has little support left. No aid to Theo. In the agreement, the US recognized the reality of 2 separate zones of administration, 2 governments, and 2 armies in the South. Nixon has since denied this in his statements. In the agreement, the US pledged not to impose an administration or political personality, to respect the South Vietnamese people's right to self-determination. But US aid and weapons maintain the Theo administration. We must warn the people of the risk of war. Healing the wounds of war. The US has failed to honor Article 21 of the agreement, which calls for the US to contribute to healing the wounds of war and to post-war reconstruction of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam and throughout Indochina. Political prisoners. The agreement calls for the release of all political prisoners held in Theo's prisons. but over 200,000 people remain imprisoned by THIO for political beliefs and actions. At the time of the signing of the agreement, THIO reclassified thousands of political prisoners as common criminals as a tactic to avoid their release. Many of these people are leaders of the anti-THIO, non-communist, neutralist group the Third Force in South Vietnamese. 38. Politics. According to the terms of the agreement, they are supposed to help form the new tripartite government of national reconciliation and concord. Their release is essential to the successful implementation of the agreement. The South Vietnamese prisons and tiger cages are built by the U.S. construction combine RMKB-RJ. Smith & Wesson manufactures the handcuffs used in the Saigon jails. Prison officials are trained and their funds are supplied by only one source, the U.S. government. A program to focus on Vietnam. Justice to war criminals, amnesty for resistors. The criminals of this period are the aggressors, the imperialists, the war makers. Some are corporate leaders who built the sophisticated tools of death, some are government bureaucrats who wrote the contingency plans for bombing the dikes, those responsible for ecological devastation and teaching new methods of torture. Some are the perpetrators of massacres and urban bombings. The Pentagon Papers give a partial list of the crimes and the criminals. The Watergate revelations and dissection of the Nixon organization provides another partial listing. The criminals must be brought to justice. The heroes and heroines of this period are those who opposed no matter how inarticulately, not matter what the medium the aggression in Vietnam. This includes deserters and draft resistors, those dishonorably discharged and those still in stockades, the court-martialed and the fraggers. It includes the thousands of G.1s who left the service with less than honorable discharges. It also includes civilians who were arrested and charged with acts of opposing the war, those who lost jobs and sacrificed careers, those who are fugitives or still in prison for their opposition. 39. Those who opposed the war in Vietnam deserve total vindication. Raise the demand, a single-type discharge for all veterans. Unconditional amnesty for all war resistors. The war to explain the war. The falsification of history of the Vietnam War began years ago and continues to this day. The falsification of history is a most powerful weapon, used against black people, working people, women, and Native Americans. Nixon and his strategic advisors, his coterie of ad men, have generated vast energy, spent millions of dollars and used every political swindle to hide the true story of the Vietnam War from the U.S. people. Nixon and his class are scared because the Vietnam War exposed so much. It is essential to them to convince the U.S. people that withdrawal was peace with honor, that resistance to the war inside the U.S. never had any effect or consequence on its end, that Vietnam was the most selfless war in history. The barbaric Christmas bombing was murder for propaganda, a cruel attempt to cover U.S. defeat with a show of terror. POWs have been used, trying to whip up a mood of tinny patriotism and panicky reaction where it would be easy to attack anti-war people and justify the most barbarous Nixon policies. It hasn't worked, but the battle is far from over. We must all become teachers, using pictures, maps, books, slides, and newspaper clippings as tools. The true history of Vietnam must be taken to the people and fought for. The war to explain the war should not be taken lightly by us, it is taken dead seriously by our enemies. The Provisional Revolutionary Government of South Vietnam (RR). The Provisional Revolutionary Government of South Vietnam is an internationally recognized government. It receives aid from many socialist countries. In a beautiful and historic act of international solidarity, Fidel Castro visited Quang Tri Province last year, the first head of state to enter liberated South Vietnam. In the liberated zones, the foundation for socialism is being built. South Vietnam could possibly develop the next socialist revolution to occur in the world. Support for the PRG is a priority. Life in the liberated zone of South Vietnam is organized collectively and run for the benefit of the whole people. North Vietnam has made tremendous sacrifices and served as the base area for the liberation in the south. With time, the liberated zones will grow in size and population, as more and more Vietnamese flee the oppression and dislocation of life under THIRD. Without the countryside, the cities cannot survive and will eventually fall. The Liberation Armed Forces continue to grow and continue to retaliate for attacks made by THIRD forces against the PRG territory. Only a massive re-intervention of U.S. ground troops can postpone the eventual collapse of the Saigon regime. Recognizing this, Nixon tries to ignore the PRG, referring to THIRD as the legitimate government of South Vietnam. 40. The strength of our support for the PRG will affect how long it takes for reunification to occur. The revolutionary movement must demand that the ceasefire agreement be upheld and raise the slogan, "Defend the PRG." No aid to THIRD. Free all political prisoners. Defend the PRG. Hands off Laos. US out of Cambodia. 41. We are a people who understand the price of solidarity. Many people who are living in comfort, who do not suffer from hunger or cold, whose house stays here for 100 years not destroyed at all, they do not understand the price of solidarity. But we understand what solidarity means, no matter how small it may be. In our people, there is a saying, "A piece of bread for you when are hungry is more precious than a banquet when you are better." That is why, dear friends, don't believe that your actions are so ineffective. Please don't believe here that anything you state in solidarity with Vietnam, anything you are doing, any minute you spend in the cold before the American embassy, any poster painted on the wall, all these acts are more valuable for us than all the gold you may give us. L. E. Van Sau, PRG representative, December 2, 1972. 42. 43. 3 on the road. Impressions of U.S. history. 0+. 1 does not sell the earth upon which the people walk. Tashunka Wilco. The man over there says women need to be helped in carriages and lifted over ditches, and to have the best place everywhere. Nobody ever helps me into carriages or over puddles, or gives me the best place, and ain't I a woman. Look at my arm. I have plowed and planted and gathered into harns, and no man could head me, and ain't I a woman? I could work as much and eat as much as a man when I could get it, and hear the lash as well. And ain't I a woman? I have horned 13 children, and seen most of 'em sold into slavery, and when I cried out with mother's grief, none but Jesus heard me, and ain't I a woman? Socho uner truth. I, John Brown, am now quite certain that the crimes of this guilty land will never be purged away but with blood. I had, as I now think, vainly flattered myself that without very much bloodshed it might be done. John Brown. 44. ___. A people's history is a powerful weapon. In the hands of the oppressors, history is twisted and caricatured. In the arsenal of the revolution, it helps us draw the difficult lessons from past struggles and identify the resistance which has always opposed the enemy. But history is a weapon only if used honestly, only if reverses as well as high points, accommodation with empire and white supremacy as well as resistance to it, are looked at straight on. Looking at the Founding Fathers as our radical predecessors or viewing our history as all struggle and no compromise does nothing to help us understand our present situation. The real history of the U.S. is almost totally unknown to the U.S. people. The important parts have been buried, falsified, hidden from our view. U.S. history is a product of the conflict between European invaders and Native Americans, white masters and black slaves, the colonizing army and the colonized, bosses and workers, male supremacists and women, imperialists and anti-imperialists. What must be unearthed are the possibilities for liberation at any given time, how far these were carried, what held us back, what basis was laid for future struggles, including our own. This history is not meant to be definitive, it is not a complete or chronological analysis of the U.S. past. We focus on and analyze the periods which mark intersections or qualitative turning points in the people's struggle. Many critical periods are not examined, others are looked at only in passing. This analysis represents the beginning of a process, not its final conclusion. With the U.S. government now organizing for a patriotic outburst in 1976, this is an important time to begin learning real lessons from U.S. history, preparing to take them to the people. The bicentennial period can be transformed into a time of action and organizing, demolishing the myths, drawing on the examples and the battles which have come before us. 45. In the beginning, genocide, slavery, racism. The true history of the Americas begins with the original peoples of the hemisphere, the rise of the brilliant societies of the Mayas and the Toltecs, the Caribs in the Indies, the Incas of Peru, the Aztecs of Mexico, the Taínos of Borinquen, the Iroquois of the Northeast and the Pueblos in the southwest of the U.S. This history continues today from Latin America to Alaska. The first significant European intervention was by Christopher Columbus, an Italian in the pay of Genoan capital, who sailed under the flag of Spain. Columbus noted his first day on American soil that the people are ingenious and would make good servants. When Columbus returned to Hispaniola, the occupying army he left to oversee the mining of Hispaniola had been wiped out by the Carib people. Columbus attacked again, this time subduing the Resistani and beginning systematic genocide against the Indians. In 1492, there were somewhat under 300,000 American Indians living in Hispaniola. By 1512, there were less than 14,000 Indians left on the Columbus plantations. Whole areas lost their native populations in this way as the Spanish colonialists worked millions of Indians to death. Since mines and plantations are run for profit, and couldn't work without slaves, the Spanish did two things: they turned to the trade in African slaves to repopulate the Caribbean, and THPY also rationalized their plantation system. This was to ensure that the new slaves would live long enough to breed. In Mexico and South America, the Spanish adopted a system of peonage, a form of serfdom. A class of mestizos, persons of Spanish and Indian descent, developed. This system was carried to what is now the Southwest and California. The British colonies were populated mainly by settlers. A whole group of dissenters, poor farmers and workers fled poverty and oppression to come to the New World. Many were indentured servants, or chronically unemployed. Others were poor people sentenced to long prison terms or deportation for small crimes. There were also some rich gentlemen farmers and mercenaries out for loot. There was plenty of land in North America to be had by stealing it from the American Indians. In the South, land was suitable for tobacco, indigo, rice, sugar cane, and eventually, cotton. These crops required a plantation economy and a large labor force. But with so much land for the taking, who would labor cheaply enough to make the plantation owners rich? Only forced labor slaves. Chattel slaves, that is, not people but commodities, having no family worth respecting, no personal rights or property, bound for life and generations to come. Historically, the cultural and social justification of slavery had been religious. This was true during the Crusades in Europe and in the Mideast, and was carried by feudal Spain into its conquests in the Caribbean and South and Central America. Religion was the main ideological control of feudal society and early capitalism. Chattel slavery was defended as the means of saving the souls of ignorant heathens from eternal hellfire by 46. Giving them the blessing of Christianity. When Columbus exterminated the Indians of the Caribbean and replaced them with black slaves from Africa, several important changes occurred. The plantations grew cash crops for the market and became highly profitable. Slavery became the most powerful lever of expanding capitalism. The slave trade in human bodies was itself most profitable, together with cheaper food and raw materials. This assured the victory of booming mercantile capitalism over the weaker economy of feudalism. Slavery was never a separate economy in the Caribbean or the southern colonies of North America. It served the capitalist market and capitalist production from the very first. Huge profits from the slave trade went to the commercial ports of the budding industrial areas of the Northeast and New York. In short, the cornerstone of free enterprise is the enslavement of black Africans. In the British colonies of North America, unlike the Spanish colonies, there was a population of poor workers and farmers, competing religious groups, plus traditions of descent and ideas about freeborn Englishmen. No matter how idealized these notions might have been, the fact of class struggle by a mainly Anglo, Dutch, and German white population made the problems of control different than those of the Caribbean, where there were no Spanish workers, other than soldiers. The Spanish Catholic Church, as a unified institution of the Spanish authoritarian state, was itself a powerful means of control with its missions, which were actually plantations as well. In the southern part of the British colonies of North America, conversion of blacks to Christianity tended to break down the traditional barriers between poor, indentured whites and black slaves. During the 17th century, blacks and whites escaped together from forced labor, intermarried, rebelled together in the West Indies, Virginia, South Carolina, and Maryland. Virginia planters passed a Fugitive Act in 1643 which ordered that runaway slaves should serve additional time twice the length of their absence and should be branded with an R for a second offense. Struggles continued to develop around length of service and working conditions. The faintest possibility of unity among the different classes of the oppressed terrified the slave owners. Because of this, distinctions of color and origin were promoted into an entire system of racism. Africans were made slaves for life, while the white servants were to be freed after a set period. The planters began the conscious cultivation of the whites as overseers, using the myth of the freeborn Englishman in contrast to the African now deemed an animal, less than human. Discrimination based on color did already exist in Europe, North Africa and the Mideast. However, these ideas were still incidental and subordinate to concepts of native or foreigner, Christian or pagan, aristocrat or peasant. Racism as a prime social and cultural dividing line was born in North America. Out of slavery it was born out of greed for profit, perpetrated by deception and a monopoly of firearms, not of biological superiority real or imagined. The notion that slavery is somehow based upon racial and cultural inferiority of African and other Third World peoples has been deeply embedded into every U.S. institution as the chief means of brainwashing and using the white population. 47. The importance of this to us is that it begins to focus on the other, hidden side of our history that the rulers conceal. Racism is not only directed at black people, it is also aimed at controlling whites to keep black people in slavery, and the rulers firmly in command. The institutionalizing of white supremacy created a structure to divide the white worker and small farmer from the black slave. Coupled with the economic bribe of white privilege, it is the cornerstone of U.S. history, the rock upon which capitalism and imperialism have been erected. It is not the material bribe alone that is effective, it the bribe plus self-justification, social approval and status, backed up by punishment for nonconformity, that does the trick. The U.S. invented a new kind of racism and a more horrible form of slavery. It has been building on this ever since, and exporting its variety of racism to the rest of the world. The African slave trade was an unprecedented event in human history. The modern slave trade went on for 350 years. It came to an end about 100 years ago. Africans were kidnapped on the west coast of Africa and brought to the West Indies in exchange for tobacco, cotton, rice, and molasses. In turn, slaves and the sugar products were carried to the mainland colonies, which sent food to the West Indies, tobacco and rice to Europe, and distilled rum to Africa. The first African slave arrived here in 1619. By 1770, 4/5 of all colonial exports was rum to Africa. 10 to 15 million Africans were landed in the Americas. More than that, estimates range from between 20 and 200 million died on the way. This was the triangular slave trade, the very foundation of rising capitalism. Native American resistance, the early stages. Will we let ourselves be destroyed in our turn without a struggle, give up our homes, our country bequeathed to us by the Great Spirit, the graves of our dead and everything that is dear and sacred to us? One, I know you will cry with me, never, never. Tecumseh. In North America, Native Americans prevented their enslavement as a people by fighting for their land and freedom. Indians waged protracted wars of resistance, holding out in parts of the U.S. until 1890. In spite of the destruction of whole nations, Indian culture and Indian people survive and fight to this day. Perhaps 2 million Native Americans within what is now the U.S. were killed in battle, died as slaves due to extreme overwork and little food, or from white man's diseases like measles and smallpox. They could not be captured in sufficient numbers to supply the labor force needed to enrich the European slave owners and merchants. When the attempt to enslave Ilfhans failed, the colonizers went on to destroy Indian power and seize their land. King Philip, leader of the 48 Wampanoags, understood what was happening. He worked to bring together neighboring nations and drive the settlers out. His armies fought hard, attacking 52 of the 90 New England colonial towns. Internal disputes, a hard winter, betrayals and superior firepower defeated the rebellion, which ended in August 1676. Many Indians, along with King Philip, were killed. During the colonial period, except at the very first when the settlers were weak and couldn't make it on their own, few whites accepted Indians as human beings. Some backwood people, a number of runaway servants, religious outcasts, and dissenters were friendly. Considerable numbers of escaped slaves also developed ties with Indian people, notably the Seminoles in Florida. But, the prevailing attitudes were expressed by the Dutch patroons introducing tomahawks in New Amsterdam to frontiersmen eager to scalp Indians for $100 bounty, a huge sum for those days. This was the origin of the saying, "The only good Indian is a dead Indian." The colonist came from poor, depressed parts of Europe, eager for land. The desire for land, and with it freedom from servitude and wage labor, dominated early colonial and U.S. history. Land ownership was a viable resolution of many social and class contradictions. In 1763, the British forbade colonial expansion beyond the Appalachian Mountains. This curbed the land speculations of the wealthiest colonialists, like George Washington, Ben Franklin, and Patrick Henry. It was one of the causes of the Revolution of 1776. After the Revolution, the speculators felt free to move into the West. Many Indian tribes understood the government's intentions. While the American Revolution was fought against the fetters imposed by British colonialism on the rapidly developing colonial economy, it was certainly not fought in the interests of either Native Americans or black slaves. Consider the following condemnation of King George in the Declaration of Independence. He has excited domestic insurrection amongst us and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of the frontiers, the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. Declaration of Independence. Washington's troops burned Iroquois villages during the Revolutionary War. Not one major tribe lined up with the colonists during the Revolution. In 1787, Congress authorized the takeover of the Ohio Valley. The Shawnee and the Miami, united by 30 years of struggle, fought back. Led by Little Turtle, they defeated a 1,400-man U.S. force in 1790, and in 1791 routed St. Clair's army of 2,000. In 1794, Mad Anthony Wayne invaded Indian Territory, defeated the Shawnee at Fallen Timbers, and celebrated the victory by burning every Indian village on the way back to his fort. The victors forced the Treaty of Greenville upon the Indians and poured in missionaries, whiskey, and settlers. But the Indians still did not capitulate. 49. From the Shawnee arose a great American Indian leader, Tecumseh. He rallied the nations, traveling from Canada to Missouri to Florida. He argued for unified resistance, denounced alcohol, and with the help of his brother, called for revival of Indian culture and ways. He saw the moment as a strategic one, a last chance such as will never occur again for us Indians of North America to form ourselves into one great combination. Tecumseh allied with the British in the War of 1812, starting off by capturing Detroit. The British betrayed Tecumseh, who died fighting a year later. President Thomas Jefferson purchased the Louisiana Territory from France in 1803. This territory, almost equal in size to the entire U.S. of that date, was actually the land of the Sauk, Fox, and other Indian tribes. Andrew Jackson, known as Sharp Knife to the Cherokees, rose to the presidency by winning fame as an Indian killer and village burner. He used charges of Indian violence to move into Florida, Texas, and Canada. Jackson was a popular hero, nearly everyone wanted more land, the only disputes were over how best to grab it from the Indians. Spearheading the land grab, the U.S. Army established forts throughout the Indian Territory, and began offensive operations. General Winfield Scott, a leading figure in U.S. wars against Mexico, was responsible for the Trail of Tears of the Cherokees in 1838. An entire people were forcibly removed from their homeland in the southeastern U.S. and marched all the way to a reservation in Oklahoma. The wars against the Indians, like the war against Mexico in 1848, was a war of conquest, a war for land. Demands now being made by Native Americans for land for their own sovereignty as separate nations challenge all the terms upon which the U.S. built its empire, and this is why the Native American movement has a three-piecial significance for people fighting U.S. imperialism. 50. Black resistance to slavery and the rise of the abolitionist and women's movements. The growing conflict between the northern and southern systems of production laid a basis for the Civil War. The southern system was based on slavery and the cultivation of cotton as a main crop. In 1793, the invention of the cotton gin gave the cotton industry, and with it slavery, a new economic boost. It made cleaning the southern short staple cotton fairly efficient. More abundant and cheaper cotton also helped expand the textile industry in the Northeast, which became the center for manufacturing. Cotton cultivation exhausted the soil, which created the continuing need for expansion of the plantation system into new territory. Up to 1860, the southern slave owners attempted to expand the slave system. Seaboard Atlantic states turned to slave breeding, while the expansionists eyed Cuba and Central America. Northern collaboration and compromise aided the planters. The seizure of Texas in 1836 from Mexico and its admission to the Union was part of slave owners' plots to introduce 6 new slave states into the Union. But many northern industrialists and financiers recognized that the further spread of slavery would stifle their own ambitions. More profits and more political stability could be had by opening up the West and Southwest to industrial exploitation and free farming. The planters won a great legal victory in 1857, with the Supreme Court's Dred Scott decision, which sanctioned the introduction of slavery into any free territory, even against the will of the majority of the settlers. It was the continued resistance of black slaves and their allies which finally brought matters to a head. As early as 1793, Toussaint L'Ouverture led a famous slave revolution in Haiti against the French. The Haitian Revolution terrified the southern slave owners, who feared that the example would spark similar uprisings in North America. Toussaint's forces used drums to communicate with each other. Drums were now banned from the southern plantations. Each rebellion spread panic throughout the slave-holding South. Gabriel Prosser's in Virginia in 1800, Denmark Vesey's in South Carolina in 1822, the Amistad Mutiny led by Joseph Sink in 1831, and Nat Turner's uprisings in Virginia in 1831. In 1829, David Walker, a freed black man, published David Walker's Appeal, which called upon the slaves to rise up in revolution against their bondage. Escape was a major form of slave resistance. Black soldiers returning from the War of 1812 brought back the news that slavery was outlawed in Canada. Routes of flight, twisting networks of paths, developed across the Appalachians, up through the Ohio and along the eastern seacoast. These were the routes of the Underground Railroad, which in the 1840s prided itself on being the only railroad guaranteed not to break down. In the 1850s, something like 500 black people a year penetrated the South under the most dangerous conditions to lead others to freedom. Harriet Tubman, called Moses by the slaves, was the most famous conductor. Not intimidated by a huge bounty on her head, she led hundreds north without ever losing a passenger. She said. 51. There are two things I've got a right to, and these are death and liberty. One or the other I mean to have. Noon will take me back alive. The success of the Underground Railroad resulted in the passage of the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, which ordered Northerners to return escaped slaves to the South and legalized the practice of vigilantes and slave hunters. Quakers, New Englanders, Pennsylvanians, Ohioans cooperated with black people to rescue some 75,000 slaves in this brave episode in our history. Black resistance defined the militant terms of the anti-slavery fight, and was an example to the two mass movements which grew up alongside the black struggle: the women's movement and the abolitionists. During the early 1800s, large numbers of women entered the textile mills and factories of New English, L&D, for the first time. Often they found themselves at odds with the 19th century standards of factory decorum and with the fact that they were paid far less than men doing the same work. The first strike by women took place in Dover, New Hampshire mills in 1828. Proletarianization of U.S. women in the Northeast, the social contact in the mills, was a background for the upsurge in consciousness and protest among women which would develop over the next few decades. Bourgeois women, recently freed from household chores like weaving, sewing and soap making, also began to chafe at the limitations imposed on them because of sex. From the earliest days of the anti-slavery fight, courageous women like Fanny Wright and Maria W. Stewart defied scorn and ridicule in order to speak out in public. Soon female anti-slavery societies were formed throughout the North, trying to recruit activists for the Underground Railway, to write, persuade, and awaken their sisters to the tyranny of slavery. Women raised both the issue of abolition and equality for women. Slaveholders and male supremacists responded with threats of mob violence and bitter attacks on the women's character and reputations. Angelina and Sarah Grimke, born to a Southern slave-holding family, spoke out on both freedoms and opposed more conservative elements in the anti-slavery movement who were afraid of losing support if the subject of women's freedom was raised. In 1840, the Anti-Slavery Convention in London refused to seat women. Experienced and tireless U.S. women abolitionists were forced to sit behind curtains while the main debate went on. Charles Revson, a black abolitionist, and William Lloyd Garrison, joined the women as a protest. 8 years later, the Women's Convention at Seneca Falls, New York, called for unconditional equality for women. The history of mankind is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations on the part of man towards woman, having in direct object the establishment of absolute tyranny over her. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. Seneca Falls for over a quarter of a century, until a serious split developed after the Civil War, the two movements to free the slaves and to liberate women nourished and strengthened each other. White women openly advocated freedom for black people, white and black women walked calmly. 53. Together through mobs of angry men, openly challenging the paranoia of plantation morality with its emphasis on the protection of dependent white women. This was a bold blow to racist and sexist ideology. Contrary to the lies of official bourgeois history, the abolitionists were not abstract moralists, but a social movement based on the urgent necessity to end slavery. There were fierce struggles within the movement over goals and tactics. The abolitionists were split over the question of revolutionary violence, with a substantial number of white abolitionists unwilling to accept the terms of the anti-slavery struggle. The leadership of free black people and escaped slaves like Henry Garnet, David Walker, Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, and Sojourner Truth consistently pushed the abolitionists to more militant stands. National conventions of black people in the North advocated the armed overthrow of the slave system, while some abolitionists put forward notions of slaves going quietly back to Africa. Douglass' paper, The North Star, was a voice for immediate emancipation and full rights for blacks. Douglass argued for militant resistance to slavery. If there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who profess to favor freedom and yet deprecate agitation are men who want crops without plowing up the ground. They want the ocean without the awful roar of its many waters. The struggle may be a moral one, or it may be a physical one, and it may be both moral and physical, but it must be a struggle. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will. At their best, the abolitionists refuse to ignore, and more, refuse to let anyone else ignore, the reality of slavery. We see in the abolitionists the beginnings of a tradition of mass white support for black liberation. The tensions and disagreements within the movement were not unlike those our own movement has faced, especially concerning black people's right to direct their own struggle. Abolitionists were called fanatics, lunatics, and promoters of rebellion. Garrison's defense of the Nat Turner Rebellion, in which 60 white people were killed, brought the wrath of the slavery forces upon him. But he escalated, carrying out a speaking tour of New England. From the large crowds which turned out to hear him came the first meeting for the New England Anti-Slavery Society held on January 1, 1832. They called for immediate emancipation of slaves without any compensation to the slave owners. Simultaneously, a campaign for education and literacy went on clandestinely in the South, more openly in the North. The precious and outlawed right of black people to read became a battleground as it yet is today. Prudence Crandall opened her school in Connecticut to 20 or 30 black girls in 1831, this led to her imprisonment, the burning down of her house, and attempts to suppress the school. Abolitionists like the Grimke sisters, Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, and Wendell Phillips engaged in struggles for prison reforms, against capital punishment, in support of Indian rights, and equal rights for women. Theodore Parker hid black fugitives in his Boston church and protected them with guns. And then there was old Osawatomie, John Brown. Brown led the 4 years of guerrilla warfare in Kansas, which kept that state from falling to the slavers. It was this victory in Kansas which drove the South to secede before the anti-slavery forces grew too much stronger. W.E.B. Du Bois marked this as the start of the Civil War. In 1859, John Brown, with a band of Kansas Free Soilers and ex-slaves, attacked the Harper's Ferry Arsenal in western Virginia, in direct response to the Dred Scott decision. Harriet Tubman planned to participate but was too ill to go along. John Brown's courage and sacrifice have been maligned as insanity, but he had a practical plan which almost worked. Even in defeat, he accomplished his stated goal of polarizing the mass of Northerners against slavery. Brown's action helped destroy the slave economy of Virginia, as many plantation owners, terrified by the accelerating number of slave uprisings following Brown's raid, sold their slaves in panic. The Harper's Ferry action was an effective use of armed struggle to sharpen an already ripe political situation. John Brown is an example to us of dedication, belief in people's power to affect history, and the willingness to risk everything in the cause of liberation. Reconstruction and betrayal. The Civil War began as a war fought by white people over the future of the Union. At first, the U.S. government ignored black people. There was no attempt to recruit them into the Union Army, they were not allowed to enlist. Union soldiers were forbidden to sing John Brown's Body Slavery. The underlying cause of the war was a suppressed issue. Over time, pushed by its wartime need for laborers and soldiers, and by the eagerness of black people to fight against the slave owners, the North moved toward emancipation. Fugitive slaves, including Harriet Tubman, joined the Northern forces. General Tubman led her troops in dangerous scouting and guerrilla operations during the war. With emancipation in 1863, thousands of blacks joined the army. Before the war's end, 200,000 black people fought for the Union, often in the front lines as shock troops. 300,000 more helped as laborers, scouts and spies for the North. Many other black women and men left the plantations, in a general strike against the planters. This crippled the slave economy and the Southern war effort. The Emancipation Proclamation LE freed 4 million black people from chattel slavery. Abraham Lincoln acted in order to win the war and because the slaves were already freeing themselves. This was an important victory for black people and the abolitionist movement they had inspired. A sense of optimism and determination to consolidate and extend their gains swept through the black population in the South. In the post-war Reconstruction period, unique in U.S. history, blacks and their white allies began a remarkable effort to transform the Southern system. Black historians, notably Du Bois, have challenged the lies of the standard history of Reconstruction, which all of us were taught in school. In his book Black Reconstruction, Du Bois catalogues the tremendous achievements of the Reconstruction era, poor and black people participating. 56. In government for the first time, voting and holding office, the introduction of progressive income tax, the first massive public school program in the South, tentative attempts at land redistribution, the temporary disenfranchisement of many planters/slaveholders, the abolition of imprisonment for debt, the expansion of women's rights in marriage. Black people raised the demand for 40 acres and a mule for every ex-slave, since without land reform, emancipation would leave them at the mercy of the planter class. This demand was never met because its contour challenged not only the planters but also the northern interests who were in the process of taking over southern agriculture. Gains made in public education are testimony to the progressive character of Reconstruction. At the end of the Civil War, there were no public schools in the South. By 1870 there were 250,000 children in 4,300 schools. This was the result of an astonishing effort by hundreds of Northern volunteers and abolitionists, with the substantial support of Southern black communities and families. 45% of the teachers were women, black women from the South, white women from the North. The schools they built survived the overthrow of Reconstruction, but were later rigidly segregated by race. This was a time of slow, painstaking efforts by blacks to build working relationships with the dispossessed whites of the South, alliances which never developed fully. They were finally shattered when Northern capital and the remnants of the old planter class reassumed control. The support of poor whites, working people, and other progressive whites for Reconstruction also involved tens of thousands of Northern white men and women who came south as volunteers, the carpetbaggers, slandered and defamed by later generations. Reconstruction was one of the high points of unity between black and white, overcoming white supremacy and racism in our history. This is why it has been written out of the history texts. The pro-Reconstruction forces had great strength for a while. They failed by only one vote to convict President Andrew Johnson after impeaching him for supporting the ex-slave owners and sabotaging Reconstruction. Johnson won because the capitalist North, victorious over its former and future partners, the Southern planters, was eager to get on with the conquest of the West. Crushing Reconstruction involved the conscious reinstatement of white supremacy patterns in order to destroy a kind of people's unity which, if not defeated in the South, could have spread to class war in the North itself. The counter-revolution came disguised as the Compromise of 1877. The word compromise should read betrayal. Northern Republicans sold out the black population by allowing federal troops to be withdrawn from the South, leaving ex-slaves and white Reconstructionists open to the terror campaigns of the planter class. Some of these troops were then sent north to help break strikes, others were used in the final military campaigns against the Oglalas, Hunkpapas, Cheyennes, and Nez Perce. A new power alliance emerged in the U.S., old and new Southern planters were restored to local power by accepting Northern capital's domination in both Southern agriculture and industry. This rule was enforced by the terror of the Ku Klux Klan. The Klan was established by the J. 57. Planter class to prevent black people and their white allies from consolidating their political gains. Through the Klan, like the old slave patrols, poor whites helped terrorize and control blacks. Black people were forced back into subjugation through mob violence and lynching, Jim Crow laws and wholesale disenfranchisement, and white skin became the cultural definition of power once again. While there were scattered attempts at black-white unity in these days, they fell apart as many poor whites destroyed the basis for genuine alliance by defending white supremacy. With the planters restored to the land, black people were thrust back into a new form of slavery: sharecropping. Sharecroppers rented plots of land from the planters, and in return, kept a small share of what they produced. Sharecroppers provided the planters with the bulk of the cotton crop, and had to rent tools and other necessities from them. Black sharecroppers were in debt, bound to the planters, enslaved. The consolidation of class rule and the crushing of the popular movement wrecked the hopes for a new South. The South remains an underdeveloped region of the U.S. to this day. Defeating Reconstruction was a prerequisite to the completion of continental expansion and the strengthening of capitalist power. It was accomplished by terror, the lynch rope and treachery. Supposed white allies deserted black freedmen and women. The hopeful possibilities of the era were shattered by all the forces of racist order, and a decisive step was taken on the road to full-blown, modern U.S. imperialism. Expansion and conquest. The birth of modern U.S. imperialism. Throughout this time, the U.S. was consolidating its hold over Mexican and Indian land. Once New Mexico and California were seized, the looting of land and minerals proceeded rapidly. Through the destruction of Mexican land titles, mestizo farmers were reduced to laborers on their own land. Mexicans, along with imported Chinese and Filipino laborers, became the chief cheap labor supply for the farms, cattle ranches, mines and railroads of this strategic part of the West. California provided important deep water ports on the Pacific Ocean, industrial sites, and gold. Northern industrialists had moved ahead with the Transcontinental and Santa Fe railroads. The former was built by Chinese and Irish labor, the latter by Mexicans. As railroads moved west, the last of the Indian lands were conquered. By the late 1870s, the heart of the Indian resistance was shattered. Crazy Horse was assassinated high government agents in 1877 at Fort Robinson, Nebraska. In 1890, the U.S. Army committed the Wounded Knee Massacre. Rumors of an Indian resurgence had been sweeping the country. The Ghost Dance, a Paiute prophecy of a return to native power, had taken root at Pine Ridge Reservation. When the U.S. Army attacked on December 29, 1890, it was not a spontaneous crime. It was an attempt to wipe out hostile Indians, to commit genocide against the Oglala Nation. Over 300 Indians were killed, many women and children. Afterwards, 18 cavalrymen received Congressional Medals of Honor for gallantry and bravery. 58. This was the age of the robber barons, the time when Rockefeller, Morgan, and Carnegie made their first stolen fortunes. The normal cycles of capitalist production glutted markets and caused a series of depressions. In the 27 years between the Panic of 1873 and 1900, over half were years of depression. As the big industrialists and financiers made their money, the people went hungry and were forced out of work. Capitalism squeezed its domestic workforce to the bone, and the workers in the new northern and western industrial centers of the working class raised the specter of class warfare at a time when the frontier, the traditional safety valve for class discontent, was shrinking. Workers were crowding the cities, forming new communities, understanding the need for collective action. The era of monopoly capitalism was dawning. The ruling class looked to colonial expansion as the solution to economic crisis and saying class discontent. Revolt within the Spanish Empire opened opportunities in the Caribbean and the Philippine Islands. Rival imperialist powers were engaged in full-scale contention over the penetration of China, so the idea of a strategic base in the Philippines was tempting. The Spanish-American War of 1898 was a case of imperialist aggression cloaked in democratic slogans. The McKinley administration at first justified the war as an anti-colonial, anti-imperialist support to the rebelling Cuban, Puerto Rican and Filipino peoples. The battleship Maine was sent to Havana and sunk as a final incitement. Puerto Rico was seized as a U.S. colony. Cuba was not seized outright, it was instead made a protectorate with control imposed by the U.S. through the hated Platt Amendment. The U.S. occupied Guantanamo and set up a naval base there. This base remains a constant U.S. colonial presence in liberated Cuba. In the Philippines, Theodore Roosevelt, the Assistant Secretary of the Navy, and Senator Cabot Lodge of Massachusetts hatched plots with Admiral Dewey to seize Manila and prepare armed intervention to recolonize the island. By the time Dewey got there, the Filipino liberation forces had taken all the rest of the country from the Spanish. A phony attack on U.S. lines outside of Manila was staged and the counter-revolutionary war was on. It lasted 6 years, required a U.S. force of 90,000 soldiers at its peak, and ended with 600,000 Filipinos dead on Luzon Island alone. Those who lived found themselves under harsher rule than even that of Spain. Filipinos to this day are fighting guerrilla warfare against US supplied troops and at L1's hack the neo-colonial regime. As the war went on, and US soldiers died from wounds and diseases, the truth about Filipino resistance came out and direct racist and economic appeals to workers and businessmen replaced cover UPS about fighting for Filipino freedom. William Randolph Hearst made his fortune by whipping up racist war fever in his columns. The Hearst papers ran banner headlines, arguing that the Yellow Peril must be defeated. There was opposition. Individuals like Mark Twain, an anti-imperialist league in Massachusetts which grew to have branches in Chicago and the far west, some workers' organizations, plus a few abolitionist and populist veterans. But it is important to understand why, in spite of strong anti-colonial traditions going. 59. _lil_I/. Back to Revolutionary War days, most people finally accepted this leap into full-fledged and open imperialism. Class struggle at home was muted by plunder abroad. Many workers supported imperialist expansion as an acceptable way to ease economic crisis in the U.S. With the war against the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and Cuba, many U.S. citizens condoned imperialism in the same way they had grown accustomed to justifying genocide against Native Americans or lynching of black sharecroppers. The ruling class organized for world empire in the same ways it organized for continental conquest. Racism against Mexican farmhands and Chinese laborers was now turned against Cubans, Filipinos, and Puerto Ricans. Internationalism, the commitment to unity in struggle with other people in other lands against the common enemy, does not spring automatically from a culture poisoned by slavery, internal colonization, and the slaughter of the native population. It has to be fought for constantly. Moreover, when leaders of the American Federation of Labor, like Samuel Gompers, ended up supporting the war against the Philippines, they began more and more to sabotage the struggles of millions of unorganized immigrant laborers, women, and unskilled workers. They looked down on these workers as outcasts, and often showed the same contempt for them as the despised Filipinos and blacks. The AFL came to represent mainly the aristocracy of labor. Daniel de Leon, a socialist organizer, called the AFL the labor lieutenants of the capitalist class. Based in the highly skilled crafts, elitist, all-white, opposed to militancy, the AFL even then served as an emergency brake on the class struggle. The opposition: miners, women, immigrants, wobblies. Alongside this history of accommodation to imperialism, there are also the great movements and acts of opposition: the stirrings, the militant strikes, the courage of the Marquette martyrs, the women's shirtwaist makers, the wobblies, the Molly Maguires, the Western Federation of Miners, the day-to-day survival struggles of the immigrants. In this disloyal opposition, we can recognize our roots. On May 4, 1886, in Chicago, a workers' rally was called to protest the murder of striking McCormick Harvester employees a few days before. As it ended, a bomb was tossed, killing one policeman. 7 labor and anarchist leaders were framed and convicted, and 4 were executed for the act. From this struggle, people all around the world commemorate May Day. The city of Chicago erected a monument to police power, the statue of a policeman which, until recently, stood in Haymarket Square. In the 1890s, miners in Colorado and Idaho faced the guns of federal and state troops as they fought for the 8-hour day. After long hours in the mines, workers would meet, teach each other to read, argue politics, talk about socialism and revolution. In 1892, the Western Federation of Miners formed, an organization which led major strikes. 60. throughout the next decade. In the same year, the Homestead Strike was crushed when federal troops massacred striking steel workers in Pennsylvania. In the early 1900s, the labor force underwent a rapid transformation as 15 million immigrants came to the U.S. Those who came from Europe settled in the industrial and commercial centers in the East and Midwest. Subject to discrimination, viewed as un-American by much of the population, they initiated and led some of the fiercest U.S. labor struggles. A movement arose in this period called the Industrial Workers of the World, the Wobblies. The preamble to the IWW Constitution, written in 1905, reads, "The working class and the employing class have nothing in common. There can be no peace so long as hunger and want are found among millions of working people, and the few, who make up the employing class, have all the good things of life. Between these two classes, a struggle must go on until the workers of the world organize as a class, take possession of the earth and the machinery of production, and abolish the wage system. That's the rebel girl, that's the rebel girl. To the working class she's a precious pearl. She brings courage, pride, and joy to the fighting rebel boy. We've had girls before, but we need some more in the industrial workers of the world, for it's great to fight for freedom with the rebel girl." 61. The Wobblies came from the miners' strikes in Colorado, from the immigrant textile workers of the eastern commercial centers, from women workers, from the lumber workers of the far west. The IWW challenged the narrow and elitist craft union approach of the AFL and advocated industrial unionism, organizing all the workers of an industry into one union. The Wobblies organized the unorganized and the dispossessed. The Wobblies had serious weaknesses. They underestimated the need for strong organization, downplayed political agitation and action, and never developed an effective long-range strategy. Although the Wobblies were never the chief force in the labor movement, their influence was widespread. They participated in thousands of strikes and actions and helped lead effective mass strikes in Lawrence, Massachusetts in 1912, Paterson, NJ in 1913, and Seattle, Washington in 1919. The Wobblies refused to sign labor contracts, always reserving the right to strike. They advocated revolution and socialism, opposed imperialist war, and made great breakthroughs in work with immigrants, women, and children. The Wobblies were among the first organizers to recognize the importance of explaining to the children of strikers the political issues involved in the strikes. Wobbly children's meetings helped in keeping families together throughout the long and difficult strikes. There were many immigrants among the masses of women who now entered the factories. Often, the bosses placed women of different nationalities next to one another on work benches, hoping that language barriers and cultural differences would hinder the possibility for unity. Women worked as domestics, in the textile industries of New England and New York, garment sweatshops, laundry, and food services. In 1909 and 1910, the women shirtwaist makers' strikes erupted in New York City. 60% of the workers were women, 70% were between the ages of 16 and 25. They work 156 hours a week in dingy lofts. Women pushed the corrupt male union leadership to support their demands for shorter 64 hours and decent working conditions. At one pre-strike meeting, Clara Ulmlich, a young organizer, interrupted the speeches of union officials to decry the go-slow attitude and call for a strike. In the 2 months of the strike, over 1,000 strikers were arrested. The shirtwaist makers' militancy spurred the organizing of union shops throughout the entire garment industry. These early strikes confronted the women's suffrage movement with the importance of joining the life and death struggles of their working sisters. In 1914, the Rockefelleronic State Militia burned a striking miners' tent colony in Ludlow, Colorado, killing 2 women and 13 children. 30 miners were shot down in the ensuing battle. Attica was not the first massacre ordered by Rockefeller. A suffrage leader named Elizabeth Freeman led pickets against Rockefeller's Standard Oil offices in New York to protest the Ludlow massacre. Strikes often stretched out for long months, involved desperate hunger and want, loss of life, and many times despair at crumbling fighting strength. In these situations, family hardship is tremendous, and the strength and fighting capacity of women and children become critical. Organizing retaliation, strike support, food, medical help, and supplies, fighting on the picket lines, persuading scabs not to scab, and holding out, leading, persisting have all been done by women. Women held special women's meetings in the Lawrence and Patterson strikes. They opened up the struggle against the lord and master attitude of many of the men, demanded that the full burdens of housework and raising children be shared. The official labor movements were worse than indifferent for the most part. When textile workers and the women in the food industry were first organized, it was at the initiative of the women themselves or of radical left-wing organizers like the Wobblies. There is a male monopoly on the decisive post of leadership in traditional unions of women workers. Yet there are names to remember of great women class fighters: Mother Jones, Ellery Bloor, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, Kate Richards O'Hare, Lucy Parsons, Emma Goldman. Women organized and led other social and cultural movements parallel to the labor struggles and the suffrage movement. Anti-lynching crusades were waged by heroic black women, with the sometimes support of suffragists and feminists. As summarized by Mary Church Terrell, lynching is the aftermath of slavery. Between 1865 to 1895, over 10,000 black men were killed without trial. Pretexts for this reign of terror changed over time, settling finally on avenging assaults on white Southern women. These cruel rationales were challenged and repudiated by Ida B. Wells Barnett, a black journalist who for 40 years investigated each case of lynching and proved that lynching was a systematic campaign of economic and political terror. She was founder of the Negro Women's Club movement and challenged white women's organizations to take a stand against lynching. She later became a founder, along with W.E.B. Du Bois, of the NAACP. Women like Jane Addams and Lillian Wald exposed and fought the oppressive conditions in immigrant sectors of crowded cities. Women agitated for decent health care, birth control, education, and child labor laws. 65. HUIIT. Anti-foreign and anti-Indian rationales were used by suffragists who posed the vote for enlightened, church-going women against the specter of the coarse, vicious and ignorant population of the slums. Sisters who knew better began saying that the black question and the question of women were not related. Proposals from black women urging fights against segregation were dismissed as outside issues. The pact between white supremacy in the South and suffrage for women was sealed in 1903 on the issue of states' rights, when a women's suffrage convention decided that locals could decide on all policy questions of membership. This ensured that many suffrage associations were segregated. By 1913, at the March on Washington for Suffrage, Ida Wells Barnett was asked not to march in the Illinois delegation, and at the final hour, 6,000 black women who applied for membership in the National Association of Women's Suffrage were told to wait because suffrage was imminent. While many other women activists were involved in the militant social movements of the day, linking the oppression of women to a class analysis of U.S. society, the suffrage movement became trapped in a more and more narrow fight for the vote. The victory, when it came, was rendered hollow by the compromises with white supremacy that had been made along the way. This is a familiar pattern in U.S. radical history. Most U.S. radicals traditionally downplayed the Black Revolution. Problems of race were seen as secondary to the real class struggle of white workers. One of the earliest unions, the National Labor Union, refused to organize black workers. Eugene V. Debs' American Railway Union barred black people from membership. The Socialist Party had segregated party cells in the South. Racism in the U.S. labor movement was seldom challenged by the left. A test for all opposition movements came with the onset of World War I. The First World War was a fight of rival imperialist powers for colonies, investments, raw materials, and world hegemony. Millions of people died while the different governments experimented with germ warfare and tested out new weapons systems. Although most of the socialist parties in the Second International supported their own governments in the war, there were major revolts against the war by workers, soldiers, and poor people. The Third International was formed by Lenin in 1919 in opposition to the national chauvinism of the organized parties of the time. In the US, many individual Wobblies actively opposed the war, although the IWW did not take an active anti-war stance. Eugene V. Debs and other left-wing socialists, William Z. Foster and other labor organizers, Jane Addams, Jeanette Rankin, and other women activists, all opposed the war. 69. The greatest event of the war years, as far as oppressed people were concerned, was the victory of the Russian Revolution in 1917. Astonishment of the world's first socialist revolution sent waves of energy through radical movements around the world. The IWW supported the Bolsheviks. So did Seattle AFL longshoremen, who refused to load machine guns headed for the U.S. anti-Bolshevik expeditionary force in Siberia. It was in this period that the Socialist Party split and the Communist Party formed. The example of the Bolshevik Revolution was powerful and the capitalist fear of revolution was equally strong. The U.S. government launched a major campaign to crush the U.S. left forces. The Wobblies came under intensive state attack. Organizers in Chicago were rounded up in 1918, thrown into Cook County Jail to await a conspiracy trial which then went on for months. Frank Little, a Native American and prominent Wobbly organizer, was lynched in Butte, Montana in 1917 for his opposition to World War I. He and Joe Hill, legally lynched by the state of Utah in 1915, were martyrs in the Wobbly cause. The Palmer raids hit in 1920. J. Edgar Hoover headed the Radical Squad in the Justice Department and made his reputation through these raids. 10,000 people were rounded up and thrown in jail. Some were tortured, many like Emma Goldman were deported. The government whipped up anti-red and anti-immigrant hysteria, a climate which led to the frame-up and murder of Sacco and Vanzetti a few years later. The Wobblies were finally crushed. Beset by internal division and lack of effective organization, they were unable to deal with the smashing force of state repression. Some of their great leaders, like Big Bill Haywood, were forced into exile. Gompers and the AFL leadership joined in the anti-Bolshevik campaign. They became the mouthpiece for the rulers, the labor wedge in the onslaught against U.S. leftists. Americanism was once again the watchword. The enemy was the immigrant, the black, the Mexican, the militant woman striker, all the forces of opposition. This is similar to AFL-CIO President George Meany's patriotic attacks on the anti-war movement during the Vietnam War. Attacks on the left were aimed at defusing the revolutionary movement in the wake of the Russian Revolution, and also at ensuring that U.S. gains made during World War I could be consolidated. With its European rivals badly battered from the war, the U.S. tightened its hold on Latin America and made aggressive moves toward China. The U.S. entered a new era as a major world power. While opposition continued, masses of people were mobilized behind the goal of expanding the empire as the sure way to prosperity. William Greene, who succeeded Gompers as president of the AFL, argued that strikes were no longer needed, that imperialism would bring the U.S. working class great economic benefits. This kind of opportunism and national chauvinism within the U.S. labor movement helped isolate the radical forces. Parallel to these developments was a marked increase in terror directed at the black population. This was reflected in a wave of lynchings, organized attacks on black communities, and the rapid growth of the Klan in the post-World War I period. Between 1910 and 1920, over 300,000 black people had moved 70 north and begun life in the cities. For years, Northern industries had refused to hire black laborers, instead relying on the seemingly endless supply of cheap immigrant labor. But with European immigration disrupted by the war and following on the heels of a severe depression in the cotton industry, Northern labor agents came south to recruit black workers. Thousands of black workers entered heavy industry. They worked in auto, steel, iron works, and the railroads at the toughest jobs, with the least pay and no job security. This process began the trend, which is still occurring today, of black and third world workers entering basic industry. This has now markedly changed the racial composition of the working class in these areas and has brought the black liberation struggle to the industrial center of the U.S. Black men also joined the segregated armed forces. Over a third of all U.S. troops in Europe were black. Returning home after the war, they were often the target of racial attacks and they fought back. This trend has continued after every U.S. war, as more and more black men came home armed and angry. The cities were tense places, as white mobs assaulted the just settling in black people. Black communities defended themselves with arms in Chicago and Washington, D.C. In the Tulsa Battle of 1921, the white mayor ordered an aerial bombardment of the black section of town. The tenacity of the black defenders temporarily turned back the white civilian attacks. It was under these conditions of black people developing new urban communities and defending them, combined with a race pride and identification with African anti-colonial struggles, that the Garvey movement grew strong and a Harlem Renaissance of black music and art flowered. Marcus Garvey claimed 1 million members for his Universal Negro Improvement Association. This movement expressed an upsurge of black consciousness of oppression as a colonized people. It also expressed a well-grounded lack of faith in the reliability of white allies. Garvey set up a steamship company and developed plans for an exodus to Africa. The collapse of some of these projects combined with state repression of the UNIA contributed to the organization's decline. But its spirit lived on, as evidenced in black nationalist movements of today. The Great Depression and the Communist Party. The myth that the U.S. economy was somehow headed for continued prosperity outside the normal laws and cycles of capitalist development was rudely shattered by the Great Depression, which started in 1929. From the U.S., it rapidly spread to the rest of the capitalist world. Only the socialist USSR remained untouched. Production in the U.S. fell to 60% of the previous year. At least 17 million people were out of jobs at the worst point, over 1/3 of the labor force. Piles of food, coffee, grain, beans were burned, dumped in the ocean, or contaminated with fuel oil, to get them off the glutted market and raise food prices, while millions went hungry. Small businesses were 71. Ruined, teachers and professors were out on the street, farmers were forced off their farms. On the bread lines, at the Red Cross offices, at relief centers, city halls, state capitals, federal offices, the unemployed and the dispossessed began to fight back. Veterans marching to Washington, D.C., got beaten, gassed, and thrown out of the city by troops commanded by General Douglas MacArthur, on orders from President Herbert Hoover. The Communist Party, along with the unemployed councils, led demonstrations and actions. When evicted tenants had their furniture dumped on the street by order of their landlords, members of the unemployed councils would organize and haul the furniture back into the house, often past armed sheriffs and deputies. The CP began to grow and train the organizers who later helped establish the CIO. A major campaign for unemployment insurance was launched, which in a few years led to the creation of the Social Security system. As industry began to recover, some workers were rehired, the unemployed and students began to get jobs. Communists and other militant organizers began a drive to transform the existing company unions in the basic industries into real weapons of class struggle. Auto, steel, meatpacking, maritime trades, lumber, food processing, were major targets. This became the period of sit-down strikes and other direct action innovations. In Toledo, Ohio, workers and the unemployed together violated a ban on mass picketing during the 1934 strike at Autolite. The 1934 West Coast Maritime Workers' Strike united several craft unions in defiance of conservative AFL leaders. The police murder of 2 San Francisco strikers during the first days of the strike touched off bloody battles in the city, and resulted in the San Francisco General Strike. Black people were hit hardest by the Depression. Between the start of the Depression and the onset of World War II, blacks lost 1/3 of their jobs in industry, and most of their positions in the skilled trades. In 1940, unemployment rates for northern black people were 133% higher than for whites. In 1935, black people in Harlem boycotted stores which refused to hire black workers. Their slogan was "Don't buy, if you can't work." This campaign led to a rebellion in Harlem in the summer of 1935 after a black youth was shot by store detectives in one of the affected stores. In the South, black sharecroppers engaged in major struggles, some of them jointly with poor white farmers. The Alabama Sharecroppers Union helped organize the first series of protests against the Scottsboro case, the frame-up of 9 Southern black men accused of raping 2 white women. Meetings of the Sharecroppers Union had to be kept secret, for fear of police terror. Ralph Gray, a black leader of the group, was lynched by a white mob during one of the sharecroppers' struggles. The sharecropper movement was the most significant upsurge in black action and protest in the South since Reconstruction days. This was the era of the unorganized and unskilled, those workers long excluded from the labor movement. Many of the strikers were women, many were black. Few were organized into AFL unions. The Congress of Industrial Organizations, led by John L. Lewis, was formed in 1935, for the purpose of organizing the unorganized in the Maj or I. industries. Communists were at the core of the CIO drives. They were REIT union organizers, and Lewis was realistic enough to rely on them to crack the toughest anti-union strongholds. 72. In the next few years, the CIA campaigns won basic rights for millions of workers. The CIA opened up its membership to black people, breaking the whites-only practice of most AFL craft unions. 200,000 black workers joined the CIA in the years preceding World War II. This was a time of great unity and militancy, of life and death battles for the right to organize and picket, for union recognition, decent pay, decent working conditions, human dignity. The AFL hierarchy was pushed aside as the masses of U.S. workers took center stage. In 1936, workers at the General Motors plant in Flint, Michigan, staged a 44-day sit-down strike. This forced GM to grant union recognition and also galvanized the working class throughout the nation. A major victory was also won in 1937 in the fight to organize the steel industry. By the end of the Second World War, the CIA no longer played this revolutionary role. Many CIA unions had enforced no-strike pledges against their membership during the war. Many CIA leaders, like Sidney Hillman of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, were functioning almost within the Roosevelt administration. The CIA also had a Southern Organizing Committee, but never organized in the South. It backed off from the task of confronting white supremacy in Southern industry and accepted the formation of Jim Crow unions. Reflecting their own acceptance of the privileges and ethic of the U.S. empire, especially during the period of the World War II economic boom, and pushed by state pressure and conservative leadership, many labor unions lined up behind anti-communism. At the 1946 CIO convention, Philip Murray, the president of the CIO, put the finishing touches on this corruption by reading communists out of the labor movement. Communists and left-led unions were expelled from the CIA, and finally the CIA merged with the AFL. The AFL-CIA became an ardent defender of the Cold War, and its national leadership now functions, for all intents and purposes, as an arm of U.S. imperialism. They no longer represent the unorganized, the poor, and the dispossessed. Roosevelt granted some concessions to the labor movement in order to save the system as a whole. The Wagner Act of 1935 recognized the rights of most workers to unionize. This was a victory, although the act left out the militant Chicano farm workers in the West, as well as most industries employing large numbers of women. Roosevelt's aim was to use the power of the labor movement as a wedge in convincing a sector of the ruling class that state regulation of the capitalist system was needed to ensure stability. Roosevelt also tried to ally with the labor leadership and bring it under the wing of the U.S. government. These were the strategic goals of the New Deal. From the Depression years until after the Second World War, the PUSA was the main force of the organized left in the United States. The CP was in the front lines of countless struggles of the unemployed, the homeless, Southern black sharecroppers, women textile workers groups hit hardest and most ready to fight. Around the CP flourished a cultural upheaval. Amateurs, painters, poets were mobilized into struggle and produced a unique people's art. The CP stressed the special importance of black liberation. Black people were recognized as an oppressed nation in the South with the right of self-determination, which white revolutionaries were bound to support. This was a great breakthrough. Communists engaged in persistent battles against white chauvinism and white supremacy both within and outside the party. CP organizers challenged racism in the labor movement. The CP did active work in the Scottsboro case, making it a central part of party work in the shops as well as in the defense committees. Many black people joined the party in this period. The Harlem branch was one of the biggest and most active. Black organizers were among the most effective CP spokespeople. Communists circulated work of black scholars and did important historical research themselves which uncovered black and revolutionary history. This was like a flash of light. They failed, however, to analyze the culture of U.S. empire building within the oppressor nation, or to deal with it in practice. This became a cause of the CP's eventual political bankruptcy. In a great demonstration of international solidarity, communists joined the fight against fascism in Spain in 1935. Nearly 2,000 people fought in the Abraham Lincoln Brigade there, and many gave their lives. The center of the world's struggle at this time was the battle to defeat fascism. But the US government, along with those of Britain and France, wanted Hitler to attack the Soviet Union and hopefully destroy it before they would enter the war against Germany. The Western imperialist powers had long isolated the Soviet Union, setting her up for Nazi attack. In 1936, communist parties around the world adopted the strategy of a united front against fascism. Communists everywhere were urged to unite with all progressive forces in their respective countries to defeat fascism and protect the Soviet Union. In some countries like China, the United Front strategy was applied effectively, with the Chinese Communists maintaining their own separate identity, program, and army. In the US, the PUSA submerged its identity within the CIO. It fought for economic gains, but did not keep alive a vision of socialism and revolution. It stopped fighting its own imperialism. This is opportunism. While concealment from Union officials and company spies was sometimes necessary in order to work and organize, party members retreated from doing open communist organizing in their day-to-day work. 74. This made it easier for the CIO to denounce hidden communists in the witch hunts after the war. In 1941, when A. Philip Randolph organized a march on Washington for more black jobs, the CP refused support in the name of the war mobilization effort. This was correctly viewed as desertion by black people. During the Second World War, the US and the Soviet Union were allied in the fight against German and Japanese imperialism. This presented a complex situation for the PUSA. Its response was to abandon almost all its opposition to US imperialism. It failed, for instance, to condemn the imprisonment of Japanese families in concentration camps on the West Coast. It abandoned its position on the central nature of the black liberation struggle, with Earl Browder declaring that black people had chosen the path of integration. This was part of the CP's betrayal of its revolutionary critique of imperialism, a new version of American exceptionalism. Browder also declared that the age of imperialism has ended in a speech at the end of World War II. After the war, these CP policies were reversed for a while. Browder was expelled from the party. But the changes did not last. When Cold War repression came, the CP found that its non-struggle direction could not be reversed easily. The CP had lost its capacity to fight. Tens of thousands of supporters and party members deserted the struggle. The CP retreated further into reform politics. It joined in the Soviet denunciations of China, renounced revolutionary violence and began supporting liberal Democrats. It still has not done a full self-criticism of these positions or of the mistakes of the 40s and 50s. This means the CP has not changed in a revolutionary way and the lessons of struggle have not been passed on for the future. We have much to learn from the experience and wisdom accumulated over the years by CP workers of that period. The CP in its early history was a great advance in the US Revolution. Its reversals and wrong directions are defeats for us all. That is why the lessons must be drawn sharply. In the 50s the CP was hit head-on with a vicious campaign of anti-communism and counter-revolution. Truman was consolidating a ha'ii for imperial war, for a massive atomic arms race, for the invasion of Korea by hunting and terrorizing US communists. It was then that Richard Nixon began his political/criminal career with the Alger Hiss case. Smith Act trials jailed the party leadership, for not cooperating with the McCarthy investigations. Many communists and progressives were expelled from trade unions, lost teaching jobs, went underground, and were tormented by the FBI. A hitter example of the U.S. attack on internal opposition to the Cold War was the frame-up and execution of Ethel and Julius Rosenberg in the Atom spy case. Their murder, at the hands of the Eisenhower/Nixon government, was committed after a trial in which their socialist beliefs, anti-fascist stands, and refusal to falsely inform on friends were used as proof of conspiracy to steal the non-existent A-bomb secret. Hundreds of thousands of people around the world stood vigil on the night of the execution. The assassination of the Rosenbergs was meant to silence all opposition to U.S. imperialism. The truth about the Rosenbergs is just today being understood, another step on the long march toward exposing the crimes of this empire and uncovering the truth about our own past. 76. When you deal with the past, you're dealing with history, il-2 you're dealing actually with the origin of a thing. When you know the origin, you know the cause. If you don't know the origin, you don't know the cause. And if you don't know the cause, you don't know the reason. You're just cut off, you're left standing in mid-air. So the past deals with history or the origin of anything, the origin of a person, the origin of a nation, the origin of an incident. And when you know the origin, then you have a better understanding of the causes that produce whatever originated there and its reason for originating and its reason for being. It's impossible for you and me to have a balanced mind in this society without going into the past, because in this particular society as we function and fit into it right now, we're such an underdog, we're trampled upon, we're looked on as almost nothing. I'm alkyl. Equals equals 77. We will simply say that imperialism can be defined as the worldwide expression of the search for profits and the ever-increasing accumulation of surplus value by monopoly financial capital, centered in Europe, and then in North America. And if we wish to place the fact of imperialism within the general trajectory of the evolution of the transcendental far-ranging factor which has changed the face of the world capital and the process of its accumulation, we can say that imperialism is piracy transplanted from the seas to dry land, piracy reorganized, consolidated, and adapted to the aim of exploiting the natural and human resources of our peoples. But if we can calmly analyze the imperialist phenomenon, we will not shock anybody by admitting that imperialism, which everything points to as being the last stage of capitalism, was a historical necessity, a consequence of the development of the productive forces and of the transformation of the methods of production in the general contour of humanity as a whole in movement. A necessity, just as the national liberation of the peoples, the destruction of capitalism, and the arrival of socialism are at present. Amilcar Cabral. 78. Imperialism in crisis. The Third World. U.S. imperialism is the greatest destroyer of human life on earth. It is a whole, an economic, political, and cultural system. It feeds on piracy of the Third World. It colonizes black and Third World people within the U.S.MD divides, exploits, rapes and attempts to buy off poor and working people. Because of imperialism, people live in shanty towns in Saigon and Rio de Janeiro. The same system is responsible for the substandard conditions a 1/4 of the housing in this country. U.S. imperialism is a parasite on the Third World, and traps us in a culture of waste and death. For the benefit of imperialism, we live in a society either at war or producing and preparing for war all the time. Imperialism has its origin in the necessity for capitalism to expand or face stagnation. Imperialism is therefore the defining characteristic of modern capitalism as a whole. Its penetration into the Third World produces key conditions which give rise to movements for national liberation and THIRD-WORLDism. It is precisely because this expansion is necessary that national liberation movements are a vital blow to imperialism. Imperialism is on the defensive today. Wherever people reclaim control over their lives and their nation's wealth, it removes another brick from imperialism's foundation. 79. Monopoly capital. U.S. imperialism is a stage in the development of capitalism, the monopoly stage. Long before the present age of monopoly, capitalism was born out of the trade and commerce and empire building of the medieval world. The industrial revolutions of Europe and North America had their roots in the subjugation and looting of Africa, India, and the Americas. In the U.S., the end of the Civil War began a tremendous boom in industry in the North. The years between 1880 and 1900 in Britain, France, and Germany as well as here, marked the transition from competitive capitalism to the concentration of industry and finance in the hands of a few financiers and huge industrial corporations. By the turn of the century, the most basic industries were monopolized: energy, railroads, machinery, steel. The power of the banks and financiers grew to finance modernization and expansion. The capitalist countries fought for control of the world in a series of long and costly colonial wars. The people of Africa, Asia, and Latin America resisted. But eventually, skillful manipulations of divisions among the people, combined with the battleships and machine guns of the industrial nations, prevailed over the colonies. Africa was divided up among the European countries in 1886. In Asia, France controlled Indochina while the European powers tried to divide up China. England dominated the subcontinent of India. The U.S., having already seized North America from the Indians and Mexico, and staked out its claim to Latin America in the Monroe Doctrine, proceeded to grab Puerto Rico, Cuba, and the Philippines from the weakened Spanish Empire, began frequent military interventions into Latin America, and attempted to penetrate China through the open door policy. The laws of capitalist competition, expand or perish, did not cease to operate with the triumph of monopolistic finance capital. Actually, the competition was reproduced on a bigger scale and at a much greater level of tension and conflict. Modern arms and technology, thought control and social engineering, try to disguise the facts of oppression behind the mask of neocolonialism. Nevertheless, conquest and domination have become more devastating, and even more enormously profitable. What causes this drive for colonial conquest and empire? Large companies are more efficient in exploiting labor because they are able to use their great accumulation of capital in developing technology. This leads to producing much more than can be sold domestically at a profit, since the workers can never be paid enough to buy back the product of their labor. This crisis of overproduction is inherent to capitalism at all stages, but intensified under monopoly capitalism. New markets must be found and new areas for investment of idle capital. Colonized nations hold the promise of labor at starvation wages, unorganized and easily available. The monopolist goes in search of new sources of cheap raw materials in the Third World. The profits of monopoly capital are so enormous that the supply of capital outstrips the profitable investment opportunities in the U.S. This 80. Capital is invested in other capitalist countries but most profitable are investments in colonies. Whole factories and branches of industry are now exported to the Third World. A byproduct of the huge profits reaped from the Third World is the strategy to create labor peace domestically by buying off a privileged strata of the U.S. working people, reaching even into large sectors of the industrial proletariat. By the 20th century, capitalism had reached the stage of modern imperialism, since the U.S. is always competing with other imperialist nations for power. Control of the Third World is not only an economic necessity but also a political and military necessity. Imperialism means underdevelopment. The condition for the massive development of one sector of the imperialist system, the oppressor nation, is the systematic and violent underdevelopment of the other, the colonies and neo-colonies of the Third World. The wealth of one is a product of the impoverishment of the other. This has involved nothing less than an unparalleled looting of the labored resources and cultures of the people of Africa, Asia, and Latin America by the imperial powers. This begins with the very first expansions of early capitalism. For example, when the British entered India in force, the primitive textile industry of each country was at a similar stage of development. The British deliberately wrecked the Indian textile industry to force India to import British textiles. Vast amounts of Indian feudal wealth were stolen in order to provide what Marx called the primitive accumulation of capital in 81. England. Indian food agriculture was destroyed to make way for cash crops and raw materials needed for British industry. By the late 18th century, the result was the first mass famine in India. In England, the imperialists justified their rule as necessary to care for the lack-ward and ignorant Indians. Rudyard Kipling and other imperial writers built elaborate justifications for British Empire which rallied generations of English people. In Cuba, when the people lived under U.S. neocolonial control, the entire life of the island was based on the sugar plantation system. People worked 3 months and spent 9 months unemployed. No other industries were allowed to develop. This gave the sugar companies a ready supply of cheap labor, since the alternative for the Cuban worker was no work at all. The most modern form of forced underdevelopment can be seen in the workings of the multinational corporations in the Third World. The rise of the multinationals can be traced, in large part, to the post-World War II growth of U.S. empire. Over 200 US-based corporations could now be characterized as multinationals, that is, major corporations having headquarters in one country and a number of subsidiaries in other countries. The multinationals have attempted to cultivate a liberal image. The Polaroid Corporation, for example, has defended its heavy investments in South African apartheid as the Polaroid experiment. Polaroid claims that it pays higher wages to South African workers than local South African industry does. But this hides the crucial point: while the multinationals, with their enormous amount of capital, research and development facilities and highly organized sales apparatus, can pay workers a bit more, the profits they extract from this labor are even more staggering. Salvador Allende pointed this out in his December 1972 speech before the UN. Describing workings of the two US-based multinational companies, Anaconda and Kennecott, he said, "These enterprises exploited Ural's copper for many years, in the last 42 years alone taking out more than $4,000 million in profits, although their initial investments were no more than $30 million. In striking contrast, let me give one simple and painful example of what this means to one isle. In my country there are 600,000 children who will never be able to enjoy life in a normal, human way because during the first 8 months of life they did not receive the minimum amount of protein. $4,000 million would CGLIL transform one isle. A small part of that sum would ensure protein for all time for all children of my country. By controlling the copper industry, Kennecott and Anaconda were able to determine how much copper would be mined and what price it would be sold for. Since copper exports account for 80% of the total value of Chilean exports, these multinationals had the Chilean economy in their greedy grasp. The multinationals would sell raw copper to their OTI subsidiaries. 82. In the US well below the world market price. In return, these subsidiaries would smelt the copper ore and sell the refined product at the going market price. Profits were thus maximized in the US and minimized in Chile. Before the Popular Unity government nationalized the copper mines in 1971, no Chilean government could even raise the taxes on these corporations, let alone influence their production policies. Any attempts in this direction were met by Kennecott and Anaconda with cutbacks in production and wholesale layoffs of copper workers. At the same time, the multinationals were able to pay Chilean copper workers higher wages than most other Chilean industries. They used this to attempt to create a labor aristocracy in Chile, a force to oppose the interests of other Chilean workers. AFL-CIO organizers were sent in by the US to help organize anti-communist unions. Some of the methods by which imperialism creates underdevelopment in the Third World can be summarized as follows. The labor of Third World people has been stolen through slavery, super-exploited at low wages, and channeled into production meant to benefit the oppressor nation. Profits are drained from the Third World. Where reinvestment takes place within the oppressed nation, the priorities of the corporate powers determine where it will go. The natural resources and raw materials of Third World countries have been expropriated by the imperialist powers, particularly the US. The recent actions of the oil-producing countries and the copper-producing countries are important attempts by Third World nations to wrest back control of these resources, and with them, of their own destinies. Diversification of industry, real progress, and rational economic growth are prevented by imperialism. Where industrialization is allowed to occur, control remains firmly in imperialist hands and, most often, consumer-oriented industries are pushed rather than agriculture or heavy industry. This keeps the developing country dependent on imperialist technology and aid. 83. Often cash crops like sugar and coffee are cultivated at the expense of agricultural production which could feed the people. This is a main cause of famine and malnutrition in the world. Coffee alone is the primary economic lifeblood of 10 underdeveloped countries. This exploitation is maintained only through force and violence. Corporations like Kennecott ITT Polaroid and Exxon rely on state violence to ensure their investments and continued profits. Most simply, imperialism means super profits for US corporations at the expense of human lives and possibilities in the Third World. Imperialism means racism and genocide. Imperialism has intensified and spread worldwide the most virulent racist practices and ideology. Racism is built into US imperialism and imperial culture feeds on and creates racism. Racism is institutionalized as a system of control and containment, necessary to enforce the exploitation and oppression of colonized people. In the Third World, racism takes the form of cultural warfare, the displacement of populations and genocide. Imperialism perpetrates a mythology of biological and cultural inferiority. As W.E.B. Du Bois describes it, the white race was pictured as pure and superior, the black race as dirty, stupid, and inevitably inferior, the yellow race as sharing in deception and cowardice. Everything great, everything fine, everything really successful in human culture was white. Imperial control aims at the thorough domination and humiliation of the subjugated. Ruthless suppression of the oppressed has as its other side the practice of treating colonized women and men as children, attacking their integrity and dignity, enforcing dependency with the underlying threat of superior force. Imperialism systematically subverts people's history and culture, social forms, language, art, respect for old people, everything that identifies a person in society. As with the economy, imperialist penetration cuts off the growth of the culture. It distorts the historical development of the oppressed people. The old culture is used to imprison the people and adapt them to imperialism's needs. As Fanon points out, the goal is rather a continued agony than the total disappearance of the pre-existing cultures. The displacement of whole populations is another racist weapon of imperialism. The Bantustans of South Africa, for example, comprising 13% of South African territory, are reserved for the African population who are uprooted and forcibly removed to these poor-quality lands. This is enforced by a rigid Polaroid-provided JD pass system. The Bantustans are guarded by white South African troops. From them, African men are recruited as a labor pool for the mines and factories, while women are forced into prostitution in order to survive. 84. Another example of the violent displacement of a whole population is the complete destruction by automated war of the society of Lao people in the Plain of Jars. Every day for 5 years the US carried out secret air war to destroy the social and economic infrastructure of areas governed by the Lao. The people of the Plain of Jars with a 700-year recorded history retreated to caves and dug out tunnels as hamlets were razed and the land made barren. Finally, under massive attack, the youth of the plain retreated with the Pathet Lao, and the remaining people were forcibly placed in refugee camps or airlifted to Vientiane to become peddlers, waitresses, maids, and coolies. From 1964 to 1969 over 1 million Laotians were killed, wounded, or made homeless by an officially denied air war. The final weapon of racist warfare is genocide, the systematic destruction of a people, their means of subsistence and future generations. Today, the native Indian people of Brazil are being decimated by U.S. industry and Brazilian government expansion into the Amazon basin regions. These tribal people are forced off their land, killed by raids and whiteman's diseases, and pacified by government programs, their cultures destroyed. It has been charged that 100,000 Indians are being eliminated. The U.S. government used genocidal weapons against the people of Vietnam, chemical and biological substances it had AG1EED to outlaw, which burn the flesh, cripple future generations, and obliterate growth on the land. This was intended to break the Vietnamese and to be an example to other oppressed people. 85. Even in the face of this terrible suffering, the people resist. The culture of the colonized people survives reservations, epidemics, air war, near genocide. The culture changes, takes on new forms to meet the changed conditions, as black people transformed the church into a unifying center during slavery. Colonialism is not able to destroy the strong basis of the national culture. The people themselves embody it, preserve it, carry it, and hand it down through generations. Imperialism encourages the rejection of the national culture and adoption of the garb and forms of the imperial culture. The neocolonial bourgeoisie which is created by imperialism often passes into the culture of the imperialists. But the people's culture does not die out. It lies hidden in secret practices and in the memory of the people until the opportunity and necessity for struggle calls it into life. In the people's culture lie the seeds of resistance and rebellion. Movements for national liberation are often born with a popular rejection of imperial culture and a renaissance of culture of the colonized peoples. The culture contains the basis on which unity is built. The movement to reclaim and take pride in national culture gives vitality, spirit, and fierceness to the political movement. This is a rejection and defeat of the racist tactics of imperialism. Racism is imperialism's most deadly weapon for brainwashing, controlling, and mobilizing the U.S. population in support of WQRS of conquest. As Fanon says, racism bloats and disfigures the face of the culture that practices it. The imperialists create racial identification with one's oppressors among the domestic white population in support of wars of conquest. They also draw on xenophobia and national chauvinism. Racism is the chief justification for U.S. expansion and colonial ventures. The Imperial Army has been rallied with vile epithets since the LQNLY good Indian is a dead Indian and led into conquest by men like Teddy. 86. Roosevelt, who boasted of killing rabbits in the war against Puerto Rico in 1898. Racism is at the root of U.S. unconcern about the indiscriminate murder of civilians that is the horrible face of the war in Indochina. To William Calley and the perpetrators of the My Lai war crimes, the unarmed Vietnamese villagers including the children were the faceless and non-human enemy. Imperialism means sexism. The systematic domination of women is an underpinning of imperialism. Under imperialism, the organization and fabric of society, the family, production, reproduction, and all social relations keep women dependent and powerless. Sexism is this institutionalized and encouraged system of control. In the Third World, imperialism imposes the most brutal forms of modern sexism. Women are murdered/tortured, sterilized/raped, stifled/crippled, owned/exploited under the banner of male supremacy. Imperialism fosters the most reactionary aspects in feudal and colonized nations, including male supremacy. The more humane aspects are suppressed. Thus, for women in the Third World, the most oppressive aspects of both imperialism and the former society are fused and intensified. Imperialism maintains and heightens the oppression of women on a global scale. Imperialism lays claim to all the natural resources of the colonized society, including the women. They are valued and controlled as laborers, breeders, and sexual commodities. Women are cut from the economic lifeline. Where imperialism causes rapid and forced urbanization, women are uprooted into unfamiliar cities where there is no economic activity for them, forced to be dependent on men. Sex segregation in the workforce is encouraged by the imperialists. For example, in Africa, the European colonizers taught and recruited only men to use technology and to work in their factories. Women were excluded from the modern economy. If the woman is left behind to do field labor or work on a coffee or rubber plantation, she is also kept at the edge of subsistence, subject to an economy based on imperial needs and disruptions, where the traditional agriculture has been destroyed. The reproductive power of Third World WOITN is under direct attack by the imperialists. Population control and forced sterilization is now a major U.S. strategy directed against Third World people. These massive programs are intended to prevent social upheaval by restricting population in the underdeveloped world. They have disarmed many because these programs masquerade as concern for the poor peoples of the world, just like foreign aid and military protection. Who is behind these programs? Family planning for Third World women is being pushed by Rockefeller, the Ford Foundation, Kissinger, International Planned Parenthood Foundation, Protestant missionaries, and academic apologists. U.S. agencies in the Third World have made sterilization and forced birth control programs a requirement for receiving foreign aid. 87. Money. These programs concentrate in Latin America, parts of Africa and India and Indonesia. By 1965, 34% of all women of childbearing age in Puerto Rico had been sterilized. Sterilization and IUDs are carried to the villages of Bolivia, Guatemala, and Haiti. Women are offered a lipstick or $1.50 to be sterilized. Population control has its counterparts within the U.S., Third World women in particular are sterilized without their consent. This is not the first time imperialist strategy aimed at the control of reproduction. In 1945, Congress almost passed a bill to sterilize the Japanese women in concentration camps within the U.S. This motion was defeated by one vote. The same men who are responsible for U.S. policy in Vietnam say that overpopulation creates social unrest and revolution. They claim that population control is their strategy for hunger. But such a strategy will eliminate neither hunger nor social unrest and revolution. People are not the problem. Injustice, the conditions caused by U.S. imperialism, create revolution. So does the lack of power over our lives and the future of our children. Women want decent birth control. Women want the choice to control our own reproduction. Instead, birth control has become a weapon of empire. Third World women are used as guinea pigs for testing and experimentation. Instead, we get coils and pills and sterilizations under threat of losing aid or a few crumbs of welfare. This kind of coercion, for economic and racist reasons, constitutes forced sterilization. It is a direct form of genocide against the future, through the bodies of women. Imperialism enforces a systematic terror against women. The staggering number of rapes of Vietnamese women of all ages by U.S. soldiers, taken together, draws a picture of the intimate relationship of violence and sex under imperialism. Rape and sexual abuse is the prerogative of the conqueror, a means of undermining women's resistance, a murderous assault, part of the arsenal of control and domination. The rape of black slave women is one of this country's major crimes. White men claimed the right to rape black women, and any attempt to defend a black woman meant death by the lynch rope. Signs of a deep love relationship between slaves led to one of them being sold. Mothers and children were systematically separated. The invader attempts to possess and degrade the colonized woman and, through her, to assault the entire culture. Wherever U.S. imperialism goes, its tourism and its armies produce mass prostitution. Havana, Manila, Saigon, Bangkok, San Juan. Women are used as sexual objects and discarded. There are nearly 500,000 women in prostitution in South Vietnam, eating masses of women to drugs and suicide. There are more brothels than schools. In 1969, there were 214 agencies which recruited young women from the provinces for 21,000 brothels, bars, and hotels. Operations to conform Vietnamese women to American standards of beauty became big business. Women's breasts were enlarged and their eyes rounded. In us-built prisons in the Third World, women are tortured with the special methods developed by the CIA, AID, and the International Association of Chiefs of Police. There are over 100,000 women in South Vietnamese prisons, thousands in Brazil and Uruguay. They are tortured by electric shock, beatings, drugs, and sexual violence. Women have begun to transform their lives by participation in 88 national liberation movements throughout the Third World. In striking opposition to their conditions under imperial and reactionary societies, women are overthrowing their oppressors and creating conditions of dignity, equality, and have become organizers, heroines, and leaders in liberation struggles, and under socialism. They are organizing the masses of women in their countries. They are opposing backward superstitions, patriarchal family relationships, polygamy, bound feet, and traditions based on the inferiority of women. Women are armed, fighting imperialism, building long-haired armies and women's militias, defending the new societies they are helping to build. They are working, learning to read, organizing healthcare and childcare. They are implementing new marriage and divorce 1/s and practices around birth control beneficial to all women. Imperialism has its origin in the necessity for capitalism to expand or face stagnation. Imperialism is therefore the defining characteristic of modern capitalism as a whole. Its penetration into the Third World produces the conditions which give rise to movements for national liberation and socialism. It is precisely because this expansion is necessary that illusional liberation movements are a vital blow to imperialism. L22, Lee. Imperialism is on defensive today. Wherever people reclaim control over their lives and their nation-aid wealth, it removes another brick from imperialism's foundation. 89. 1. L. I Hilly, I Ahld. Sexism is a cornerstone of imperialism's power to organize the population in its home base. Competition, sex, and violence are unified by imperial culture and forged into a weapon against women. In the process of humiliating and dominating women, men are mobilized to be the enforcers. Sexism, like racism, is pushed to the level of fanaticism to justify an otherwise naked grab for wealth and labor, and to try to ensure the loyalty of the imperial army. GIs are promised manhood and glory. Proof of manhood and sexual prowess is built around the weakness of women. Men are rallied to kill and not care. An army training cadence goes like this: this is my rifle, this is my gun, one is for killing, the other for fun. Our movement must be involved in the fight against the domination and torture of our sisters in the Third World. We have a common enemy. The greatest male supremacists are the leading imperialists. They are Rockefeller, Moynihan, Kissinger. We cannot betray the struggle of women in general and our Third World sisters in particular. When we embrace these struggles as our own and merge them with our OFN, we create a basis for revolutionary sisterhood and an international women's movement against imperialism. Neocolonialism. The U.S. has practiced neocolonialism for over 70 years in Latin America. But in the context of rising Third World nationalism after World War II, it became the main form of U.S. world control. Neocolonialism removes the most glaring symbol of the subordination of the colonized, the colonial government. It grants for all political independence. At the same time, it attempts to guarantee continued dominance through economic, military, and cultural penetration. Neocolonial economies are subordinated to the demands of the imperialists. By the sheer scale of invested capital, multinational corporations can mold these economies to fit corporate needs. Neocolonialism trains and supports a bourgeoisie within the colonized country, not a capitalist class comparable to the one in the oppressor nations, but a class in service to and totally dependent on the imperial force which sustains it. The bastions of traditional strength such as landlords in Latin America are manipulated and strengthened. Neocolonialism relies on reactionary and militaristic forces as a bulwark against social demands from the people, and plunges the vast majority into greater poverty. 80 miles off the shore of Soci. Cuba lies, a large, into 5 trillion country. CIENFUEQO_. Soviet military aid to the Vietnamese was put to the best possible use shooting down U.S. bomber planes. It is national chauvinism for U.S. revolutionaries to attack a socialist country like Cuba for accepting Soviet aid. The same attack has been made in the past on the DRV. These left-sounding positions display arrogance toward the struggles of third world nations. 94. The Chinese Revolution is a wonderful development in the advance of humanity. Mao Zedong and the Chinese Communist Party have made many important breakthroughs in developing revolutionary strategy in the semi-feudal, semi-colonial world. The thought common to Mao and Ho Chi Minh that the central revolutionary force of our time is the oppressed nations and peoples of the world leading the liberation struggle against imperialism is the guiding strategic principle of this era. The Chinese have followed a popularly based revolutionary course, educating and involving hundreds of millions of people in discussion decisions about the economic and political direction of their country. The Chinese have also warred on their own bureaucracy. By launching the Cultural Revolution in 1966, they found a way to combat the rebirth of an exploitative class in China. The Chinese example of continuing the class struggle within socialist society has revolutionized people's vision of the possibilities of socialism. China, a poor country, has given important political and material assistance to the Vietnamese. In 1950, Chinese volunteers joined the people of Korea to halt the U.S. invasion. China is now helping Tanzania and Zambia build the Great Uhuru Railroad, a big step in freeing southern Africa from dependence on the transport system of the racist governments in Rhodesia and Mozambique. The policy of the government of the USSR, reflected in its ideological stance as well as its state practice, contains conflicting tendencies. While aiding many liberation movements, it has, since Khrushchev's 20th Party Congress speech in 1956, put forward the revisionist line that peaceful transition to socialism is the correct path to revolution. This has been an argument against taking up arms to fight and has forced revolutionaries around the world, including ourselves, to break sharply with communist parties which adopted this line. Nixon and Kissinger have used détente as a public relations DC/Rice to mystify the US people about their real intentions. Their rhetoric about peace in the Mideast went hand in hand with issuing a worldwide military alert which horrified people around the globe. Nixon used his trips to the Soviet Union and China, coming at the time of the massive bombardments of the DRV, to attempt to undermine the Vietnamese resistance. Nixon's lack of success should not obscure his purpose. Revolutionaries everywhere work for world peace and oppose nuclear war. This is a question of particular concern to the U.S. movement, since the U.S. is the only country ever to have used nuclear weapons. The devastation of Hiroshima and Nagasaki is a chilling reminder of the tragic consequences of nuclear weapons in the hands of the imperialists. Revolutionaries in the U.S. have as our main enemy U.S. imperialism. Defeating this enemy will require a lot of work and is the unique contribution we can make to the world revolution. The struggle continues. Let's look at 3 areas which have been major focal points of world struggle recently: Puerto Rico, Guinea-Bissau, and the Palestinian Liberation Movement. Each is different, they each involve the full complexity and diversity of the struggle for national liberation. Puerto Rico. On December 14, 1973, the UN General Assembly overwhelmingly passed the report of the UN Special Committee on Decolonization. This resolution buries the U.S. claim that it has no colonies. It reaffirms the inalienable right of the people of Puerto Rico to self-determination and independence. Puerto Rico became a U.S. colony in 1898, after years of Spanish rule. Its people have a proud history of resistance from El Grito de Lares, the Great 1868 rebellion against Spain, to the nationalist uprisings in the 1930s and 1950s, to the present-day resurgence both here and on the island. The Puerto Rican people are a divided nation, VLTN about 2,700,000 Puerto Ricans jiving, in Puerto Rico and about 2 million jiving in the U.S. This the result of a conscious U.S. strategy. Its scheme to industrialize. Puerto Rico in the 1950s was promoted to create a haven for U.S. corporations seeking cheap labor and tax-free production. This led to the destruction of Puerto Rican la culture and the forced migration of Miguelio, pushed off the land unable to find work in the crowded city, and the Puerto Rican Socialist Party. The PSP was invited as an observer to the recent Non-Aligned Nations Conference in Algiers. The Puerto Rican movement has continued its armed resistance to U.S. imperialism through the actions of the Armed Commandos of Liberation, who have attacked US-owned companies and the Condado Hotel Strip, center of U.S. tourism. Within the U.S., MIRA, an armed revolutionary Puerto Rican group, has attacked many businesses and large stores. The Puerto Rican movement is a living bond to national liberation struggles in Latin America, an explosive threat to U.S. power. As it continues to grow stronger and more forceful, activists from every movement are pushed to give concrete support through action and organizing. Learning the history of Puerto Rico, understanding and supporting the Puerto Rican movement, and learning to speak Spanish, the people's language, are all necessities for movement organizers in the U.S. Independence for Puerto Rico. Self-determination for the Puerto Rican people. Free all Puerto Rican political prisoners. Stop the Superport. Kulsr, 5I. IL-115LO-S, 5 pound ST of Puerto Rico. /C, TE, of PR.pos, O. 5UPE.RPOL.T. I:99. Guinea-Bissau. Guinea-Bissau is a small country of 800,000 people on the west coast of Africa. It was from her shores that Portugal initiated the notorious West African slave trade over 400 years ago. Since 1963, a fierce people's war has been waged by the forces of the African Party for the independence of Guinea and the Cape Verde Islands. They have been fighting and defeating over 35,000 Portuguese troops who have been armed, supplied and trained by the US and other NATO powers. On September 24, 1973, Aristides Pereira, Secretary-General of PAIC, declared Guinea-Bissau independent from Portuguese rule. He announced that the new Republic of Guinea-Bissau would continue to battle the Portuguese soldiers on its territory and would also press for the liberation of the Cape Verde Islands. Soon after, the UN General Assembly voted overwhelmingly to extend recognition to the new nation. The US, along with South Africa, Portugal, and Israel, opposed the resolution. 82 nations have now formally recognized the new government. Revolution has profoundly changed Guinean life. PAIC has liberated almost 3/4 of the countryside. Many people now attend schools in places where no schools existed before. Healthcare has become a priority in a country where only one hospital was built by Portugal in over 100 years. Women have assumed a central role in the revolutionary process, breaking from the limits and oppression of the colonial past. Liberation continues to flower in the midst of battle. This is what PAIC calls building the revolution as we fight. Amilcar Cabral was the leader of PAIC until his assassination by Portuguese agents in January 1973. Cabral was a powerful, unifying spokesperson for all the African liberation movements. He was one of the truly great, original revolutionary theorists of this era, a dedicated fighter in the cause of liberation. His murder was a cruel blow to Africa and to the world revolution. Guinea-Bissau is the first Portuguese colony to declare independence. Its liberation struggle has had an effect in Africa similar to the worldwide effects of the Vietnamese struggle. It has been a catalyst for the movements in the other Portuguese colonies of Angola and Mozambique, and has spurred the rise of revolution throughout southern Africa. At the same time, the liberation movements have won more open support from the Organization of African Unity, which represents a broad range of African states. In Angola, the popular movement for the liberation of Angola has liberated 1/3 of the land territory inhabited by 1 million Angolans. In Mozambique, the guerrillas of the Mozambique Liberation Front have launched a powerful new offensive against the centers of Portuguese power. Frelimo forces have crossed the Zambezi River, the supposedly impenetrable natural defense line of Portugal in Mozambique. They have challenged Portugal's planned operation of the huge Cabora Bassa Dam on the Zambezi River. Combined with attacks on the strategic railway between landlocked Rhodesia and the Mozambican port of Beira, these Frelimo operations have shaken Portugal's hold on the country. 100. Portugal is a poor country, run since 1924 by a fascist dictatorship. It spends over 50% of its budget on the military and has fielded an army of 250,000 troops to fight in Africa. Like all colonialist and imperialist countries, Portugal is now seeing the chickens come home to roost. Its attempts to crush liberation in Africa have created the conditions for rebellion at home. Over 100,000 youth have fled the country to avoid the draft. Others have deserted from the army. Armed attacks within Portugal have risen in April. A troop ship about to sail from Lisbon to Guinea-Bissau with 1,000 men aboard, was rocked by an explosion. The action was claimed by the Revolutionary Brigade organization. The recent military coup in Portugal reflects the success of the African guerrillas and the deep opposition to the wars among large numbers of Portuguese. It could be said of the ousted fascist government of Marcelo Caetano what Cabral said of the death of the previous Portuguese dictator Salazar: Africa was the disease which killed him. The coup has unleashed a wave of open anti-fascist organizing among the Portuguese people and has also triggered intensified popular pressure to end the African wars. It is doubtful, however, that the new junta will agree to the only possible solution in Africa: complete independence for Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau. The junta's leader, General Antonio Spinola, fought with the fascists in the Spanish Civil War, served with the Nazi army during World War II, and was the major Portuguese commander in the losing war against Guinea-Bissau. Spinola has floated out visions of neo-colonial non-solutions which have been categorically rejected by the liberation forces. Luis Cabral, the new president of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, has said, "Spinola talks a lot and he has been known to make a lot of promises. But we know that the only language he listens to comes from the guns of our forces, hitting him and hitting him and hitting him again." Portugal could not sustain its colonial wars without the aid of the Western imperial powers. As a NATO member, it receives arms and supplies from the US and Western Europe. Southern Africa is of great strategic importance to imperialism, a source of valuable raw materials, cheap labor, high-profit investments. Victories for PEG, Frelimo, and MPLA could pose a serious threat to racist rule in the whole area. Consequently, the battle lines have hardened and the US has more openly supported Portugal and the white racist governments in South Africa and Rhodesia. In 1971, the Nixon government gave Portugal a $436 million loan in return for continued use of the Azores Islands as a military base. U.S. companies have a growing stake in Portuguese success. They now are the third largest investors in the Portuguese colonies. Gulf Oil Company pays Portugal $62 million a year for its rights to oil resources on the Angolan coast. In November 1973, Gulf acknowledged the discovery of new deposits in this area, which it called the most prolific south of the Middle East. When the Arab states halted oil shipments to Portugal and South Africa, Gulf helped take up the slack, sending oil to both countries and Mozambique. Over half of all U.S. African investments are in South Africa, which functions as a junior partner of Western imperialism. South Africa is currently fighting liberation movements in Namibia, Zimbabwe, and within its own borders. As Portugal loses its hold over Angola and Mozambique, more direct South African intervention is likely. This is the southern axis in Africa: Portugal, South Africa, the US, the NATO powers, Rhodesia lined up against millions of Africans demanding self-determination. The fight for liberation in southern Africa is a strategic center point in the battle against imperialism. The African liberation struggles have been hidden wars, rarely mentioned in the U.S. press. It has taken the concerted work of the Black movement to break the silence in this country. Black organizations have pushed forward boycott campaigns against Gulf oil and Portuguese products, have opposed U.S. support for Portugal and South Africa, and are now demanding U.S. recognition of the new Republic of Guinea-Bissau. Longshoremen in Baton Rouge, Baltimore, and San Francisco have refused to unload shipments of Rhodesian chrome, brought here in violation of a UN ban. All these activities are important for our movement to support and help build. With the current crisis in Portugal, this is a key time to intensify worldwide support for the African liberation movements. While some movement organizers are now engaged in work around Africa, many more of us should make it a part of our daily work. This involves both commitment to action and to political education. A good place to begin is with Amilcar Cabral's writings Revolution in Guinea, Return to the Source, Our People Are Our Mountains, and Basil Davidson's Liberation of Guinea. Learn from the people. A basis can be laid within the movement for a new level of solidarity with the African struggles. Gulf kills. People have been confused and misled into thinking that the situation in the East is impossibly complicated. Blindness to the Palestinian people is at the root of this quandary. The Palestinian struggle is a genuine and deep-rooted movement for national liberation. As a people, they have actively opposed colonization of their lands from the beginning, against the Turkish rulers, against the British Empire, and now against Zionism as embodied in the State of Israel. This is the key to the past and the future of the Mideast. There is a sobering similarity between the situation of the Palestinians and the history of the Native American people. The reality is that Israel is an expansionist power, based on Zionist colonialism. For 7 years, the Palestinian liberation movement has been the leading resistance to Zionism and Israeli military supremacy in the East. In the October War, the Arab nations delivered a major blow to Israel, destroying the myth of Israeli military invincibility, weakening her position in the world and heightening contradictions within Israel itself. The Arab demands were for the return of the Israeli-occupied land seized during the 1967 Six-Day War, in which Israel more than tripled its size. At the core of Mideast politics, unsettled by the October War or the US-Soviet negotiations about the Mideast, are the Palestinian people. The Palestinians are 3.3 million landless people, dispersed primarily in Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, the West Bank, Gaza, and Israel. They have become the people of the diaspora exiled from their homeland of thousands of years by the State of Israel and the ideology of Zionism. Referred to in the U.S. press as Arab terrorists, Arab refugees, or Southern Syrians, the Palestinians have been struggling to return to their land and for their right to self-determination and liberation. Their claim is just, it is based on the fact of Palestinian national existence, a common heritage, the labor of their ancestors, the cultivation of citrus and olives, trade, the building of the cities of Haifa, Jaffa, and Lydda, their culture, their dignity as a people. For 24 years, hundreds of thousands of proud Palestinians have been forced into hastily set up UN refugee camps with no means of survival except food depots and UN rations. Displaced again in 1967, this time from the occupied territories, the Palestinians faced a second exodus, twice refugees. The Abathias camps, originally organized as a temporary measure, are the living grievance. They express the contradiction imhoded in the existence of Israel at the expense of Palestine. Israel has never recognized the Palestinians' rights. Zionist leaders have rejected UN resolutions calling for the return of the refugees to their homeland, rejected the idea that the so-called Palestinian people exist, and insisted that they are the Arabs' problem, not theirs. From the outset, Israel has worked toward a purely Jewish state. Was after the Holocaust in Europe, in which half the Jewish population of Europe was slaughtered by the fascists, that the creation of Israel became a reality. The US and other Western powers denied immigration to Jewish refugees and encouraged migration to the land of Palestine. Zionists colluded with the imperialists to create Israel on an already populated land. 104. Israel's economy is weak, in spite of the enormous theft of Palestinian land and labor. It is dependent on foreign capital, German reparations, US aid and billions from Western donations. In 1967, Israel received 10% of all US foreign aid. The Nixon administration boasts that it has given Israel more aid than the combined total of all previous administrations. Israel is a client state of US imperialism, serving as policeman and favored partner in the exploitation of the Mideast and Northern Africa. From its inception, Zionism has been an imperial ideology, presented as an alternative to communism. Theodor Herzl, recognized as the founder of modern Zionism, had toyed with the idea of establishing a Jewish state in Uganda or Kenya and was blunt about Zionist alliances. England with her possessions in Asia should be most interested in Zionism, for the shortest road to India is by way of Mestin. England's great politicians were the first to recognize the need for colonial expansion. That is why Great Britain's ensign flies on all the oceans. And so I must believe that here in England, the idea of Zionism, which is a colonial idea, should be easily and quickly understood in its true and most modern form. Israel is a settler colony. After World War II, with the British driven out, the UN partitioned Palestine in favor of the Zionists. The Haganah and the Irgun, Zionist terror organizations, initiated a campaign of violence against the Palestinian people to force them off their land and out of the cities, to create a state clean of Arabs. At Deir Yassin, the Irgun killed every one of the 254 Palestinian inhabitants on April 9, 1948. Poorly armed, over 1 million Palestinians fled over the borders, leaving everything behind. Israel seized and confiscated their immense lands and their property under the absentee property laws and justified this occupation with the lie that the Palestinians left of their own free will. The 12% of the Palestinian people who remained behind became hired labor on their own lands or in settlements, and lived under military control, treated as an inferior people. Israel is an expansionist country. In 3 successive wars since partition, they have conquered and occupied Egyptian land, Syrian land, and Jordanian land. 40% of the Israeli budget is taken up by war. During the October War, the U.S. airlifted supplies of up to 800 tons of war equipment per day to Israel through the Portuguese-held Azores, and Nixon got a $2.2 billion request for military spending for Israel. Israeli government policy is periodic warfare, eternal war imposed by destiny. Israel is a class society. Not only is it based on the special colonial relationship of super-exploitation of native Palestinians, but half the Jewish population are immigrants from Asia and Africa. Oriental Jews who face particular exploitation doing unskilled labor, living in the worst housing, discriminated against by European Jews. In addition, because Israel is a religious state, non-Jews are denied basic rights. These conflicts have been submerged by Zionism, yet the tensions and contradictions have produced frustration and opposition among some sectors in Israel, particularly the young. 105. The Zionist government in Israel supported the U.S. in Vietnam, supports the fascist junta in Chile, and opposes all liberation movements in Africa. Since the 1967 war, 26 African nations have severed relations with Israel on the basis of Israeli occupation of Arab land. This is also a consequence of Israel's attempt to penetrate and dominate African development. South Africa and Rhodesia continue ties with Israel. Zionist colonialism has cultivated a worldwide image as the besieged victim, the heroic people holding off the barbarians, a semi-socialist state where strong and free Sabras made the desert bloom, the refuge and guarantee against anti-Semitism. The reality is very different. The Zionist state is clearly the aggressor, the source of violence and war in the Mideast, the occupier of stolen lands. The military solutions of periodic war and expansion, reprisal raids and constant preparation for war are the consequence of intransigent opposition to a politically cooperative future with Palestinians and Arabs. It is racist and expansionist, the enemy of Palestinians, the Arab people, and the Jewish people. Israeli society internally reflects this imperialist reality, militarized, commercial and competitive. The myth of socialism on the kibbutz is a powerful one, but the kibbutzim never contained more than 5% of the Jewish population of Palestine or Israel, and are no evidence for Israel being a socialist country. Many of the kibbutzim are on land which Palestinian peasants were driven from, some directly exploit Palestinian labor, and they are all subsidized by Zionist funds. 106. Zionism does not represent Jews. It is a racist ideology based on the claim that God chose a people superior to others. It has been consistently used as an alternative to class struggle and socialism for Jews, undermining Jewish progressive and working class traditions. There is no basis for the claim that Zionism is a bulwark against anti-Semitism. The Zionist state has allied with the most repressive and intolerant, racist and anti-Semitic regimes in the world, Nixon, South Africa, and the Chilean junta. The white movement in the US has failed to give clear and open support to the Palestinian struggle. We have not taken on the necessary task of exposing the myths about Israel which cloak the true situation and disarm many people. The nature of the State of Israel is protected by intense passions and by the real memories of Nazism, and anti-Semitism. But despite ancestors at Auschwitz and relatives in Israel, we cannot escape the responsibility of opposing the crimes of the Israeli government and the consequences of Zionist ideology. From exile and despair, the Palestinians have slowly developed their resistance capability. They began to lead and define their own political and guerrilla movement, which accelerated after the Arab defeat in the 1967 war. Their brave battle at Karama in 1968 helped make them the focal point of resistance to Zionism and galvanized the national identity and yearnings of the whole people. The forces and organizations of Palestinian liberation trained thousands of Palestinians and began to mobilize their people, to provide health and administrative services, to reclaim their history. The active participation of Palestinian women in the struggle for liberation challenges the long history of women's subservience and dependence which has been bolstered by religion and family. The Union for Palestinian Women is active within all the camps, with a primary focus on education and fighting the economic oppression of women. The Palestinian strategy has been to carry out operations against the Zionist state and Israeli-held territory and to remind the world of the Palestinian people's cause. Their solution is a democratic secular Palestine that will accommodate all Palestinians, Jews, Muslims, and Christians. The Palestinian Liberation Organization is the umbrella organization which coordinates policy of the liberation forces. The Palestinian Liberation Movement is a most progressive force in the Mideast, as is the revolution of South Yemen known as the Cuba of the Mideast. The Palestinians have educated masses of people, opened up the revolution to women and demonstrated fearless determination to win. Their proposal of a democratic secular state stands in marked contrast to rhetorical threats to annihilate the Jews or reactionary expressions of anti-Semitism. The Palestinians make a firm distinction between Zionism and Jews. The presence of the Palestinian struggle is a touchstone for other contradictions in the Mideast. The Palestinian freedom fighters are a highly politicized group, a militant nucleus, scattered in 5 host countries. A principle of the liberation movement has been that the revolution is Palestinian in origin and Arab in extension. The dedicated Fedayeen have stimulated wide support among Arab people. Their struggle and their determined independence from Arab governments in whose lands they live, train and organize, makes them a force for revolutionary change throughout the Arab world. 107. Often Arab governments have rhetorically used the Palestinian cause to maintain their own power and control, while consistently leaving the Palestinians out of negotiations and excluding them from a dignified life within their countries. These rulers are fully aware of the threat posed to their power by a vital liberation movement strategically located in their midst. Yet they are somewhat restrained by the immense popularity of the movement among the people of the Arab countries. This precarious balance was shattered by Black September. Over half the population of Jordan was Palestinian when King Hussein unleashed a major military attack to liquidate the Palestinian Revolution in September 1970. The US backed Hussein with a continuous flow of arms and the threat of intervention with the Sixth Fleet. Thousands of Palestinians were murdered, refugee camps were bombarded and destroyed, leaders executed. This was a severe setback. The Palestinians have since regrouped in Lebanon and Syria and rebuilt their forces. Palestinian independence is opposed with reactionary schemes by Jordan, completely opposed with military terror by Israel, and manipulated by the US. The US-sponsored notion of stability and status quo in the Mideast is an attempt to preserve US imperialist control of oil, using Zionist power as the eats paw. The Mideast has become a world focus of struggles over oil resources and control of strategic sea and air routes. Yet the Palestinian struggle is at the heart of other conflicts in the Mideast. Only the Palestinians can determine the solution which reflects the aspirations of the Palestinian people. No settlements in the Mideast which exclude the Palestinians will resolve the conflict. Palestinian liberation will not be suppressed. The US people have been seriously deceived about the Palestinians and Israel. This calls for a campaign to educate and focus attention on the true situation, teach-ins, debates, and open clear support for Palestinian liberation, reading about the Palestinian movement, the disinherited by Fawaz Turkey, enemy of the sun, opposing US aid to Israel. Our silence or acceptance of pro-Zionist policy is a form of complicity with US-backed aggression and terror, and a betrayal of internationalism. Self-determination for the Palestinian people. US out of the Mideast. End aid to Israel. Imperialism in crisis. The home front. In Vietnam, the imperialist soldiers encounter the discomforts of those who, accustomed to the vaunted US standard of living, must face a hostile land, the insecurity of those who are unable to move without being aware of walking on enemy territory, death to those who advance beyond their fortified encampments, the permanent hostility of an entire population. All this provokes internal repercussions in the US and encourages the resurgence of a factor which was attenuated in the full vigor of imperialism, class struggle even within its own territory. Che Guevara message to the tricontinental friends and enemies. We are living in a huge and naturally beautiful land. The mountains, the deserts, and the plains hold the riches of history from Indian tribes who dwelt here, places like Four Corners and the Black Hills, sacred land to the Navajo and the Sioux. Eagles fly overhead in some areas, and coyotes howl at the moon. Snowlands, riverlands, traveled many times, seen by many people's eyes. No wonder we scream at the plunder, the wastefulness, and wreckage. The streams and lakes flowed with dead fish, victims of industrial waste, the mountains are ripped apart for the wealth of strip-mined coal, the air is thick with pollution. Profit chases greed in a reckless race across the earth. 109. Most people live in the cities, giant centers of commerce and production. The cities contain tremendous potential for human development and community, but the potential is mocked by the reality: burned and abandoned houses, dirty avenues, and children living in cold apartments, this crowded up against extravagant wealth and the centers of imperial power. Still, the culture of the many peoples grows tenaciously. What kind of society is it? It is a class society, torn by contradictions, the heartland of a bloody empire built on the attempted genocide of Native Americans, the trade in African slaves, the lives of Chinese and Japanese and Filipino workers, the exploitation of successive waves of immigrant labor. It is an imprisoner of nations: Guam, Samoa, the Virgin Islands, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, the Black and Chicano nations. Like other empires, it combines stolen lands, stolen riches, and stolen labor. The anarchy of production. Stolen wealth, not Yankee ingenuity, is the basis of the tremendous concentration in the US of productive forces: large factories with advanced machinery, elaborate computer systems, highly extended organization, the labor of women and men from many nations, all contributing to an astounding productive capability. This accumulated productive power is used for the most selfish and backward purposes. Whereas this wealth is produced by the people of the world, it is used to enrich the idle handful that controls it, and to subjugate the dispossessed with the destructive power of economic control and war. Monopoly capital/imperialism is an irrational system. It is not organized to meet human needs. It is run by a very small ruling class whose only morality is the morality of the maximum profit. This handful of white men control the enormous concentrations of wealth, the means of production, the government. These are the imperialists, the common enemy. They hog the wealth which the people produce. 32% of the personal wealth in the US is owned by 1.6% of the population. Who are these enemies? Of all the imperial dynasties and major thieves of our time, the Rockefeller family stands out. The phenomenal growth of their clan's influence and riches parallels the development of US imperialism. They are the richest people in the world, richer than anyone has ever been before, and they are getting richer all the time. Their wealth is about as much as all the blacks, Chicanos, Indians, Puerto Ricans, and 40 million poor whites in the US have put together. Like the other imperial dynasties and families, their wealth has been dispersed into an invisible empire which has spread to every corner of the world. It is an empire which includes the world's largest banks and industrial corporations, aerospace, computers, oil, insurance, telephones and television. The Rockefellers control 20% of banking in the US and 20% of all its industry. This vast empire of wealth and power is built to grow, to self-perpetuate, to entangle everywhere on earth that it can. It feeds on domination over the people. Its social policies are welfare cuts, stop and frisk, drug detention laws. It dislocates whole populations from our cities for the construction of huge monuments to the god profit, to commerce and world trade. It meets rebellion as at Attic Sea, with the iron heel. The Rockefellers' policies exist for the continued immiseration of most of humanity and the continued spiral of concentration of power and wealth into their hands. They are not the only ones. The heads of Ford and General Lotus each receive yearly salaries of almost $1 million, yet 1/3 of the US people are considered poor by the government's figures. We measured the energy crisis by cold houses, sick children, and lost jobs, while the oil companies increased their profits over last year by as much as 130%. This irrational and revolting system leaves much social wealth wasted and undeveloped. What is produced bears little relationship to what is needed. For this reason Marxist-Leninists speak of the anarchy of production. When we refer to the way productive forces are organized under imperialism. The great injustice of this system is that it leaves its potential unrealized while maintaining scarcity for billions of people. All economic activity that does not go to satisfy human need is waste. Advertising and marketing. Useless consumer goods, planned obsolescence, bureaucracy, the military, all aspects of waste add up to the social cost of maintaining this outmoded system. It is working people and the oppressed of empire who bear the cost. The scale on which military spending consumes capital is staggering. The annual military budget is larger than the net incomes of all U.S. corporations put together. With this, the U.S. maintains missiles, submarines, electronic warfare and chemical and biological agents, nuclear weapons, bomber forces, and over 3,000 military bases around the world. This dominance of militarization in the economy distorts every aspect of U.S. life. The conditions of life. The point of class analysis is to isolate the enemy and to identify our potential friends. Who will lead the fight? Who can be won over? Who at least neutralized? The position in society of the working class is in fundamental conflict with the role and function and activities of the imperialists. Oppressed peoples, women, and youth and other anti-imperialist forces can and should deliver telling blows against the empire now. The actual building of socialism cannot succeed without the active support of the industrial proletariat. This is the proletariat's historic mission. It is a revolutionary duty to analyze and interpret the factors and causes which are obstacles to forward motion of the working class in the struggle against the class enemy. One can repeat formulas of class structure according to income and work and feel like a lot has been accomplished. But what is needed is a concrete analysis of concrete conditions, the living soul of Marxism. What is needed is a method that analyzes the motion of society, the contradictions and the changes, in relationship to historic realities, possibilities, and necessities. In the US in the past 20 years, the white industrial proletariat has seldom exercised its revolutionary initiative. Third world peoples in the US, and also women, youth, and members of the armed forces have shown the most consistent initiative and practice as measured by the decisive anti-imperialist struggle of this entire period, the war in Vietnam. These groups have been the carriers of proletarian internationalism for this time. The historic prediction of the leading role of the industrial proletariat in capitalist countries emphasized the concrete processes by which the workers would be socialized and would increasingly find themselves in a common situation of oppression. One of the defining characteristics of the U.S. working class is that it is composed of workers of both the oppressor and the oppressed nations. Any attempt to predict the role of the U.S. working class must place great emphasis on the leadership that has been given by black and third world people. The changing nature of the working class places black and third world workers in a strategic position. They have become a major part of basic industry: steel, auto, chemical, transportation, as well as the vital sectors that service the city's hospital, transit, and clerical work. This has created a new level of militant leadership from below, challenging white supremacy in the unions, confronting and radicalizing white co-workers. Black and third world workers have raised demands in the interest of the whole class, including the colonized of empire, in contrast to the existing leadership of the labor aristocracy, represented by the AFL-CIO hierarchy, which raises demands that favor the most skilled, works against the interests of the poor and the unorganized, and helps sustain imperialism. Imperialism on the decline creates new historic conditions for organizing revolutionary struggles in the oppressor nation. The crisis has affected millions. But crisis does not automatically produce red consciousness. The traditional solution to domestic economic crisis: war, remains an option for imperialism. In the face of imperial decline, the rulers make fascistic appeals to whites to try to recoup economic stability and privilege by going along with and enforcing even more intensified oppression of third world people, welfare cutbacks, miseducation, and expeditionary war against third world revolution. The imperialists are only able to do this by launching counter-revolution at home as well as abroad. The revolutionary potential and contribution of poor, unemployed, and imprisoned people cannot be dismissed with the category lumpen proletariat. Modern imperialism involves chronic stagnation, creating large numbers of permanently unemployed or underemployed people. This large group cannot be equated with the small group described by Marx. Cultural and community ties between today's unemployed and the most exploited workers here plays a leading role in working class struggle. Working class unity cannot be built on the terms of the most privileged sectors. Rather, the demands of the most oppressed must be the basis for isolating the labor aristocracy in their support for U.S. imperialism, and for building a revolutionary class unity. There is as yet no dynamic way to analyze the class position of 116. Women. The class of a woman is typically determined by the class of her husband or her father. This solely derivative criteria is sexist. The usual alternative is to define a woman's class solely by her role in the workforce. Yet in itself this is inadequate, since the overwhelming majority of women perform socially necessary labor of reproducing and caring for children, and taking care of home and maid. The work of women holds up half the sky. A synthesis of women's household work and her work in the productive process is demanded by these conditions and has yet to be fully achieved. The concept of a giant, inclusive middle class as applied to salaried and wage workers who must work to live is essentially a status category, broadly representing income differences, not a true class. Granting higher status has been a major tactic of social control, raised to an ideological weapon to mute conflicting class interests by making the affluence of a few the aspirations of many. In fact, the true middle class is more and more an insignificant segment of the population. The great mass of the white-collar workers, clericals, service people, teachers, and professionals are underpaid, exploited and profoundly bored by the daily dullness of their routines. They comprise the majority of the U.S. workforce at home. They cling to the image of respectability that once separated the old middle class from the mass of blue-collar workers. Their consciousness must be changed. The interpenetration of women's consciousness, youth consciousness, and third-world national identity are great channels through which their class consciousness as workers opposing their class enemy can be irrigated and made fertile. As imperialist crisis deepens, the entire fabric of social control is tightened and becomes more severe. Law and order and the propaganda barrage to instill capitalist values all intensify. The cultural crisis created, however, spills out in rebellion, in resistance to alienating work, and in revolution. Revolutionary constituencies will form along lines of cultural cohesion as well as along class lines. Cultural identity can be an important element in the process of revolutionizing mass groupings. This has been seen in national liberation movements, and also to some degree in the women's movement and the youth movement. There are broad social movements developing and growing in the U.S. We have experienced, in the last decade, a tremendous upsurge of anti-imperialist consciousness and a severe breakdown of the established institutions of power and cultural control. All of this affects the consciousness and social/political direction of the working class and provides important new openings for revolutionary organizing. 117. Black and other Third World people in the U.S. Black and other Third World people inside the U.S. make up oppressed nations, subjugated peoples. The oppression of Third World peoples takes many of the same forms as the imperialist control of people in colonies in Africa, Asia, or Latin America. The Black Nation. The Black nation in the U.S. is huge, the second largest Black nation in the world. It is a nation formed out of distinct common history. The Black Revolution is rooted in the cultural identity, common oppression, and resistance which synthesizes two realities, the African who was stolen to this country, and the slave and descendants of slaves who built it. The struggles of Black people in this generation have shaken racist power and culture to the heart of the empire, because the colonized status of Black and Third World peoples inside the heartland of imperialism is the foundation of the economy and cultural structure of the U.S. The Black struggle for self-determination is the strategic leading force of the U.S. Revolution, forged from a centuries-long tradition of resistance and revolt in the face of counterattack by the club, the cattle prod, the GMT and the lynch rope. From the clandestine organizations of the earliest slavery days, through mass uprisings, the open carrying of self-defense weapons, to guerrilla combat, the Black movement has historically raised the level of the whole struggle. The state has imposed the necessity, liberation movements in other countries have helped point the direction. By fighting for control over their communities, schools, jobs, and their future as a people, Black people also push forward the overthrow of the existing power relations in the entire society. Like any movement, the Black struggle grows by qualitative leaps and through periods of building and regrouping of forces. Organized struggles in local areas and the ongoing day-to-day battles of Black people are often not as visible as the actions and rebellions of a high-tide period. But they are urgent and necessary in the development of a people's movement. The Black movement today embraces the bursting forth of revolutionary Black art and literature, the battles for land and political power in the rural South, consistent organized support for African liberation, the ever-increasing organization and militancy of Black women, ideological debate and study. Black political conventions in Gary and Little Rock have attempted to develop unifying strategies and direction. Black prisoners have opened a determined front behind the bars. Armed struggle against police power has continued in the cities. Always the Black movement persists, finding new forms to meet new conditions and new hardships, tenacious in the people's fight for liberation. 118. Institutions of racism. They call us bandits, Yet every time most black people pick up our paychecks we are being robbed. Every time we walk into a store in our neighborhood we are being held up. And every time we pay our rent the landlord sticks a gun into our ribs. Asada Shakur. Racism is a weapon at the command of the ruling class, deliberately fashioned into a culturally sanctioned institution, written into law, and enforced by all the power of conscious custom and the state. All primary national institutions, corporations, government, social services, and organized labor are under 100% effective white oppressive control. Black people as a group do not control their schools, their jobs, or national policy. Despite the state's propaganda, black people have not been incorporated into the upper, or even middle, levels of the U.S. social structure. In fact, the CJL, conditions of life for many black people have worsened over the last 10 years. During the last decade, the differential between the wages of black and white workers has increased, segregation in the schools has increased, drug addiction has become an epidemic. The annual sales of General Motors $30 billion equals the purchasing power of the entire black population. Institutionalized racism is maintained and perpetuated over the generations by the schools, the unemployment cycle, the drug trade, immigration laws, birth control, the army, the prisons. Black and Mexican and Puerto Rican and Asian labor has been essential in building this country. The labor of third world people cleans the streets, the floors, hauls the heavy loads, cooks the food. Last hired, first fired, the unemployment rate among black people in the cities is 4 times that of whites, and the unemployment among black youth is now expected to exceed 30%. The high rate of black unemployment reduces the effects of depression cycles on the rest of the population and encourages competition instead of solidarity. As an example of this relationship, General Motors announced on January 2, 1974, that about 4,500 workers would be laid off at its Linden, New Jersey plant because of the energy crisis. The layoffs were part of a total of over 86,000 GM workers laid off at time nationwide. Union officials said that 60% of the workers being off indefinitely at Linden were black people, Puerto Ricans, and women. Workers, mostly white, were shoved back onto the assembly lines. Third world women are the lowest paid and in the least skilled jobs in the country. Black women make up half the household workers, in other people's houses. They suffer the triple jeopardy of sex, race, and poverty. Black women earn less than half of what white men earn, are confronted by an infant and maternal mortality rate is twice that among whites. There is no low-cost daycare, due to cutbacks in welfare and health programs. The city is becoming third world territory. Third world people are a majority in 50 of the largest cities. Where they are a large minority, the public school populations are often more than 50% third world. Much of the white population has moved to outer areas and to the suburbs. The cities do not represent, govern, serve, educate, or support their population. An army of occupation prowls the streets of black communities. Sometimes, they patrol in the name of the welfare of the community. But last year, half the murders of civilians by police, including several children, were black people. In New York City alone, 53 black people were shot and killed by police in 1973. From 1968 to 1972, there were over 100 legal murders of black revolutionaries in the U.S. The black community has paid a tremendous price in the loss of leaders like Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers, Fred Hampton, Jonathan and George Jackson, Bobby Hutton, Zaid Shakur. Black people are more likely to get arrested, to get long prison sentences, to be refused parole, to be beaten and killed. The rulers are setting up a unified fascist infrastructure with identity cards, federal training, and arming of police forces. Academic apologists preaching biological inferiority, such as William Shockley, fabricate the justifications for forced sterilization of third world women. These are attacks on a people as a whole. The heroin epidemic, a counterinsurgency weapon and product of the high profits of the international drug trade, is a form of genocide against a whole generation of black youth. In the name of a cure, methadone is replacing heroin but serves the same purpose when controlled by the state: debilitation through addiction with the added benefit of increased control. A measure of the genocidal cost to black people of imperialist rule is their life expectancy, today fully 10 years less than whites. That means that nearly 300 million years of life are being stolen from black people in the US today. The courts are machines for administering the penalties of light rulers to black victims. The prisons are living tombs. They function as a major institution of economic and political control over the black nation, the ruling class safety valve for the rebels, for the alienated. Prison acts as a control on the critical mass on the streets, out of work, angry. There are more black men in prison than in colleges. Behavior modification techniques are now in widespread use in the prisons as an attempted final solution to the problem of rebellion and righteous anger. Y011 nil find no class or category more aware, more embittered, desperate or dedicated to the ultimate remedy: revolution. The most dedicated, the best of our kind roll find them in the Folsoms, San Quintins, and Soledads. George Jackson. 120. TNM, Conditions of Ild / Imam Repra, Zion Black Pri Wonderf, Ha managed 10, create an important center of resistance. They are organizing, studying, teaching each other, and a number of white prisoners who have joined with them, lilt politic and skills of revolution. The prison struggle is a microcosm of the revolutionary process. Cornbin and LJ. Armed resistance. Mass rebellion. Pojitiral education yes, cultural workshops. Prison unions, dav-to-dav resistance. Sinrf the liberation of Attica in September, 197 f. 100 of prisons around the country have been held under siege by prisoners. The prison movement, the fruit of Larry material conditions and torture, has produced a heroic resistance and has given birth to many great leaders. Black culture, black power. This is the era of national liberation. 8 Lake people recognized this early and identified with it. Malcolm X named U.S. imperialism as the common enemy. Black people welcomed Fidel to Harlem in 1961. The black movement was the first in this country to challenge ISNHJ's right to Palestine. SNCC organized early resistance against that draft and in solidarity with the Vietnamese. Lafton Luther King shook TIW country LTL won his denunciation of the U.S. war in Vietnam. Muhammad Ali was another Tiahur in his principled resistance to till a grassroots movement. LOJ cultural prided national unity began to reclaim black history, to inculcate collective consciousness and solidarity. The slogan and feeling that relax is beautiful k everplear among Mac people. The oppressor society has waged war against black culture by 121 ___________________ _______________ commercialization, by trying to subvert it, by encouraging the form and repressing the substance. But a people's culture persists and takes new forms. Black cultural identity has drawn new strength from the progress and determination of liberation movements in Africa. In 1973, over 150,000 black people marched in support of their sisters and brothers on African Liberation Day. The political form of the national movement became the demand for black power. Black power is a revolutionary demand, a demand for freedom and self-determination. It had immense struggle for control of community institutions like the schools, hospitals, daycare centers, and demands for land and political power in the cities. It has taken the form of spontaneous mass rebellion and armed organization. The demand for black power has not been met. Each battle for power is a process of relentless struggle and mobilization. Black parents in Ocean Hill, Brownsville have been fighting for community control of their schools for over 5 years. The United Black Workers at the Mahwah, New Jersey Ford Motor Plant have led wildcat strikes against the company and have done painstaking organizing since 1968 in their battle against white supremacy in the UAW. This kind of persistent work and sacrifice is the essence of the continuing struggle for Black power and liberation. Support for self-determination. Black and Third World peoples' right to determine the direction of their struggle is undeniable. Self-determination means the right of an oppressed people to seize and organize their future and the future of their children. We support Black and Third World people's right to self-determination, including the right to secession. There is nothing sacred and certainly nothing historically just about the present 50-state government or the present boundaries of the U.S. To argue, as some do, that Black liberation must wait upon the industrial proletariat or the socialist revolution of the whole U.S., is both false and racist. In practice, this position demands that Black people wait, that they follow an oppressor nation timetable for liberation. It ignores the fact that empires get broken down in different ways, by wars and occupation, by revolt of external and internal colonies, by disintegration and internal rot and combinations of all these. Whatever decisions Black people and other oppressed peoples make in exercising this right to self-determination, white revolutionaries and anti-imperialists have a very clear-cut responsibility to support these decisions once they are arrived at. This does not mean to support only those choices one approves of, nor only those that can be worked out by reforms within the existing form of the US-one nation, under God, indivisible. Support for the right to self-determination is a principle and a prerequisite to successful revolutionary movement in the oppressor nation. 122. Native Americans. Native Americans have renewed their long history of resistance with a power, militancy, and determination which is an example for all struggles. The Indian struggle is a cultural resurgence which involves the whole people as well as a political fight for dignity and survival. The heroic occupation of Wounded Knee was part of a fabric of audacious action which has shaken the country in recent years: the Native American takeover of Alcatraz Island, the fight of the Pitt River Indians in California to keep their land, the Nisqually and Puyallup struggles in Washington state for their fishing rights, the whole series of meetings, gatherings, and protest called the Trail of Broken Treaties, which led to the occupation of the Bureau of Indian Affairs headquarters in Washington, D.C. in 1972. Native Americans have survived AJJ attempts at cultural, economic, and political genocide. They have made it clear that their battle continues here and now, and they have shattered the white man's myth that Indian culture and resistance died with the 1,890 Wounded Knee massacre. The Bureau of Indian Affairs is a chief enemy of Indian people, a colonial administration which determines the lives of Native Americans. The BIA runs all Native American schools. All elected tribal leaders must be approved by the Interior Department or the BIA. The BIA must sanction any Indian land sales, leases or wills. The BIA officials argue in favor of corporate land grabs on the spurious grounds that the sales revenues will bring the tribe's prosperity. The Bureau of Indian Affairs is an agency which serves the interests of the U.S. rulers. Its aim is to administer the continued rip-off of Indian land and resources. The BIA has made it policy to refuse aid to the hundreds of thousands of Indians who have left the reservations and settled in the urban centers. The American Indian movement was born out of the struggles of these urban Indians against police brutality and impossible living conditions. Conditions on Native American reservations are a further indictment of the system. Life expectancy is 43 years, infant mortality runs 3 times as high as the rest of the U.S., 1/2 of all Indian students never graduate from the poorly serviced, RL-down, racist BIA school system. BIA schools don't teach Native American languages, and vilify the heritage and culture of Indian people. Reclaiming the Native American past is one of the basic elements of the Indian struggle today. The destruction and theft of Native American land has continued. Northern Cheyenne and Crow people in Montana are faced with the plans of major coal companies like Peabody to strip mine their territory and build a massive industrial complex. Lumber companies on the West Coast have bought hundreds of thousands of acres of Indian land in the last few years. Purchases arranged through the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Many of the resource exploitation projects underway in the Canadian North, like the huge James Bay hydroelectric project in Quebec, are being developed on land which still belongs to Indian and Eskimo people. Ecological devastation, accompanied by loss of community and an inability to maintain tribal ways, are the results of these land grabs by major corporations and governments. The fight to save their land and their right to use it, remains a fundamental part of the lives of Native Americans. 123. One of the most important current Indian battles surrounds the U.S. prosecution of the Wounded Knee liberators. Over 300 defendants, including the leadership of AIM, are being charged with felonies. Trials are taking place throughout South Dakota and in Minnesota. A major political point at the trial, as at the Wounded Knee occupation, is that the government has broken the 1868 treaty with the Oglala people. The Oglalas rightfully demand that this treaty, which proclaims their sovereignty as a people, be respected and upheld. Support the Wounded Knee freedom fighters. The Chicano struggle. The Chicano movement grows out of the struggle of 10 million oppressed people who live inside the U.S., mostly in the Southwest. Just as the black nation has been denied its true history, official history has tried to deny the real accomplishments and irrepressible resistance of the Chicano people. What's called the Southwest of the U.S. is in reality El Norte, the vast borderland of Mexico robbed in the Mexican-American War of 1848. The Mexican people, La Raza, are an Indo-Hispano people. They have strong Indian roots reaching to the original inhabitants of the Americas. Legend has it that the Aztecs originated in this region, called Aztlan, the spiritual homeland of La Raza. The struggle to reclaim Chicano land was dramatically renewed in 1967 by the land grant movement in New Mexico. The attack on the Tierra Amarilla courthouse in June, 1967, was a guerrilla attack against a domestic agency of colonialism. For many Anglos, this raid produced the first real consciousness of the Chicano people's historical and legal claim to the land of the Southwest. This Anglo-occupied territory has been developed largely through the slave-like exploitation of Mexican labor. Chicanos are forced into the most arduous and hazardous jobs at low wages but are fighting back. The dedicated struggle by the farm workers to win union recognition is now threatened by the alliance between the Teamsters Union and the growers carried out with violent attacks and sweetheart contracts. This move is a major attempt to defeat the UFWU and break its popular base. Chicana women have just won a hard-fought 2-year strike for union recognition against the Farrah Clothing Company in southern Texas. Hundreds of thousands of Mexican citizens enter the U.S. illegally every year. They are hired for agricultural, industrial and service jobs at wages often below the U.S. minimum wage, without access to social services and welfare. Employers try to use immigrant workers to depress wages and break strikes of Chicano workers. The conditions that cause this immigration are a result of U.S. domination of Mexico's economy. U.S. companies inside Mexico pay workers $2 to $3 a day, reap up to 60% profit on investments, leaving Mexico underdeveloped. Unemployment in Mexico, by some estimates, is up to 48%. Resistance to U.S. imperialism in Mexico has intensified greatly in the past year, including a guerrilla kidnapping of the U.S. consul in Guadalajara, bombings of large U.S. corporations in Mexico, destruction of unsafe farm labor buses in Mexicali. Inside the U.S., the Mexican immigrant workers are treated with racism and brutality. They suffer unsafe bus transport, VL1th frequent accidents and death, phony imprisonment resulting in coerced labor, and periodic attacks and roundup by the U.S. Immigration and Naturalization Service. These roundups of illegal immigrants are a form of police terror against the entire Chicano community. For example, in the summer of 1973, 11,000 people were rounded up within the Los Angeles area and deported. There is no judicial process for aliens, and in the barrio, brown skin is probable cause for harassment and arrest. There were widespread community protests and demonstrations against these fascist measures. The police occupy the barrio. In addition to general harassment, they attempt to terrorize the people with periodic murders of unarmed Chicanos. A related strategy for destruction is police-protected importation of drugs into the barrio. In response to police terror, There have been militant mobilizations of the people, youth organizations, community support for police victims, concerted efforts to drive drug pushers out of the community. In 1970 and 1971, an underground Chicano group in Los Angeles carried out a series of guerrilla bombings against school, police, and corporate targets. The oppressor systematically attacks the culture, language, and history of the Chicano people. The concern for a truthful Chicano education for the children is a center of the struggle. There have been militant high school rebellions in Denver, Chicano school walkouts in LA, fights for bilingual education and for Chicano history and culture throughout the Southwest. Pride in La Raza is strong. Chicano art and poetry are flourishing in the barrio. At the height of the Vietnam War, Chicanos were hit by disproportionately high draft calls and casualty rates, coerced to fight against sisters and brothers in Vietnam. Resistance was H41, H. The Chicano moratorium became the leading anti-war force in Los Angeles. Their August 1970 demonstration drew 50,000 people who fought back militantly when the police attacked and killed 3 Chicanos. The oppression of Chicanos is deep and their resistance is extensive. Anglos have borrowed and benefited from Chicano culture, skills, labor, and struggles. The liberation struggle of La Raza is critical to creating a humane society in the U.S. We have a responsibility and a human need to learn about and actively support the Chicano struggle for self-determination. I, 2, LHLLL, I\F. 125. The Rising of Women. The women's movement is R00 in the common oppression of women. It is built on women's continuous resistance to sexism and is the granddaughter of the organized popularly based movement, imbued with a unique spirit and the fierce beauty of masses of women actively claiming our power and our futures. It contains the power to transform and become a leading force in our revolution. The condition of women. The subjugation of women is intrinsic to imperialism. Male supremacy is given concrete form in the family, in the workforce, in the social institutions. Sexism is perpetuated and enforced by the culture and ideology of imperial society. So basic is the oppression of women to the functioning of the system that while many women can improve their circumstances within the system, we cannot win full collective liberation without overturning the entire structure of imperialism. Home and family. The modern male-run nuclear family, when we tear away the veil of sentimentality, is the basic unit of capitalist society. Capitalism and the modern family matured together historically, feeding each other's development. In the family, women both reproduce the labor force and begin the socialization process of the new generation, which is essential to the productive system and the functioning of society. Women bear the major responsibility for the nurturing, health and education of families. These are treated like personal problems, yet they are necessary tasks, fulfilled at minimal cost and effort to the imperialists. Housework is hard work, done alone, it is denied any social value and it is not paid for in any formal way. It is paid in barter, consumer comfort, a sense of economic security, status. The individual capitalist family structure is a wasteful social form, not healthy for children to grow up in, a trap for women. It is a sanctioned form for sexual exploitation and a hypocritical double standard. The family breeds competitiveness among us, allows no future to women with grown children, and demeans old women, separating them from the life of the community. Yet in a hostile, competitive society such as this one, the family is for many third world and poor people the only center of community, of collective survival, a refuge. Until other forms can grow and develop, the family will remain necessary as well as intolerable. There are many families, an increasing number, headed by women. The ability of single mothers to work and raise and care for children and maintain a household is a monument to women's strength and determination. 126. Women work both inside and outside the home. Having so many unemployed and underemployed women as a reserve of labor is a necessity to modern monopoly capital. Women are available to be exploited in case of war or some other change in the economic situation. Women are a comparatively skilled group, but because of the myth that most women who work are secondary breadwinners, we work for lower pay and are neither organized nor trained. Over 40% of the workforce is women, and over 40% of women work. Women work mainly in service trades and clerical work, and those of us who work in production work mostly in semi-skilled jobs in textile, garment, and culinary trades, the traditional work of women. Although getting out of the homes gives women a place of socialized contact and some dependence, it also compounds our oppression. Women's pay averages 3/5 that of men. Of the 34 million women in the workforce, little more than 4 million are members of unions. Women workers who are organized are mostly in unions notorious for white male control. There are no maternity leave benefits and no daycare facilities. The lowest paid workers in U.S. society are black and third world women. Government policies. Women are oppressed and controlled by government agencies and are the immediate victims of economic crisis. The Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, for example, directly affects the lives of millions of women and their families. HU is the largest domestic arm of the government, comparable in size and function only to the Defense Department. HU is a classic institution of male supremacy, built on the oppression of women, children, and old people. It is typical of the male monopoly of power. Caspar Weinberger, known as Cap the Knife for his budget cuts, makes $60,000 a year as head of HU. He is a Nixon man and a leech. The brunt of HU policies falls on women. Rockefeller and Reagan have been running model HU programs to force as many people off welfare as possible, especially AFDC. Welfare amounts to government-enforced malnutrition. People are maintained below subsistence. Today 45% of all city families headed by women live in poverty by official standards. That means improperly nourished. 5 million women in the U.S. are medically indigent, face undiagnosed and untreated illness. Threatened with losing the few crumbs of welfare, women are coerced, for economic and racist reasons, into sterilization programs. Last year, HU financed between 100,000 and 200,000 sterilizations through Medicaid and special family planning clinics. If you are black or poor or old or a woman who is a head of a household, you are directly affected by HU programs. They control your money and rob you of your dignity and your privacy as a condition of aid. In certain ways, HU is to poor women like the Bureau of Indian Affairs is to Native American people. It claims to be the giver of life aid necessities, but under the guise of providing social services, it functions to control and contain us as a safety valve against crisis and revolt. HU is really the department of illness, ignorance, and wretchedness. 127. The culture of sexism. Sexism is enforced and perpetuated by the imperial culture. From women are taught to think of ourselves as weak in body and mind, passive, second-rate, dependent objects. The organization of society teaches, for the inferiority of women. Through schools are channeled and to prepare for marriage and sex-segregated jobs, denied a full later these same schools blarn mothers for the failure of children to learn to read. The media portrays, women as empty-headed, sexy consumers. Old far women are shunted aside, doped, ridiculed. F.N1, 7p cut off from useful work and creative. AFRU. LLT flat underscore J, I dash dash, U colon. Underscore comma underscore CL dot I. L, 1 dash underscore L. V1 backslash. Act with ear, narrow confine. To fulfill OMMLMRN role as sexual reproducers. Distorted and competitive standards of heredity are over a whole system of sexual objectificatio. We live in an culture, where women are denied control of our bodies. Near and taboos go hand in hand. If PT0 titulation and sexual XP Tatalo 11. Men are taught to use women. The underside of this objectification is rape, a massive, brutal terror perpetrated on women by men. Low T lapes art not RF, ported statistics are far lower than the reality. But on /I am in the fastest growing category or crime in the L, the paralyzing rape and sexual abuse, fanned by media and polka warnings, adds up 10 an unofficial curfew for women. The oppression of women perverts the cultural value. Of the whole N7, men are alienated from children and from human emotion. Women are rut off from one another, threatened and competing. Sexism is a form of cultural conditioning which enables the system to exploit everyone. The women's L_LOVK_IE_T. The women's movement has reached into because of the strength of black women, that black women are responsible for the position of black men in society. These theories try to divide the black community against itself and breed self-hatred among black women. They have influenced the popular consciousness of a generation and have been roundly denounced by black women. Third world women are organizing, in school struggles, union struggles, welfare struggles, many in a national liberation context. Many third world women define their enemy as imperialism. They lead in welfare and prison movements. They have much to teach us about who our enemy is, international sisterhood, and how to strengthen a people to fight. Racism is used against women, a form of counterinsurgency to divide us, the velvet glove and iron fist. By exploiting our concern for our families, the state convinces many white women that our main enemy is third world people. This is particularly powerful when our children are used as a weapon. Women's fears are created and manipulated. Real fear of rape is turned into fear of third world men by the press and the police. In truth, most white women victims of rape are raped by white men. Anti-sexist work is not necessarily anti-racist, or anti-imperialism. Some women argue that we always fought for other people, now women are fighting our own battles. Let us extend our sisterhood to the 100,000 women in Theos prisons, to the women in Palestinian refugee camps, to the dispossessed women in Puerto Rico, and to the women in prison here. Let us encourage the women who work against the Indochina War. Let us not justify complacency in the name of women. Militancy. Our movement will be self-defeating if /VE reject militancy as male and macho. This detracts from the resistance of our sisters in the past, denies the necessarily violent nature of the struggle, and is blind to the courage of the wars for national liberation being waged against the U.S. Acceptance of the status quo of imperialism means acceptance of unprecedented violence. There is a particular importance in women learning to fight. For us, much the same as for women who join liberation struggles in third world countries, actually confronting the enemy and fighting in demonstrations, acts of resistance or armed attacks is tearing off of the veil, a rejection of the passivity and acceptance for which we are bred. Women fighters are frightening apparitions to the enemy and examples for us. Women play a particular role in the armed struggle which guerrillas cannot well afford to ignore. Women are fierce fighters, out of our righteous anger at oppression, but we also have to work hard to learn necessary skills not naturally taught us. Women are careful fighters, and understand the need to rid our fighting of ego. We also cannot let this strength turn into conservatism. Women unite and center the revolutionary community, mobilize the comrades to fight. This necessarily involves grasping the tools of ideology and political struggle. 132. Insurgent institutions. In building alternative institutions for women, we must not deceive ourselves into thinking that our clinics or schools have solved the problem of healthcare and education for the mass of women. We must be aware of who they serve and who they don't. Alternative institutions must also become insurgent bases for a fight against the mass social institutions, on behalf of women at the mercy of hospital emergency rooms, public housing, food stamp lines, and public schools. Without power, reforms can be turned into weapons against us. Reforms which were fought for every inch of the way, such as public schools, birth control, social security, and trade unions, become their opposite in the hands of the ruling class. We must make sure our victories are not at the expense of our sisters. Women have fought for abortion reform, a tremendous victory, but we have to fight to exercise control over the burgeoning abortion business and find ways to make sure that poor women can take advantage of this victory. Women have struggled long for safe, effective birth control, but we do not have control of our reproduction. Poor and third world women are routinely used for medical experimentation and profit, subject to forced sterilization and unsafe family planning. We have the obligation to fight to stop the wholesale genocidal use of sterilization and population control against the women of Latin America. It is only the reforms which we have fought for that make our lives bearable. Survival struggles around conditions of work, welfare, life, health can weaken the enemy, expose his tricks, and win something real for us all. Together these elements make up a good program of struggle. But imperialism will never, can never, free all women. Sexism will not be destroyed until imperialism is overthrown. It is in the collective interests of women to do this and take full part in building a socialist revolution. We need power. Socialist revolution lays the foundation for the liberation of women and begins dismantling the tenacious institutions of sexism. The revolutionary movement, on its part, must embrace and support the rising of women. There must be a solid and irrevocable commitment made to women's liberation. A revolution is not a moment in time. Old ideas reassert themselves and have to be fought against. Revolution is a continuing process. 133. The Youth Rebellion. The revolutionary youth movement is a proud and beautiful thing. It has made a significant contribution to revolutionizing this society. The student movement engendered militancy and daring at an early stage of struggle and has greater promise still. Control of the cultural apparatus and value system is an essential aspect of securing the home base for a world empire. Therefore, struggles which expose, break down and liberate people from this social structure are very important and form a front line of the cultural revolution. The cultural rebellion of youth has been a significant assault on the controls of empire. At its best, it actively carried the people of the U.S. into supporting the Vietnamese people's struggle for liberation and opposing the war, and it has provided an arena of struggle against racism where victories have been won. It produced a movement committed to communal and collective lifestyles, sexual liberation, and anti-materialist values. Youth culture. The revolutionary youth movement grew out of the contradictions within the oppressor nation society. It grew up at a unique moment, the height of affluence. Modern U.S. society, organized for the business of imperialism, is a place where young people face particular oppression. Schools, the family, the media all attempt to socialize us into a competitive, acquisitive, individualized system. The end result is intended to be competitive sexual roles, marriage, and alienating, humiliating work as functionaries for imperialism. In U.S. society, life is alienating. Sexuality is stripped of its expressive and loving qualities, and institutionalized in marriage, prostitution, or pornography. Sexuality is denied its human content, and is offered for sale. Art, too, is a commodity, something to be bought and sold. So are games and sports no longer human exercises for the fun and development of people, but big business, packaged and programmed. The alienation of life is an ongoing explosive condition of our times. Youth oppression is organized and institutionalized. Young people are channeled and coerced in schools, misled, miseducated, misused. Schools have become alien from the real process of learning about the world or how to use things. Schools are often huge minimum security prisons where we are held and controlled for large parts of our lives. In schools we are taught to respect arbitrary authority, to follow orders, and to compete with sisters and brothers. The education industry plays the additional role of keeping huge numbers of young people out of the shrinking job market, thereby propping up the faltering system. Schools in many ways are the workplaces of youth. Youth are rebellious against meaningless work and face the problems of less skill and seniority, low pay scales, dirtier work. Unemployment and underemployment are massive among youth. Young people are used as a reserve pool of low-skilled labor. 134. Police, the courts, and prisons are increasingly geared to control of the young. Out of work, out of luck, we are more likely to be involved in minor crime. The prison population is increasingly a young population. A large segment of youth has rejected the traditional values of society and has struck off in search of a better way, a more fulfilling life, more humane and dignified social relations. Young people have become committed to collective work styles, to communities where work and life are integrated, where respect for community and culture and environment are priorities. We are learning to be open to other people's cultures and have borrowed from the music, stories, and ways of other peoples to enrich our own. The youth movement did not materialize out of thin air but in response to imperialism. It united around and gathered momentum in the fight against the war in Vietnam. It declined when the troop withdrawals and the end of the draft removed the most compelling elements bringing young people into struggle. The killings at Jackson State and Kent State during the protests against the invasion of Cambodia scared many people who had never experienced the wrath of imperialism so directly. People were confronted with the ruthlessness and arbitrariness of repression. The culture produced a group of people. Nomads, communal semi-hustlers, sharing a certain sense of being alien to and in opposition to the U.S. imperial way of life. At the same time, this culture benefited from the affluence of empire, and in some part removed itself from engaging against the perpetrators of empire by escaping from the institutions of society. The cities are the front line in many ways, but the importance of work done in rural areas should not be underestimated. Potential exists for organizing among the rural poor. Unity can be built with Native Americans, Southern blacks, Appalachians, the rural Chicano and poor white population, for the redress of the oldest and some of the cruelest crimes of imperialism. 135. One edge of youth culture consisted of politically active people, organizers, embattled artists, people's musicians, free schoolers, mothers and fathers and children of communal families. What has happened to this large grouping of people as the fat of affluence has dissolved over the last 3 years? Some have become small businessmen, and have taken on the material characteristics of their parents' generation. But most have gone to work, or are on welfare, or are even maintaining a rural subsistence through small farming or crafts. Many live at the edge of getting by, women alone with small children, people eking out a living in groups. To the extent that communities survive among this group of people, they are real bases for organizers, not necessarily revolutionary, but open. This group of people constitutes a class sector increasingly proletarianized whose experience in political work or in organizing alternatives can be a valuable contribution to our movement. There are serious weaknesses in youth culture. It is imbued with the sexist values of the dominant culture that bore it. It mainly looks to male heroes for models. It has failed to genuinely meet women's needs or to make a wholehearted commitment to fighting sexism. Sometimes trying to build cultural alternatives has become a substitute for struggle, or has collapsed into hip capitalism. Do your own thing at first, and advocacy to add your own unique contribution to the community effort has become a slogan for individualism, splitting apart, and undermining the solidarity that has been built. In many ways, the culture has withdrawn to rest on its privileges, dissociating from active opposition to racism and from active identification with Black and Third World people. A flippant attitude toward consciousness-expanding drugs is separated from the whole picture of deathly and pacifying drugs pumped into insurgent communities. The problems of heroin, methadone, alcohol, and pills have not been dealt with. Although young people experience police oppression day to day, police power directed against Black and Third World people is not combated. Rarely do alternative institutions organize to meet the needs of the Black community, Third World children, the old. The best of the culture is realized through the process of struggle itself. This is what creates unity of opposition, builds anti-racism, breathes life into the sense of community and makes our communities insurgent. Revolutionaries must embrace the explosive content of the profound alienation young people experience in U.S. society, and struggle with and change its accommodations to imperialism. It is our view that the youth movement is a force that has and will continue to affect the consciousness of the working class and the society as a whole. We must approach the youth movement with the consciousness of the great contributions made by students, GIs, and other young people in the anti-imperialist struggles of a decade. The armed forces. The army is one of the central oppressive institutions of youth. Young men are forced into the armed forces because of lack of education. 136. And employment opportunities. Once in the army, we are faced with the i.e., and most direct forms of discipline and class oppression. The rebellion in the armed forces comes from the same causes that young third world people and white youth to rebel in other imitators of U.S. society. GIs have raised deep questions about the right of rulers to MLE, of the armed forces to command, of the supposed right to torture and kill women, children, and men in Vietnam. The realities of a vengeful yet totally unjust war, as the war in Vietnam broke many institutional and cultural forms that have kept the armed forces either as a so-called proud fighting unit. There has been GI rebellion within the armed forces during every U.S. war expansion, but the defeat of U.S. forces in Vietnam combined with growing black rebellion at home accelerated the opposition into a full. The justification for war grew thin. No one wanted to die in this v/Lee. We refused to fight and burned our draft cards, left the country, and demons won ERAED against the war. Instead of going on patrol, many units would out a few hundred yards and sack out for the night. A generalized alienation from military discipline developed. Imperialism needs willing, but fewer and fewer could be found. Terms of the soldiers made developed, know what you don't. Resistance and solidarity of black GIs set and galvanized others. In the racist army, of the combat casualties. Slogans of resistance ever called me nigger, don't fight overseas on the brass, subversion of the machinery, and NFT, NHD-LN spread among GIs. On occasion, units refused to both in Vietnam and in the US at the Democratic National 137 Convention in 1968. Thousands of young people who became the dedicated enemies of imperialism were trained in weaponry and combat. Veterans who came back to the US organized against the war and led a national campaign against war crimes. One of the most dramatic moments in the anti-war movement was in April 1971, when the Vietnam veterans against the war threw away their war medals at the White House. Veterans face chronic unemployment, inadequate medical treatment, unjust benefit payments and drug addiction at home. Vets are plagued by an oppressive discharge system which codes young men according to the recommendations of the ruling brass. This system creates a blacklist on the labor market against many returning veterans, especially those who didn't toe the line. The revolt in the army is anti-imperialist class struggle on the highest level, led by third world GIs but with many white working class people involved. This revolt involves cultural insubordination, political education, direct action, and mass participation in armed resistance and sabotage. As a result, we have arrived at a new political situation. The ruling class can no longer confidently depend on the armed forces to do the dirty work of empire in all parts of the world. The great injustice of this system is that it leaves its potential unrealized while maintaining scarcity for billions of people. U.S. society is corrupted by the values that necessarily accompany piracy: racism, greed, competitiveness, brutality, sexism, callousness. The ruling class calls the backward, criminal aspects of culture into being and sets them into motion. The society is the rat race, marked by an antisocial premium on individualism. There is a stark poverty for masses of people materially and culturally, a poverty in the quality of life. As imperialism deepens, the entire fabric of social control is tightened and becomes more severe. Third world peoples in the U.S., and also women, youth, and members of the armed forces have shown the most consistent initiative and practice as measured by the decisive anti-imperialist struggle of this entire period, the war in Vietnam. These groups have been the carriers of proletarian internationalism for this time. 138. 6 Against the common enemy. This is a call to organize the people and to act. We must now apply our analysis to our particular situation, mobilize the masses and fight. Our goal for this period is to help build a mass anti-imperialist movement and to build the armed struggle, the guerrilla forces. Legal and clandestine struggle are both necessary, agitation and attack, peaceful methods and violent methods, sometimes organizing the people step by step, and sometimes taking a leap through action to a new level. Mass work and armed struggle are united in revolution, each needs to support and affirm and complement the other. These are different fronts, interdependent and allied against the common enemy. Above ground and underground, we face the same political questions: who do we organize? How do we bring our politics to life in practice? How do we sustain the struggle? Our enemy is U.S. imperialism, the enemy of all humankind. OUF goal is to attack imperialism's ability to exploit and wage war against all oppressed peoples. Our final goal is the complete destruction of imperialism, the seizure of the means of production and the building of socialism. To create the conditions in which we can take the offensive, destroy the old system and build a new life, we must weaken and at least partly destroy the empire. The weakest points of empire lie in its control of the colonies, and this is why Third World liberation is leading the struggle against imperialism. We need organization. Activists are searching for direction, some common ideas, strategy, and practice to unite around. It is frustrating and crippling to individual revolutionaries and groups to have no unified impact on history as it is being made. We all feel the need to work as part of a whole, larger than ourselves, to see our individual contributions add lip to something meaningful. Organization unites, gives direction and breadth to particular political work. Activists and militants want to build something bigger, where activity leads to shared results, where masses of people organize their strength. Anti-imperialist organization is what is needed. 139. We believe that communist-minded organizers can take the initiative now and lead. Move from small to large. Practice and hard work, boldness, and a willingness to intervene in every struggle, big or little. There is room for lots of creativity in application and choice of work. Go to the people. Organize and mobilize. Build the struggle. Read and study. Carry your books. There is no substitute for practice in determining the revolutionary path. Conditions are developing more rapidly than is easily realized. This is not yet a program, rather it is an ideological foundation and the tools for building agitational work. Go to the people. The U.S. people entered the 70s weary of war, skeptical of government leaders, uncertain about the future. Masses of people have been torn away from imperial mythology, from the standard of male supremacy, from allegiance to the state. In search of more drastic solutions to the current social dislocations, people open to the possibility of revolutionary consciousness. The 70s bring inflation, recession, unemployment, the chance of war, and crisis after crisis in the lives of millions here. We can foresee a time of food riots, unemployment councils, tenants' anti-eviction associations, neighborhood groups, anti-war organizations. The left must organize itself to understand the continuous crises of our time and mobilize the discontent into a force for freedom. Organize poor and working people. Go to the neighborhoods, the schools, the social institutions, the workplaces. Agitate. Create struggle. Link up the issues that describe the system. Tell the truth. We believe that radical teachers should work in schools in working-class neighborhoods, in community or junior colleges. Radicalize other teachers, organize the parents, teach and encourage your students. Health workers can choose hospitals and clinics in poor communities. Cultural activists, street players, artists, writers should propagandize and relate to poor and working people. Community-controlled and counter-institutions should be made into insurgent bases. Organize among youth. Organize among women. Communists should play a big role in these movements, these popular upheavals which spawned us. This is our strength. Revolutionize existing projects and movements, analyze real situations, intervene with a revolutionary anti-imperialist perspective. Organize to survive. Support the people's right to food, adequate shelter, and decent health care. Oppose Hugh attacks on women and the poor. Fight to live. Impeach Nixon and jail him for his major crimes. He is one of the top criminals of the century, a war maker, a life taker. His isolation and exposed condition is the mirror image of U.S. defeat in Vietnam. Nixon merits the people's justice. 140. Politics in command. There are 1,000 threads of forward motion in the social explosion of our times. 1,000 threads to untangle and engage. Find a way for everyone to fight the enemy. Unite the anti-imperialists. There are some politics that are necessary for successful activity, things to carry with us in our work. Internationalism revolutionaries are internationalists. Our job is to build international class consciousness, to make connections among people. A good program must synthesize, not separate, the struggles of third world peoples with our own, to uncover the relationship between Watergate and the Vietnam War, to nourish our identification with the struggle of Cuban women rather than our distinctness, to find the commonality between the white worker and the unemployed Puerto Rican. A good program mobilizes and teaches. The rulers scapegoat third world people for the failures of the system. They say, the American people are being deprived of their right to oil by the Arabs, welfare mothers, not the defense budget, are responsible for higher taxes, Chilean socialism stole our copper mines. We cannot allow the maintenance of a pacified sector of privileged workers here, rather we can find ways to identify our interests with the interests of all oppressed people everywhere and sharpen the class struggle. Liberal anti-internationalist slogans have been put forth throughout the history of our movement. You can only organize people around their own interest. Don't fight other people's battles. Support for third world struggles is guilt politics. These slogans encourage the belief that oppression is individual and must be fought by small groups distinct from and against other groups. These slogans assume that the individualism, narrowness, and fear that are a major part of the socializing process here should be accepted by movement programs. They emphasize competition, a short-term sense of the struggle, and feed racism and all kinds of chauvinism. We think that organizers should oppose the liberal slogans with the communist slogan, fight U.S. imperialism, the common enemy. How to move. Oppose nuclear war and U.S. threat of nuclear war. Defeat nuclear saber-rattling. Oppose imperialist war and aggression wherever it occurs. Oppose U.S. armed intervention. Defend Indochina from future attacks. Get the U.S. out of the Mideast. Independence for Puerto Rico. Also, watch for the quiet but sinister ways warfare is waged on sisters and brothers in the Third World. Expose and oppose aid programs, cultural and economic penetration, the multinational corporations, population control. Don't let them sneak around. Oppose racism in practice. Racism is the main and most consistent weapon for holding back the revolutionary struggle. Skin color will be a brand to turn proletarians against one another until this brand is decisively rejected by white folks. The oppressed nation of Black PLE is the leading anti-imperialist force in our country. No doubt about it. History. 141. Continuity, militancy even in hard times. Black and other third world leadership has, in recent years, been the most internationalist and the most militant. Racism cuts us off from this leadership. All vestiges of racist thinking or action among revolutionaries must be attacked in the most forthright manner. No quarter can be given to racism in our relations with the people we are organizing. We must learn how to reject and expose the racism without rejecting the person. Represent solidarity with third world people whenever possible. Win a base of support for prison struggles and oppose attacks by the state on third world revolutionaries. The greater the resistance by the people, the more widespread and successful, the greater will be the repression from the state. We can prepare for future repression by planning the next stage of advance and attack. Today people are confronted by prisons, courts, military injustice and racism, police brutality, spying on and controlling of civilian life, the terror of rape, discrimination, channeling and brainwashing. Does this constitute fascism or a threat of fascism? Again, the main thing is the distinction between oppressor and oppressed nations. Third world people have been living under fascist conditions for generations. At the same time, the majority population feels it has some democratic rights worth defending. These contradictory perceptions reveal something that is true: fascism in the oppressor nation is the application here of the colonial policies of empire. It is selective and partial. It has always been applied to Native Americans, black people, Puerto Ricans, Chicanos, the oppressed generally, as well as those who unite with the oppressed radicals, Reds. Fascism in this country is not a challenge to those in power by some more reactionary gang on the outside. Fascism is perpetrated on third world people from the seats of power, the Pentagon, the Congress, the White House, the Supreme Court. In these places liberal and fascist tendencies compete, but they also connive and conspire. Our strategy must be unity against existing fascism for the liberation of all oppressed people. Imprisoned fighters face the brunt of fascist repression and are a center of our struggle. A solid bridge of communications, news, politics, and support sustains sisters and brothers under brutal isolation and torture, makes a difference in the treatment of political prisoners and their chances of release. Connections maximize the impact of prison politics as an essential and leading part of our movement. Support Rochelle McGee. Defend the Attica brothers. Like Dr. Du Bois said, the problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line. It's our view that white revolutionaries should look toward building principled alliances, coalitions, and working relationships with third world people when possible. Support for self-determination can't be an excuse for failure to engage with third world revolutionaries in day-to-day work. A new practice should develop in which we learn from, struggle with, but don't prejudge or attempt to direct third world freedom fighters. Full understanding and support for self-determination is the basis for this kind of getting together. Win an understanding of the right of oppressed peoples to determine their own destinies. Read Black and Third World publications. Understand the richness of the movements, the current debates, the direction and growth of struggles. Study /Lacolm and George Jackson. Learn from the great teachers. 142. Women and Revolution. The women's movement has changed the consciousness of millions of women, and the crises of U.S. society are creating resistance and revolutionaries among women every day. This is a good time to do a lot of organizing among women, to bring the full scope of anti-imperialist and revolutionary politics into women's lives. Storm the institutions which oppress women. Direct our force against the men who control these institutions. Support Assata Shakur, Marilyn Buck, Lolita Lebron, and other women in prisons. Demonstrate to free our sisters in the Saigon jails. It is our view that women working in revolutionary organizations with men should organize themselves into women's groups, sections, brigades, caucuses to build our solidarity, to oppose sexism, to reach out, involve, organize among women and to strive together for the fun liberation of women. Sexism within the culture of the revolutionary movement denies the full contribution of women and distorts political direction. We need an anti-sexist revolution in this country to create the basis for a new society which genuinely empowers women. The revolution must be fought for women as well as by women. Sexism manifests itself in relationships among people, and must be fought on this level too. Men must make a continuing commitment to understanding and changing sexist ways. Criticism and self-criticism are our tools for this struggle, Fanchon, the turning over, transformation. Militancy. A movement has no reason to exist if it doesn't fight. The system needs to be overthrown, revolutionaries must prepare for that necessity at all points along the way. Revolutionary movements must be contending for power, planning how to contend for power, or recovering from setbacks in contending for power. Certainly every movement must learn to fight correctly, sometimes retreating, sometimes advancing. But fighting the enemy must be its reason for being. We build a fighting movement. 143. Militancy stirs the imagination and raises the Vielslan of victory. Militancy in a street demonstration, in a courtroom, in a rally, in a prison takeover, is recognized and respected as an uncompromising statement. It is a confrontation with the opposing system. Involving people in militant action trains and teaches. It is both an example and a strategy. Militant action is related to the understanding that the struggle is not merely for separate issues but is ultimately for power, necessarily including armed struggle to defeat the oppressive forces of state. To leave people unprepared to fight the state is to seriously mislead about the inevitable nature of what lies ahead. Some on the left dissociate mass struggle from revolutionary violence and condemn any act of public militancy or armed struggle as adventurist. This is characteristic of oppressor nation movements where violence is raised to a question of abstract principle, and the illusion is fostered that imperialism will decay peacefully. Violence turns people off, it's too early, violence only brings down repression. The movement should argue for and explain armed action, develop parallel strategies, openly support the thrust and political content of revolutionary armed actions, claim and spread the message of struggle, help create the sea for the guerrillas to swim in. Don't talk to the FBI. Resist grand jury probes of revolutionary struggles. Laying the basis for armed struggle is also the responsibility of mass organizers. From the very beginning of guerrilla action, mass armed capability develops. Its spontaneity will be slowly transformed into the energy of a popular armed force. Many levels of clandestine propaganda action can be carried out which spread the consciousness of action and give people a way to learn. Spray painting, rip-offs of corporate files, blood on the murderers. We have done these types of action ourselves, including stink bombing a Rockefeller appearance in NYC and doing the same to the mouthpieces of the Chile junta when they traveled in the US after the murder of Allende. Build a people's militia. A successful movement needs to keep part of its organization away from the eyes of the state. This should be part of the practice of every revolutionary. The survival and continuity of the revolutionary movement, of the activists and the supporters over a long period of time, depends on having networks and resources not exposed to computer patterns, electronic surveillance, and infiltration of the repressive apparatus. The continued existence of underground organizations shows this can be done. Building a capacity to survive over time is no substitute for militancy now in our daily work. An uncompromising, confrontational approach to political work is the best way to inspire the people, build organization, and learn to fight. This is a deathly culture. It beats its children and discards its old people, imprisons its rebels and drinks itself to death. It breeds and educates us to be socially irresponsible, arrogant, ignorant, and anti-political. We are the most technologically advanced people in the world and the most politically and socially backward. The quality of life of a Chinese peasant is better than ours. The Chinese have free and adequate health care, a meaningful political education, productive work, a place to live, something to eat, and each has a sense of her or himself as part of a whole people's shared historical purpose. We may eat more and have more access to gadgets, but we are constantly driven by competition, insecurity, uncertainty, and fear. Work is wasteful and meaningless, and other people are frightening and hateful. This is no way to live. Anti-imperialism is our cultural revolution. We must rescue ourselves from the consequences of being the base area for imperialism, the base area for war, piracy, rape, and murder. In this reclamation process, we come to a better understanding of our history and ourselves. This is not for a small group but for millions of people. Much has happened in the world and in the US to move this process along. Few people really believe anymore in the great civilizing leadership role of the US. Few still think that capitalism is the best of all possible ways to meet the economic needs of the world's peoples, or that Black and Third World people are subhuman labor material destined to support the more worthwhile activities of white supermen. Few really believe that men will go on indefinitely monopolizing power in a supremacist anti-women society. Stated simply, our strategy is to base ourselves on the trends of change, to revolutionize and push them on, and to intervene in everything. Where do the US people look to learn about social revolution and consciousness, struggle, and purpose? A decade of resistance in Vietnam demonstrated to highly developed Westerners that we have everything to learn from underdeveloped peoples. The revolutionary struggle is the social form from which we'll deal with the crisis of imperialism in decline. We learn from third world people who resist US tyranny, with a unity born in a sense of collective power and purpose. We learn from our own history and examples of courage, struggle, and communality which are here for us to search out and celebrate. Our movement must discard the baggage of the oppressor society and become new women and new men, as Che taught. All forms of racism, class prejudice, and male chauvinism must be torn out by the roots. For us, proletarianization means recognizing the urgency of revolution as the only solution to our own problems and the survival of all oppressed people. It means commitment, casting our lot with the collective interest and discarding the privileges of empire. It means recognizing that revolution is a lifetime of fighting and transformation, a risky business and ultimately a decisive struggle against the forces of death. Proletarianization is a process that is necessarily ongoing. Breaking through to a higher level of engagement and commitment in 1968 is no guarantee that the level will be sustained in 1974. Standing still over time is sliding back. Commitment and engagement must be continually renewed. 145. We create the seeds of the new society in the struggle for the destruction of the empire. For our generation, that has meant the birth of communalism and collective work in the most individualist, competitive society in the world. Revolution is the midwife bringing the new society into being from the old. The culture of our communities, the people we try to become, are forged in the process of revolutionary war, the struggle for liberation. We are called on to commit ourselves to this struggle, and time is pressing. People are already dying. Lives are wasted and worn. Life itself depends on our ability to deal a swift death blow to the monster.